some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, hi, good morning. Hello, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports, 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms. Of course, if you like to listen to the show at a different time, maybe at the gym. Maybe you're a gym guy like Lyle. Like to hit up the gym a little bit later in the day, and you don't necessarily have the ability to listen between 6 and 10 every morning. We got you covered. Yeah, just go to the Seattle Sports app or to one of the big podcast platforms, and that's a perfect spot to just download the show and listen to it a little bit later in the day. Time shift it. Just make it work for your schedule. We're here for you. You don't need to work on our schedule. We're going to work on your schedule. We're servantry in that way. No more today or really all this week. Brock will be in here in a little bit. Lyle is in the big chair in the other room, which is great. Good morning, Lyle. I hope you had a good weekend. I'm looking forward to hearing your cultural exploration at 9:45 this morning.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good.
All right. Lyle watched this weekend. Lyle watched Super Troopers. So we'll see what his thoughts were. Noah is in for more. Noah, have you seen Super Troopers?
I have, yes.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Lyle, do you hear that? See, I think that like there's a temptation to call all this stuff like a generational problem, but I think it's just a Lyle problem. It really, the more I hear, the more I feel like it's just a Lyle specific thing. Because you've seen have you seen Pulp Fiction?
I've seen Pulp Fiction, yeah.
Okay.
I try to stay up to date.
All right. Oh, up to date. See, Lyle, that's up to date. What do you think of that?
Not exactly up to date, but I try to watch movies.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that about you. Good to have you in today as well. And obviously, despite the holiday, we're here for one big reason, and that is Divisional weekend. Just now in the past, 4 games delivered overall, right? I mean, you got your one big upset. You got the 2 heavyweights at the end of the weekend last night throwing punches at each other and, dropping balls in the end zone. You had fumbling balls for no. Poor Mark Andrews. I mean, there's so many other ways you can go today, and there's a lot of stuff. I mean, we could start with just some hero worship of Jaden Daniels. We could start with Josh Allen kind of starting to overcome some of the question marks about his legacy. He's still got to beat Patrick Mahomes in order to get there, but that was a really big step I think he took yesterday. We can talk about Philadelphia and how despite all of the chaos around them and internally in that locker room, they just seem to find ways to win, mostly just by being bigger and more physical than everybody else around them, and kudos to them for that. We can talk about the refs and Patrick Mahomes, and yes, I mean, there were some bad calls. I don't usually buy too deeply into those theories, and there were 1 or 2 calls that went the other way, but man, that phantom hit on Mahomes is just so lame. And Will Anderson just didn't hit. So we could start there, certainly. And I know Lyle's going to take us all the way through the weekend at 6:30. But, yeah, I think you have to start. You got to start with poor Mark Andrews. The dude cost his team probably, or at least possibly, a chance to go play for the Super Bowl. They were a good team. I don't know if they were the better team yesterday. And obviously Lamar didn't have a great first half and he dropped the ball. Like there's more to every game than like one or two moments. Could they have run Lamar Jackson more? Yes. I don't think he ran the ball enough in that game. He's too fast. He's too good. He's too explosive to not let him or not ask him really to run the ball more than he did. That to me was some mismanagement of your quarterback. But in the fourth quarter, and I know he'd already had a drop or two before, the fumble for Mark Andrews followed by the 2-point conversion drop is just, they're game changers. And they're both completely unnecessary. Hey, take a little page from Tyler Lockett, dude. Just go down. You're surrounded. They've got you surrounded. There's nowhere you're going to go. You're a big tight end. You're not J-Mo Williams. Just go down. J-Mo Williams, the quarterback. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the wide receiver, J-Mo Williams. People have a lot of trouble remembering who they were this weekend. J-Mo thought he was a quarterback, or at least his coaches thought he was. He throws the ball into coverage. Easy pick for Mikey Sandersill. Yeah, don't worry about that. Just by all means, use your wide receiver as a quarterback. Use your tight end as some sort of scat back in the open field who's just going to start juking everyone and running for an additional what? Yard? 2? Come on, Mark Andrews. Instead, you fumble, and that really, to me, was much more the game than the drop 2-point conversion. That one was uglier, and it just unfortunately deprived us of the opportunity to see what would have happened next. I like to say that. I've said it many times on the show before. I actually don't think the Ravens win even if he catches that ball. You got, a minute and a half left roughly in the game. Josh Allen, all he needs is a field goal. They've been moving pretty steadily up and down the field. Do I think that the Ravens win if he catches that ball? No. I think the most likely scenario at that point is that Josh Allen goes down, they bleed the clock, they kick a field goal, game over. But it's a slick field, it's crappy weather, maybe he misses. Okay, so maybe they go to overtime. Well, overtime, who the heck knows what's going to happen, right? Whoever gets the ball first probably going to win that game, but who knows? So I'm not going to sit here and say they lost because he dropped a ball in the end zone. That's to me definitively not true. But what it really did do was deprive us of the opportunity for a classic finish. Instead, you get a minute and a half of kneel downs, which was kind of lame, right? I mean, that's just not as fun. I was rooting for Baltimore, but I'm not like a passionate Ravens fan or anything. I wanted them to win because I like Lamar and I like Derrick Henry, and I would like to see them sort of complete their run. Didn't happen. I'm okay with that. But I do wish that just, we'd had that sort of classic ending. All the games were good. None of them really had classic ending, you'll remember it forever kind of effects, which is fine. That's okay. That doesn't make it a bad weekend. Each team gets the ball in playoffs in overtime. I know. Still. You never know what's going to happen at that point. I'm not convinced, even if Andrews caught I totally agree. Minute 33, Josh Allen. Absolutely. He's probably going to go down and score at that point. Totally agree. But you don't know. And we just didn't get the opportunity to find out. And maybe that's a legacy cementing moment for Josh Allen. Or yet another moment in, his budding legacy. Absolutely. I also got this text. A lot of people like to text me over the weekend, mostly about what's his name? Rashod Bateman catching another touchdown to start the game. Of course he did. Lyle, 79, 80, 85. What's our number count now for Rashod Bateman touchdowns this year? I'm telling you, man, that guy catches touchdown every game. I don't know who out there doesn't believe me at this point. And don't try to trip me up by going to ESPN.com or Pro Football Reference or whatever, NFL.com. Like, oh, look, he only has 9 touchdowns. That is a lie. That dude has at least 70 touchdowns this year.
We're so far into this. Let's just go with it. Yeah, he has 145 touchdowns.
145. Wow. He had a really good week. He just kept catching them. Got hurt near the end of that game. No, I got another text here from the 209. And this kind of builds on a lot of the conversations we've had in the last few weeks. Salk, the Ravens with Lamar have averaged 11 wins per year and made it to only one conference championship. Should they cut Lamar to get out of the mediocrity? You got me. Okay. I think that you've got to use a little bit more than just results to determine what the best route forward is for your franchise. You're right. It's a good point. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, that's a cheap shot or anything like that. You're right. Lamar hasn't gotten there, hasn't gotten it done. You're right. And if my argument back is not his fault that Mark Andrews can't catch or fumbles the ball and everything else, you would be well within your rights to say, well, maybe if they weren't spending so much money on Lamar, they'd have a better player than Mark Andrews at this point. You might be right. I'm not going to argue with you. Those are really good points. My eyes tell me that there's still a pretty significant difference, and that Baltimore was in a completely different place this year and lost to what may end up being an eventual Super Bowl champion Bills team in a good game on the road, compared after they took half a year to figure out their defense when their ace defensive coordinator left to coach somewhere in the Northwest. I still think Baltimore is a legitimate contender for the throne. I know they lost, but they'll also have a legitimate chance to contend for it next year. And Lamar Jackson's a gigantic part of the reason why. Just got to use your eye test a little bit. I think that's a different situation than a team that didn't make the playoffs, got rolled by virtually every playoff team they saw this year, and has been stuck in the middle here for a while, in and out of the playoffs. By the way, not winning one game like the Ravens did, winning none. They've won, 3 playoff games in 10 years? Come on. That's not really quite the same thing. But I honestly appreciate the argument. I think there's some validity to your point. But overall, I think the eye test is going to kind of wipe that out. We're going to go through this stuff over the course of the day. Brock obviously is going to be in at 7 o'clock. I broke my wedding ring this weekend. So I will explain to you why and how at some point, maybe in the 7 o'clock hour. I don't know if that's a good tease or not, but yeah, snap that thing right in half. Tungsten carbide. It's supposed to be indestructible. What happened? It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've been talking about options at quarterback, playing out the hypothetical that the Seahawks move on from Geno. What about the greatest quarterback in the history of this organization?
Dave Craig?
The greatest,
I think he's a little old, Bob.
Most accomplished Seahawk quarterback ever, Russell Wilson.
I'm really excited for you to talk right now, Bob, so I can check the text line. Because I can't wait to see what people are saying about Russ.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. For your best shot at a new roof, trust Techline. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Trust the team I trust. Trust Techline Roofing.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
Bring on the sunshine with a trip to see your Seattle Mariners. Come to sunny and warm Peoria, Arizona for another great year of spring training baseball. There's no better time to wind up at the Peoria Sports Complex where you can see all your favorite Mariners up close. Spring training in Peoria has plenty of sunshine, warm temperatures, and the best seats in baseball. It's family fun for all ages. Book your trip today. Support your Seattle Mariners in Arizona for another exciting spring training season. Get your tickets at PeoriaBaseball.com.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But if you can't afford treatment, can't work, or can't feed your family, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, and I am proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare so patients can focus on healing. Over the last 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed nearly $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference in our community. Join us on February the 1st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, inspiration, and community support at the historic Hollywood Schoolhouse in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Get your yard game ready with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Ego has nearly 200,000 5-star reviews from homeowners like you. Ego delivers the power of gas, but without the noise, fuss, or fumes. Best of all, Ego 56-volt arc lithium batteries are universal, so they fit all 90 tools. Power your yard, power your tailgate, power your life. Learn more at egopowerplus.com.
It's playoff time, and you can take full advantage by winning some cash playing daily fantasy football on Sleeper Picks. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money. And now, Sleeper has a special offer. New users just have to play $5 to get $55 in free entries. Download the Sleeper app today and use code SCORE and get $55 in free entries when you play $5. That's code SCORE. Must be at least 18 years old. Promo code, location, and other restrictions apply. Minimum deposit $25. See terms of use for details. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-426-2537 for help.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today.
For decades, we've been more than just roofing. From siding and windows to custom decks and gutters, we've been helping customers protect and transform their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing. I'm proud to announce our new name, State Roofing and Exteriors. The same trusted team, the same quality service, now with a name that says it all. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors. Your home, your way, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
If it's a new year and a new you, it begins with a new car. At Toyota of Kirkland, they're ready for your resolutions. Come see the beautiful showroom and wonderful team at Toyota of Kirkland to kick off 2025. Check out the wide selection of Tundras, Tacomas, and RAV4s. Get electrified in your ride with Toyota of Kirkland's inventory of Prius and the BZ4X. The best way to start the new year is by visiting Toyota of Kirkland in person or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Our championship weekend is now set. 3 of the 4 top seeds who will meet with a chance to get to. Do you remember where the Super Bowl is this year? I had to look it up yesterday.
It's New Orleans.
It is New Orleans. Nice job, Noah. You're on top of it. We start at the end because that was really supposed to be the game of the weekend. Was it? Kind of. Right, Lamar struggled early, pair of turnovers, Josh Allen kind of doing his thing. I think the touchdown near the end of the first half was pretty enormous. But then, you know, what happens in NFL games with great quarterbacks? They get it going in the second half, especially into the fourth quarter. Lamar heated up. It looked like they were going to come back, and then Mark Andrews fumbled the ball as they were driving. Okay, well, get the ball back, down 5, driving again, touchdown to Isaiah Likely, need a 2-point conversion to tie things up, and...
Roll, flip it, got it. Oh, the ball
was dropped.
Oh.
He had the 2-point conversion in his hands.
In his hands. What was going on in that game? I mean, I know it was cold, but it's not like they were traveling. There's some dome warm team or like they're from Baltimore. They're an AFC North team. They're supposed to handle the elements in Buffalo. And unfortunately, just way too many drops and put Lamar on the list. He had one of those drops and a pick himself. So just a brutal moment. Bills, look, they still could have and probably would have won that game even if Mark Andrews catches the ball. But I just feel like, and I said it before, we were deprived of the ending that we all deserved. By the way, did I read that Mark Andrews was not available to the media after the game? Come on, dude. That's not right.
Yeah, you have that right.
Come on, man. You got to go face the music. You had a couple of brutal drops and a terrible, terrible fumble. You got to go face that. That's part of the, especially, what is he, like a 12-year veteran or something? Come on, man. I don't like that. I do wonder if that's his last game ever and he's retiring, and I'm sure he was very emotional about it. I totally understand, and I think people around him would have understood. But I think when you contribute to a loss like that, you've got to go out there and you've got to be a part of it. Lamar, by the way, was taking all the blame himself.
Came up short. And like I've been saying all season, every time we're in situations like this, turnovers play a factor. Penalties play a factor. Tonight, the turnover can't have it. You know, and that's why we lost the game. Because as you can see, we're moving the ball wonderfully. Hold on to the sorry for my language.
Good for him, man. I mean, I love Lamar. I'm unabashed, so there's very little he can do to turn me off, but pretty cool yesterday. Bills move on. They are going to have to try to beat the Chiefs again, or for a first time, really, in Kansas City in the playoffs. Chiefs did not look dominant in their win over Houston. Just a couple of touchdowns, not a lot of yards, but they held on to the ball. They made a couple of big special teams plays, and they are going to host yet another AFC Championship game on Sunday.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, not nearly as much chalk in the NFC. Commanders pulled off the epic upset, and honestly, I wouldn't say they made it look easy, but after watching that game, they sure looked like the better team. Nothing fluky about it. The offense was incredible, scoring 5 touchdowns. They ran for 182 yards to go with Jaden Daniels, 299 through the air. But once again, turnovers immense. In fact, all 4 losing teams this weekend had more yards than their opponents. Let me say that again. The 4 teams that lost this weekend all outgained their opponents. The difference? Turnovers. And for Detroit, 4 picks in that game, 3 from their quarterback and 1 more thrown in just for good measure.
Any of these sets of downs. Oh, look at this trick lead. Jamison Williams has it. Look at the throw. They're throwing downfield. Intercepted. Lucky Sabersill has it. There's a penalty. Hang on a second.
No, that penalty was on them for an illegal man downfield. So, yikes. Big old yikes. As I said, 3 for Goff, 1 more for J-Mo. Disaster. Lions fans once again leave disappointed. What a bummer. And one other game yesterday that, I don't know. For some reason, I kept ignoring this game, and I literally forgot to even write about it for Need to Know. And that is the Rams losing to Philly. Saquon was awesome. They just ran the heck out of the ball. Good for them. And, Philly will be hosting Washington in a divisional matchup. That's kind of awesome. 3rd time they'll play this year. Right up, I-95, 2 cities that are pretty close together, 2 fan bases that have been battling forever. Washington and Philly. Pretty cool game.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Let's see, one more huge football game tonight. Ohio State, Notre Dame playing for the national championship in Atlanta. It is kind of interesting for me anyway to see 2 teams that really aren't quarterback driven. Neither of those QBs are likely to be top picks or maybe even picked at all in the NFL draft. And yet they're getting the job done in a very collegiate way. The teams have both had ups and downs this year. Notre Dame's got a loss. Ohio State has a couple of losses, but they're both playing really good football. And in Notre Dame's case, they do just seem to have some of that team of destiny element where they're not always the better team, but they find ways to win. And you got to give teams like that credit. They just seem to have an innate sense of how to get to where they want to go. That has not been the story for the Kraken, but they played another really good game. Remember, they played really well in Winnipeg at the end of that road trip, unfortunately lost on a bad bounce. Then they go out and beat a really good Kings team on Saturday. Jaden Schwartz had the hat trick. They'll play an MLK Day matinee at home against Buffalo this afternoon. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour. Sabres, maybe I said this to somebody yesterday. I think I'll stick by it. I think the Sabres have my favorite uniforms in all of sports. I love the Sabres uniforms. I think they're amazing. Not the crappy ones they went to in the maybe late 90s, early 2000s with the Buffalo head. That one was dumb. But when they get the crossed swords, the blue and yellow, their uniforms just look awesome. Big Sabres uniform guy. So they'll be in town today, and they'll take on the Kraken. All right. I was in and out of hockey rinks my entire weekend, and I saw most of the games in not quite entirety. So, Lyle, your around the weekend is going to be important, not just for the people out there, but for me to make sure I know exactly what happened so that we can spend the rest of the day talking about it. We'll do it next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I'm at the gym. I be low-key at the gym. I be hat on, hoodied on, headphones in.
So no one recognizes you? Are you a celebrity?
No.
Stop. You got sunglasses on, too.
I just get in my zone and block everybody out. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But I couldn't block this out.
Okay.
One day, I'm looking at this guy, and he's wearing a Kobe jersey. So I'm really feeling him. I go, that's my guy right there. He doesn't even know. And then I walk in today, and my man has on a Larry Bird jersey. And I stopped my workout. I went over him. I go, hey, bro. Sir. I go, hey, you can't do that.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a Pepper thing.
It's time to vote for the top athletes and sports stories of 2024. Be part of history and help choose the sports stars of the year from a knockout roster representing the best in Washington sports. Cast your vote for the sports story of the year. Was it the Seawolves playoff run, the Kraken making history, or UW rowing dominating the Olympics? You decide. Vote now at seattlesports.org and enter for a chance to see the winners announced live at the 90th Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft. The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hope you guys are having a good holiday weekend. Maybe you're working, maybe not. We're happy to be in here today after a tremendous football weekend, and Brock will join us from 7 o'clock on to discuss everything we saw and try to figure out what we can take away from it. I think you kind of, at this point, start to get into a zone where I don't know whether the takeaways are as significant as they are at the beginning of the playoffs, but, you know, again, there's still something to be taken away, and trying to figure out how to bring it back here to Seattle so that we can be playing on weekends like this and watching those games rather than watching teams from around the league doing it instead. So Lyle's going to take us around the weekend in a second. Let me just remind everyone, Washington's biggest night for sports is almost here, the 90th Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, the star-studded event, which, of course, brings together the athletes and icons behind our favorite teams and unforgettable moments. Be a part of history. Cast your own vote for the men's and women's sports stars of 2024, representing the best of local sports. You can also vote for Sports Story of the Year. The voting is open through January 29th. Go to our events page, seattlesports.com/events. And you can make your voice heard. Winners are going to be announced live at the Sports Star of the Year Awards presented by Microsoft. That's on February 27th. So don't miss out. Vote now. Be a part of the celebration. Lyle, take us around the weekend.
Well, where do we want to start? We might as well start with the NFL games, right? That's the overarching story. So let's just go in order. Chiefs, Texans to start things off. Of the 4 games this weekend, I think this one was probably the most underwhelming, but I'm not that surprised.
Kind of boring.
Yeah. So the Chiefs end up winning 24-13. They open up the divisional round by taking care of business against the Texans. And credit to Houston, they actually kept it close through 3 quarters because the score was just 13-12 Kansas City. But By the time the fourth quarter rolled around, the Chiefs had 10 points at the end, and they pulled away for the 9-point win. This wasn't some Patrick Mahomes day where he just lit it up. He had less than 200 yards through the air, and the run game didn't do a whole ton, but I think it's fair to say that this was the Travis Kelce show because he had 7 catches on the day, 117 yards, 1 touchdown, including this one right here.
Throws, and he got it! Touchdown, Kelce. Mario Edwards was there for Houston. Mahomes was going down, and he found his favorite target.
So, yeah, that was Travis Kelce's day. His booth was having a good time. Taylor Swift and Caitlin Clark. Yeah, sitting right next to each other.
How about that? So, I was thinking about that. So, who do you think? Who had the biggest year in terms of being a female celebrity? Who was the most talked about of this past year? Kamala Harris probably be number one. Today's sort of a tough day, I'm sure, for her mentioning that. But, like, she lost, but her name obviously was everywhere for a matter of months. So just in terms of, like, people know who you are, Q rating, that type of thing, she'd probably be number one. But obviously, she kind of a brutal year when it was all said and done. Caitlin Clark, now, again, she exploded this season, or this past year, over the course of the last full year. But lost the championship game, right? Went to the WNBA, had kind of a tough road at the beginning, ended up making the playoffs and winning Rookie of the Year. But again, her year was sort of up and down, I think you would say, as great as it was. And then you've got Taylor Swift, who, I don't know, her album didn't seem to pop the way some of the previous ones did. My kids really liked it, but Tortured Poets has not been nearly the success of some of her other major albums. Didn't have a lot of singles on it. And then her tour ended. Who had the biggest year?
If you're talking just name recognition, I think it's still probably hard to put Caitlin Clark over Taylor Swift.
I think you're probably right. But I think she had the better year.
That's probably
I think Caitlin
right.
had the better year.
Right.
And good for them. The two of them together, man. What a booth.
That was really cool.
That's pretty crazy. My kids, I mean, so Cecily is like a Caitlin Clark, super fan. And Avery probably a little bit more of a Taylor Swift super fan. So for them, seeing the two gals together was a pretty big deal.
That was great.
Yeah. And Travis Kelce's got to propose. Come on, man. End of this year. Make it happen.
You're really on this train.
Wow.
It's only been a year and a half, right?
It's time. She's in her 30s. He's going to retire soon. Like, they're not 22 years old. Like, come on. Lock it down.
You know, it's funny. Speaking of Travis Kelce and aging, as good as he still is, some of his yards after the catch, watching him run this weekend, he looks like he's slowing down.
Yeah, it
like
happens.
you can just tell.
And tight ends like that can kind of do it because they put themselves in the right spots to succeed.
No doubt. Well, on the Texans side, you saw the continued issues with their offensive line all game. C.J. Stroud took 8 sacks on the day. George Karlaftis was responsible for 3 of them. Stroud had a fine day, nothing overwhelming, not underwhelming. He was 19 for 28, 245 yards, didn't throw any picks. Joe Mixon had 88 yards and a touchdown, but I think the overarching theme of this game for the Texans is, 1, their offensive line continues to be a disaster, and 2, I think you just saw how beat up their wide receiver room was, and on an afternoon where you needed some playmakers, outside of Nico Collins, they just didn't have them. I mean, you didn't have Tank Dell. Obviously, you haven't had Stephon Diggs, but having guys like that in a game like that probably makes a difference.
Yeah, you got to have somebody, right? And you put those two into that lineup, how different is it? Look, I don't know whether you're going to beat the Chiefs and the refs at home or not, but I do tell you who's good is Will Anderson.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, my gosh. Brock really, really banged the table hard for Will Anderson in that draft and talked about how he was going to be difference-making player in the NFL. He's right. That guy completely changes every game that he's in. He's awesome.
Oh, I was hoping by all means that guy would somehow slide to 5 in that draft. Somehow, but it just didn't happen.
If the Texans the Texans sort of engineered it, right? If the Texans hadn't won that final game of that season, the Broncos would have had a better pick. Seahawks, I think, would have picked 3 instead of 5.
I know.
Bummer.
Anyway, Will Anderson was not happy after the game because, look, there's a narrative in the NFL that the Chiefs get a lot of calls, and he did not hesitate to lean into that in his post-game presser.
We knew it was going to be us against the refs going into this game. And, I talked to you guys early this week. And I was just saying, man, we got to go out there and we got to do us better And, you know, in some instances we didn't do that, some instances we did. So we just got to keep going, man. Next offseason, you know, get the guys together, man, and, you know, everybody just coming together and just keep building that team chemistry and get past this hump.
Yeah.
I am somebody who really hates to blame referees and bias and all of that. I really don't like to do that. When there's bad calls that are egregious, you point them out. There were some bad calls in that game. Do I think that they were battling the refs? I know I just made a joke about it. No, I don't. In my heart of hearts, do I think the NFL or the referees engineered things for Kansas? I don't. I don't think that. But I do think there were some pretty bad calls in the game, and I think it hurt. I think it hurt Houston a whole lot more than it hurt KC.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's hard to take the Chiefs for granted a lot of the time, and I got to say, you move on to your 7th consecutive AFC title game. It's pretty remarkable.
Did you see Nick Wright? I love Nick. He and I go back a long ways, and he's from Kansas, or worked in Kansas City forever, and a big Chiefs fan, big Patrick Mahomes fan.
Right.
And he argued back to Scott Van Pelt. Scott Van Pelt was calling this the AFC Championship game, or maybe he was calling this past weekend the Arrowhead Invitational. And he said, no. The Arrowhead Invitational is the AFC Championship game. What do you call this weekend? Oh, the Chiefs' last practice of the year.
You know what? I just realized.
Credit to Nick Wright.
Yeah, I think the right wording is be easy to take the Chiefs for granted, not hard. But yeah, they move on to their 7th consecutive AFC title game. Pretty good.
Good. All right.
Second game on Saturday, Lions Commanders. You want to talk about a barn burner of a game in Detroit? You got it. And the Commanders came up with the shocking upset of the playoffs. They took down the Lions 45-31. Look, this game stayed within striking distance for a while. In spite of Washington jumping out ahead, it was 31-21 at halftime. Then after the Lions' early touchdown in the third quarter from Jahmyr Gibbs, it was 31-28. So it was neck and neck. The difference is the Lions scored that touchdown with 7 minutes left in the third quarter, and the rest of the way only scored 3 points after that, while Washington countered with 14 points in the fourth quarter. I'll tell you what the turning point was in this game, and I think I am speaking the obvious here. I don't think anybody's going to be shocked to hear this, but it was that Jamison Williams interception. He throws that interception on that trick play, and everything changes.
Any of these sets of downs. Oh, look at this trick play. Jamison Williams has it. Looking to throw it. Go for it. Intercepted! Lucky Sabersill has it. There's a penalty. Hang on a second.
Look, I love Dan Campbell. I love Ben Johnson. I love watching the Lions, but what are we doing on that? You're down in the game in the second half. You're having a receiver throw a trick play pass, and on Jamison Williams' end, you've got to know to throw that away. Throw it into quadruple coverage. If you're practicing that play, don't they ever tell him to throw the ball away?
Yeah, you would think. But I'm not going to blame a wide receiver for not having a quarterback sense of what to do with that ball. I don't know whether that's, something I can reasonably expect from him. No, I think you're right. You got to put the onus on the coaching staff there. It was the game-changing play because before that moment, it had kind of a back and forth type of vibe to it, right? You score, I score, you score, I score. And it was close enough that could have gone back and forth for a while. And then, someone was going to blink at the end, even though obviously Washington had the advantage. You throw that pick and it just sort of ended the back and forth nature, right? It was like a missed opportunity at the end of a basketball game where it's like, oh, well, it had been back and forth for 10 possessions. And then all of a sudden it's a 2-possession game or a 3-possession game. And it was just sort of the backbreaker, I think, for Detroit. Look, Jaden Daniels is the truth, man. That dude is absurd. And this may go down as the greatest rookie season essentially ever for a quarterback. He's that kind of special, and I can't wait to see where his future takes him. He is a guy that I plan to root for here for a long time to come. What I'm surprised most at was the Washington defense. Give them credit. They stepped up. They got a bunch of guys, and Bobby certainly right there among them, who either weren't as well thought of, et cetera. We can talk about how Dan Quinn had a lot more success than anybody would have guessed this year because he got Jaden Daniels, and it's true. But what he's done with that defense is no joke. Right. Dan Quinn is a really good defensive coach, And to beat that Detroit team, it wasn't just Jaden Daniels. He needed that defense to step up, find a way to slow down that attack, and they did. They didn't stop them. You're not going to. Detroit had probably the best offense in the league this year, and you're operating in their building in a dome. You're not going to stop them, but slow them down? Yeah, enough so that your offense was able to do its job. Pretty darn impressive.
Yeah. Jaden had ice in his veins. 300 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was pretty poised. I mean, I think it's fair to say this was finally where we saw the Lions beat up defense catch up to them, right? I mean, they were so good all year. They were able to overcome it for so long. Number 1 seed in the NFC, but you just saw it absolutely kind of beat them to shreds on Saturday night.
100%. Yeah, they were done.
Yeah.
Exactly. I just feel bad. I know there's been a lot of criticism of Brady, and I know Brock will probably jump in with some as well. I get it. I thought that was one place Tom Brady was pretty good. Talking about the end of the Lions season, like, hey, look, nothing's guaranteed. Now you got to go start over and do everything again and work from the bottom up. And it's not easy to do that year after year after year, not just because of the ways the NFL makes it hard for teams that have had success, but because it's hard mentally and emotionally to get yourself back to that same point where you've got to work just as hard when it didn't pay off at the end. I was just, it was well said, and we'll see whether or not Detroit is able to keep this going. I've got a good sense that they will, but the other thing about Detroit in that game we could talk about later, Dan Campbell did not have a good game. They weren't very disciplined, and that's probably not a surprise given the style of coach he is. But not a ton of discipline in that game.
Yeah, and last quick thing on the Lions. You would think the talent on the field would have them keep it up, but they're about to lose both Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, most likely. So how much does that play a factor?
Yeah, we'll find out.
Sunday games. Eagles-Rams got things started. They were in the early game on Sunday, and after a little while, when the game got going, snow started to fall. Both Sunday games had snow, so it turned it into a big ground game on both sides. Eagles ultimately win 28-22. And when I say the run game was the story, that is an understatement. Look, Kyron Williams went over 100 yards in that game for the Rams, but the main story, Saquon Barkley. 205 yards, 2 touchdowns, including a 78-yard touchdown run late in the fourth quarter that ultimately ended up being the game-deciding touchdown.
18 yards, adding to it. There goes Barkley into the clear, through the snow, all the way home. He's hit another home run against the Rams, and this one might send them to the championship game.
It's a pretty cool combination. I don't want to spend too much time on this game because I know we want to talk about sort of the capper here in a moment. The Rams were good. The Eagles were better. It was in their building. It was in the snow. Saquon is the perfect complement to that team. I don't know about this idea that everyone out there should have gotten Saquon this offseason. I think his talents would be wasted on 25 teams in the league. But you put him on that team with that offensive line, with that quarterback and his ability to run, it's just a perfect marriage. A perfect marriage.
Perfect.
And you got to see it. I don't know who's going to win that. I don't have a thought yet on who wins this game this weekend between Philly and Washington. But if Philly wins, my guess is it's because they just knock everybody out of the way. That offensive line, similar to Detroit's, is just trying to mow you down, and they did.
Yeah. And Jalen Carter had that key sack. I know you talk about him a lot. So yeah,
we'll discuss him a little bit later, I promise.
All right.
I was getting texts from people in the business.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
All right. Final game of the NFL slate this past weekend. Bills-Ravens, the most hyped up game of the weekend, the game everybody was waiting for.
Hey, would you say it lived up to it?
Close.
I would say it did not quite live up to it.
I mean, it wasn't Chiefs-Bills from a couple years ago with the 13 seconds left or anything like that, but it's hard to live up to something like that.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So I would say for the most part lived up to the hype, and I felt bad that somebody did have to lose this game because they're two really fun teams, but Bills prevailed 27-25. Neither running back totally exploded in this game. Derrick Henry was limited to 84 yards, and truthfully, I don't think either of the MVP caliber quarterbacks truly lit it up through the air. Lamar threw for 250. Josh Allen rushed for 2 touchdowns, but it wasn't some massive air raid attack. And again, the snow played a factor in that. But I think the Ravens' mistakes on offense is what's going to stick out about this game. Lamar coughed up 2 costly turnovers between an early pick and a lost fumble trying to avoid a sack. And then obviously the even bigger story was Mark Andrews, right? I think that's fair to say.
Poor guy.
I know.
Poor guy.
I mean, fumbles with about 8:50 to go. He catches a ball for about 15 yards. It was a first down. He starts to turn upfield and then lets it go. So you think he's got a chance to redeem himself, right? As the Ravens still have some time. They start to claw their way back. Lamar hits Isaiah Likely, 24-yard touchdown pass with under 2 minutes to go. It puts the game within 2 points. But as the Ravens attempt to go for 2 to tie the game, Lamar had Andrews wide open on a short out route to the right pylon, and Mark Andrews, unfortunately, just simply dropped it.
Gonna roll, flip it, got it. Oh, the ball was dropped. He had the 2-point conversion in his hands.
I know, so big it woke up Jim Nance. So shocking. Jim's like, what was that? Oh, he dropped it. Sorry, I just tuned out Tony for the last hour and a half, and so I needed to be brought back. Got to meet the media afterwards, dude.
I know.
You can't let your teammates be the only ones to answer questions on that. You got to get out there. That just kills me to see. I hope there's more to that story that comes out and we find out there's a reason why, because that's brutal. And again, I don't know whether they win even if he catches that ball. I think the fumble honestly might have been a bigger deal than the drop. He drops that ball. You're giving Josh Allen a minute and a half. He only needs a field goal. The game's tied. I think there's still a lot of ways you lose that game, even if he catches the ball in the end zone. But
yeah, I mean, the fumble was costly too because the Ravens were only down 5 points,
and they were driving.
And
they seemed to have it right. Yeah, Lamar had some issues in the first half, but not in the second half. Right. He was on point in the second half, and that's the way franchise quarterbacks often are. Right? They shuck aside whatever happened in the first and kind of get it going. Unfortunately, he didn't do enough, and his teammates didn't help enough, and Josh Allen was tremendous. He really was.
Yeah.
I mean, when he got down near the goal line, he was not to be denied, and that is, that's the difference in the game.
Right.
It's huge.
Yeah, I mean, again, he didn't light it up if you just look at the box score, but he was clutch. He had the couple touchdown runs.
Nope.
He was
no turnovers.
No turnovers was huge.
Yep.
You know what's crazy as we wrap this game up? The Bills, who have been stuck trying to get out of the divisional round each of the last 3 years in which they've lost that game, they're heading to the AFC title game. It's just the second time in the Josh Allen era they're doing so.
Weird.
Yeah.
Feels like it's been more than that.
I know. The other time they were there, they lost 38-24 to the Chiefs before they lost to the Bucs in the Super Bowl.
Because that great back-and-forth game wasn't an AFC championship game?
No, that was a divisional round game.
Ah.
That was the year the Chiefs didn't make the Super Bowl because they lost to the Bengals the next week.
Oh, weird. Yeah, you're right.
Right. Yeah. Crazy. Well, that's the NFL. If we want to go to baseball here for a couple minutes.
A couple minutes. Give me a little around the weekend. There's other stuff going on.
Dodgers were pretty busy this weekend. They win the Roki Sasaki sweepstakes. Shocker.
That was Friday.
Yes. They land the Japanese phenom over both the Blue Jays and the Padres. He got a $6.5 million signing bonus out of the international slot pool. He will make the league minimum salary for his first 3 years until he gets to arbitration. That would have been the case no matter where he went because he came over from Japan early. Here's a question for you. Mariners or Dodgers now? Which rotation do you take? And the Dodgers rotation is Ohtani, Yamamoto, Sasaki, Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow. It's actually closer than people think.
I think it's the Dodgers.
Yeah. Upside is the Dodgers. The Dodgers also are more injury prone than this Mariners rotation. All 5 of those guys have had injury issues, but the upside is pretty wild. So
the fact that it's even a conversation and then it's combined with the Dodgers lineup. Yeah, it's totally different. And now the Dodgers bullpen?
Yeah. If signing Roki Sasaki wasn't enough this weekend, they then turn right around and they sign the top reliever on the market. They inked Tanner Scott to a 4-year, $72 million deal. He got a $20 million signing bonus and $21 million was deferred in classic Dodgers fashion these days. If you want context on who Tanner Scott is, if you don't know much about him, well, 1.75 ERA in 2024, and over the last 2 seasons, he's combined for 7.6 wins above replacement. That's pretty crazy for a reliever.
He's a reliever.
Yeah.
He's a lefty, right?
Lefty, big fastball,
throws hard,
big time stuff, swing and miss beyond belief. Yeah, he is. He can really punch tickets.
Of all of the crazy things that have happened in baseball in the last decade, one of the weirdest to me is the rise of the hard-throwing lefty. It just was never a thing, right? You'd be like, all right, hard-throwing righty. I know everything has changed with velocity, but righties used to throw, in general, I guess I don't have numbers on this, but it felt like a good 5 miles an hour, roughly.
Sure.
Harder than your average lefty. And that's starting to just totally go away, especially in the bullpen. It used to be you get the curveball flipping lefties who'd come in, and I obviously the sort of one out reliever thing is gone. Mm-hmm. So maybe those types of players just couldn't survive, and but they were certainly replaced by guys who threw hard.
Right.
And so, yeah, Tanner Scott's certainly right at the top of that.
Yeah. If you want one quick piece of Mariners news, if we're talking relievers, the Mariners made a minor league signing this weekend, but it's a pretty intriguing name. They signed Shintaro Fujinami, who was an Oriole for a bit, and has big-time stuff. Struggles with command. There is a reason he's a minor league signing, but if you want to tab one of these Mariners guys that is going to be out of the Steckenrider bucket, as Scott Service used to call it, where they just kind of revamp his career, I think a lot of people are excited to see that they inked Fujinami to this deal because, again, he throws so hard. He throws about 98 miles an hour, big stuff. He just throws strikes, which we've seen them kind of refine with guys like Spire and Saucedo, where they start throwing a lot more first-pitch strikes. He could be really good.
All right, I like it. Good job. All right, great job in general, Lyle. Thank you for taking us around the weekend in Moore's absence. You can do that again next Monday, which is going to be super fun as well. Moore gets back to us a week from tomorrow. It was a fun, crazy, mostly entertaining kind of football weekend. Do you take away one theme bigger than the rest? I'm going to ask Brock that question. I think I've got an answer. Maybe you do as well. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
Hey Seahawks fans, Tyler Lockett for Brown Bear Car Wash. We've got the perfect play for a spotless car. With the Unlimited Wash Club, you can keep your car game ready all season long. It isn't clean unless it's Brown Bear clean.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. For your best shot at a new roof, trust Techline. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Trust the team I trust. Trust Techline Roofing.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Jewelrygram, it's your friends at Shane Company here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Friday, February 14th. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart, like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural rubies, colorful sapphires, and natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our unmatched free lifetime warranty and everyday competitive prices. Come visit us in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Bring on the sunshine with a trip to see your Seattle Mariners. Come to sunny and warm Peoria, Arizona for another great year of spring training baseball. There's no better time to wind up at the Peoria Sports Complex where you can see all your favorite Mariners up close. Spring training in Peoria has plenty of sunshine, warm temperatures, and the best seats in baseball. It's family fun for all ages. Book your trip today. Support your Seattle Mariners in Arizona for another exciting spring training season. Get your tickets at PeoriaBaseball.com.
Where can you kick off the new year? With big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity. Now through January 30th, get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your very first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get Get gig speed internet, spend less green, and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Internet discount applied to mobile bill. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon, Fiber, Gig Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual speeds vary.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time on a fancy water bottle with ultra titanium alloy metal. You're not sure why you need all that. I mean, it just holds water. But you're getting it anyway, because if you're hiking near an active volcano and you accidentally drop the bottle into molten lava, your water will still be icy cold. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For water bottles. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get it freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Yep, rolling through a Monday holiday show here for the Brock and Salk show, and we're in because there were tremendous games to talk about over the weekend. Not like the world's greatest divisional round weekend, but certainly a good one. I wouldn't call it a disappointment.
No.
There was no all-time classic or anything like that, but 4 pretty compelling games, each in their own way.
Yes. Yeah, I got kind of friends now in this business, kind of all over the country, like Allison Williams, star sideline reporter, born in Michigan, outside Ann Arbor. Diehard Detroit Tigers, diehard Detroit Lions, just a diehard fan. I got producer Bo Garrett, who lives outside of Philly. He's a Philadelphia Eagles fly. Obviously, a lot of my Fox coworkers make home down in L.A. They're kind of quasi-Rams fans. I don't know what a Rams fan is, but yeah, they're quasi-Rams fans. So kind of got friends all over, and obviously the one that just stung the most and just absolutely the most painful. I think you were rooting for him. I was rooting for him. The majority of the country were rooting for him. And to see Detroit just, oh, man, fall apart. Yeah. I'd say fall apart, but that would do a disservice to Jaden Daniels, who was arguably the single best player of any player in all the NFL this weekend.
Wow.
Like the throws he was making. I mean, he threw the ball that he threw, and yeah, the receiver had his eye. Like, he put that 50 yards, like, in one spot and one spot alone. Time after time, they tried to blitz him. I saw Lewis Riddick tweeting this. Every single blitz, he absolutely massacred. They didn't get home once on any pressure against him, and that's a rookie on the road in the divisional playoffs. I mean, he was He was utterly phenomenal, and I think Detroit could feel that. And then Jared pressed. The defense was broken, and ultimately the number 1 seed, the only high seed, right? The only team up there near the top that loses all weekend long.
Yeah, you're right about all of that. Daniels gets a little bit of a break in that he
5 turnovers?
No, well, I was going to say he was one of only 2 quarterbacks to get to play in good weather, right? Correct. He got to play in a dome, so correct. 6 of the 8 quarterbacks this weekend. I'm not saying that they were better than he was, because he was unbelievable, and I don't want to take anything away from him. He's awesome. I'm in love. Like, he's really, really fun. But it's a lot easier to show off all of that you're capable of doing in a dome like that than it is with 10 degrees and the snow blowing in your face and all the other stuff.
Oh, no question. No question.
So I don't know if he was actually better than Josh Allen, but whatever. Does it really matter? They were both really good. And Jaden Daniels doing it as a rookie is insane.
It is. And the other advantage he had, just a foot for you football junkies out there, anytime you're playing defensive linemen whose numbers are in the 60s, that's a good thing for your team. Detroit was so throttled with injuries. They had a D lineman wearing 68 and a D lineman wearing 69. And I'm like, that's probably not the way it's supposed to be. That's not going to end. Poor Levi Onwuzurike's got a brace bigger than, I don't even know, on his knee. He can't move. They just were so decimated defensively.
If you're ever interested in knowing the number one thing Brock will comment on, it's the size of someone's knee brace. Mm-hmm. The larger the knee brace, I would never notice something like that. Like, yeah, whatever. Guy's got a brace. He's out there playing. Who cares? Brock will instantly be like, oh, this guy can't do anything. Look at the size of his knee brace.
Look at the brace. Look at the brace too. I mean, do you look at the cankles too?
No.
Do you look at the jersey number?
Yes.
Did you notice
that? I would look at
69?
That is something that would definitely occur to me. All right, so let me ask you, what was the biggest theme of the weekend? If Jaden Daniels was the best player, what was the biggest theme? What stood out to you to sort of try to connect all 4 of these games?
Yeah, I would say the first game of the year in these really pressure-packed defensive games of the year share a very common coaching axiom. For 19 years of doing games and in the early season games, first game of the season, time after time, year after year, decade after decade, you hear the same thing. And that is, a coach says more opening games are lost than they are truly won. It's teams making mistakes. Mm-hmm. And I would say as the pressure ramps up, as the weather gets cold, as the matchup is tight, as the physical kind of prowess is fairly even, that you get to that stage and the team truly that makes the least amount of mistakes usually wins.
Oh, well, certainly there was an element of that this weekend. So we talked about this. The team
Lions turned it over 5 times and had 12 men on the field.
that didn't help.
No,
that sure didn't help.
No, Lamar has just a terrible interception and then unfortunate fumble, and that's 2 possessions right there. And Josh Allen made 0 mistakes.
And that's before you get to the Mark Andrews mistakes that were made in the second half.
That's right.
The team that had the most yards from scrimmage lost all 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
The team. Let's say it again. The team that had the most yards from scrimmage lost all 4 games. That is pretty damning stat, and also more than anything just proves the importance of turnovers.
Yes, possessions and sacks, right? I mean, it's
turnovers, it's sacks, it's touchdowns over field goals, like it's all of those things, red zone.
Yep.
But turnover sure seemed like the number one biggest theme of the weekend, and I don't know whether you can always, at least on the team causing the turnovers, can you always sort of point to a reason why?
No.
Hard to do. I mean, look, Lamar barely turned it over all year. He had a couple in this game. Same with Jared Goff. I think you could point at it and say the better quarterback won each game. I think you could certainly still look at quarterbacks. Look, say what you want about Jared Goff. It's not like his ability has never been in question. It wasn't that long ago that half the league, and more than that, thought Jared Goff was a stiff that didn't really belong as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
He was sent packing out of L.A.
Took a team to a Super Bowl, and Sean McVay still said, "I need more."
Yeah, I'm out. I don't want this. I can't wait to get rid of this guy. I mean, Lamar and Josh Allen, take your pick, but Josh certainly played like the better quarterback in that game. Mahomes over Stroud.
Yeah.
No shot at C.J. Stroud, but he's Patrick Mahomes.
He's 7-0 in that round.
I mean, that's something worth pointing out.
That's pretty good.
And at this stage in their career, Jalen Jalen Hurts and Matt Stafford, there's probably an argument to be made for each of them. They're different types of quarterbacks. But the way Jalen Hurts fits that team, I think is pretty perfect. I know you aren't necessarily as big a fan.
No, he's just kind of, and it's almost just demeanor, right? It's almost one of those things I talked about all the time of the guy that elevates that team. The guy that should be, I think third in this MVP chase is their running back.
Yeah.
Saquon is
But
the
maybe
guy.
they need it that way. Maybe it works better for that team in
Maybe
that
that's
city.
just his personality, because it was kind of that way at Alabama. It was kind of that way at Oklahoma. It's been kind of that way. He kind of came on the scene. It was just electrifying. And now he just feels like he's just been so physically and just like emotionally beat up and all the stuff you got to deal with.
I think he's a pretty real dude. I like him a lot. I like Jalen Hurts. I always have. So I am a fan. I liked his post-game interview. You're usually the big post-game interview guy more than me, but I like that post-game interview where they're asking about the snow. And at first he starts with the canned answer, right? He's like, we'll play in rain and snow or this, whatever. Like, yeah, all right, whatever.
Did you see what some of the guys
But then he jumped in. Did you hear the second part of it?
Yeah, did you see some of the guys around the league tweeting about it? They're like, oh, that perk set in. That perk set in. And he got a little warm.
He got honest, and it was like, man, when I was a kid, I would set the Madden thing on snow and just play games like that because it's awesome.
Oh, it's awesome.
And he's right, and I really actually appreciated breaking character for a moment and just being real with us for just a sec at the end. And I think his running ability is such a compliment to that team and to Saquon and that line.
And his strength
just
and
works.
his toughness. It does. It plays. And therefore they're in this round. Were you having in any way, because I was seeing all over social media, man, it felt like a long time ago. This is the first time that it felt like, I don't know why, but this is the first time it felt like a long time ago, those NFC Championship games. Because it was like 10 years
here in Seattle, you mean?
And 11 years to the date of the tip, and then the Green Bay game. I'm like, man,
it's a long time.
Yeah,
it's a full decade.
Yes,
we were in our 30s.
Yes, for the first time watching these games, maybe it was watching young stars, watching a rookie quarterback, watching these young players, watching the league turn over, watching so many of these guys that weren't there. Right, there was no Mahomes a decade ago. There were so many of these are just new faces that for the first time. Those championship games, feel like they were a long time ago.
They do feel that way. Got to escape that mediocrity, Brock. It's a trap in the NFL. All right, coming up next, let's see, it's 7:30. Three guys that were very hard to watch this weekend. Before we get there, we'll give you everything you need to know, including why I broke my wedding ring in half this weekend. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Looking at who would be a restructure versus who would be a cap casualty. Your three biggest cap hits in order: Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. I think something happens with all three of those. Is there anybody that stands out to you?
Noah Fant. I feel like you've got some other options there, but Uchenna is the one. Even though, it says you could save almost $15 million if you released him after June 1st. I think Uchenna is one of those leaders on the team.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big chunk of money.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know that nationwide, our clinics have a 4.7 out of 5-star rating on Google. This tells you that our patients are really seeing results. Here's what some of them are saying. The results are close to phenomenal. On top of that, the staff and the scheduling are top-notch, and my technician is a consummate professional. Another patient said, I called numerous clinics, and West Coast was by far the best. The other places wouldn't give me any information over the phone, but West Coast answered all of my questions. My wife and I were skeptical, but we've already noticed the difference. This was a game changer for us. West Coast Men's Health has helped thousands of men reverse their ED using acoustic wave therapy. No pills or shots necessary. Give us a call today so we can help you too.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful...
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Do you leave your car running unoccupied to warm up or stay warm during the winter? Don't do it. Car thieves call those steamers. They're watching for you and they'll steal your car before you know it. Every winter, Washington sees an uptick in auto theft, and a major reason is steamers. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. Don't get caught with your car running. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority. If it's a new year and a new you, it begins with a new car. At Toyota of Kirkland, they're ready for your resolutions. Come see the beautiful showroom and wonderful team at Toyota of Kirkland to kick off 2025. Check out the wide selection of Tundras, Tacomas, and RAV4s. Get electrified in your ride with Toyota of Kirkland's inventory of Prius and the BZ4X. The best way to start the new year is by visiting Toyota of Kirkland in person or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, championship weekend is now set. 3 of the top 4 seeds will meet with the chance to get to New Orleans. We'll start at the end because that was supposed to be the game of the weekend. Was it? Kind of. I wouldn't say it quite delivered, but it came close. Lamar struggled early, couple of turnovers in the first half. Josh Allen did his thing, huge touchdown at the end of that half. But Ravens defense steps up at the beginning of the second. Lamar gets a couple chances. And then it was just the unfortunate problems of Mark Andrews hanging on to the ball. What was he doing on that fumble? Where are you going?
I don't know.
Just go to the ground. You're an old tight end. What, you're going to juke everybody? Go to the ground.
I watched Kelsey the day before. Kelsey looked right from the fountain of youth.
No. Yeah. Just go to the ground, man. And then, unfortunately, after Lamar had gotten them to within 2 with a sweet drive, great pass to Likely for the touchdown, 2-point conversion went like this.
Roll, flip it, got it. Oh, the ball was dropped. He had the 2-point conversion in his hands.
It woke up Jim Nantz, Brock.
Yeah. Gosh. So Gigi and Papa down there in Arizona, you're going to see him next month, spring training.
Can't wait.
Guess who their dentist is? Mark Andrews' sister.
Oh, wow.
Mark Andrews' sister.
Surprised I didn't guess
So I was thinking of his poor sister last night.
Well,
his poor mom and dad.
Maybe
his brother.
sister could have called him and said, hey, dude, you got to go meet the media after that game.
Gosh,
you can't go just hide. You got to go talk to everybody afterwards. Don't like that.
Nope.
I don't think they win even if he catches that ball. Like, I honestly think you're giving Josh Allen a minute and a half. Like, all he needs is a field goal, but you got to catch that ball.
Yep.
You got to catch that ball. Bills move on, and it's going to be a rematch with the Chiefs in Kansas City. Chiefs didn't look dominant in their win over Houston. It's kind of what it's been all year for them. Good, not great, but they find ways to win. They didn't, not a ton of yards, not a lot of scoring, but they held on to the ball. They didn't turn it over, made a couple big special teams plays. How much do you think the refs factored in?
They factored in. They're still going to beat them. Right? I mean, it's not like, oh my gosh, Houston got robbed. I think you sacked C.J. Stroud 8 times. Like, they couldn't handle the pressure. Late game, Mahomes knows what to do. But yeah, those were 2 pretty ridiculous calls.
Of all the things you've ever been right about in your life, your pre-draft analysis of Will Anderson might be the most accurate and correct you've ever been on anything. He is a difference maker.
Yes, he is.
Wow. He is an absolute game changer at defensive end. He might be the best in the league at that position right now. He's certainly got to be in the conversation. He is a heck of a player.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, NFC side, half chalk, half not. It was the Commanders who pulled off the epic upset. And I wouldn't say they made it look easy, but it didn't come down to the wire, right? The offense was just incredible. 5 touchdowns. They ran for 182 yards. Jaden Daniels threw for 299. But turnovers were immense. Jared Goff, 3 picks, and then throw in 1 more for J-Mo.
Any of these sets of downs. Oh, look at this trick lead. Jameson Williams has it. Look at the throw. Go for it. Intercepted. Mikey Sabersill has it. There's a penalty. Hang on a second.
Yeah, it was just an illegal man downfield. Didn't matter. I don't like to criticize trick plays when they don't work and love them when they do, but there's different types of trick plays. The one they ran earlier, which was sort of like a double handoff, like, okay, fine. The one that involves Jameson Williams throwing the ball down the
based
field?
on Jameson Williams' judgment in life.
Exactly.
Judgment, celebrations, judgments. I don't know if I want him in that moment making the most critical judgment of the game. Of run it or throw it. I think I'd probably put that in somebody else's hands.
I think that's really well said.
Or you know what? Just continue to run Jahmyr Gibbs because he was like Tecmo Bowl. He was like Bo Jackson in Tecmo Bowl. He was at a speed that nobody else could keep up with. That dude was just out of this world. And when I say to you, Salk, you know what I love? Offenses that dictate. That's what Cliff Kingsbury in Washington did. Mm-hmm. Detroit couldn't be right. It was a numbers game all game long. I thought Tom Brady did a pretty good job explaining that at times and just showing in their RPO scheme, QB run game, like, what are you going to do? I mean, poor Aaron Glenn, sheesh, some of that momentum of going to be a head coach in New York or, some of the places he's interviewed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, he didn't have the personnel ultimately at the end either, but that was quite a show by Jaden and Cliff.
Well, it was a pretty good show by Jalen Carter in the other game. Was he the best player on the field? Certainly on their defense. Saquon was pretty awesome. Jalen Hurts did what he needed to do, and Philly ends up advancing. So they're going to host Washington now in what is essentially another divisional game.
Yeah, 3rd time. Split over the course of the season. Jaden had 5 touchdowns in one of the matchups, and it's not good. It looks like the early forecast, not like that, 40 degrees or so. So it shouldn't be like an overwhelmingly bitterly cold, which Philadelphia, I think, would be rooting for big time against a red hot Washington team.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
One more big game tonight. Ohio State, Notre Dame, national championship in Atlanta. We're going to try to check in with G tomorrow, but that's celebration pending. Two teams that aren't really quarterback driven. I think that's maybe the most interesting part of this matchup for me.
Agreed. Two teams that I don't know if they don't make the playoff if it's a 4-team playoff. How about that? If we were still just in that 4-team playoff, they wouldn't be on this stage. But with the expanded playoffs, they get in. They're really two teams that just team does and is the key word.
Mm-hmm.
Together, everyone achieves more. It's just all of them together. Ohio State, many of them battle-tested through the years, took that Michigan game, and look at what they have done. That'd be my only concern for Ohio State is you get Tennessee, just a marquee game at home. Then you got the Rose Bowl, and then you got Texas in the Cotton Bowl. Like, man, you're just having to play game after game after game after game against the biggest and the best, and now a Notre Dame team in a national championship game yet again. So we'll see. We'll see. Notre Dame feels like a team of destiny. Ohio State is the better roster. I think ultimately that does win out, but hopefully it will be a highly, highly contested battle.
A Kraken, nice win over LA on Saturday. A little hat trick for Jaden Schwartz. They'll play an MLK Day matinee at home against Buffalo this afternoon. I won't be able to see it. I'll be at the Ice Complex, Kraken Ice Complex in Northgate, Brock.
Yeah.
The Voyager Cup Championship at 1:45.
What?
Yes, the Seattle Junior Kraken Navy team against the Seattle Junior Kraken Red team.
Oh, when those two teams get together, throw the records out.
Throw
blows.
That is everything you need to know. I will say, that's how I broke my wedding ring this weekend. Great tournament, all women, different ages. It was great. It goes from, I think, 8U up to 14U. So 8, 10, 12, and 14. So 4 different age groups. All women, all girls hockey. And there was a team down from Juneau, Alaska, to play. Yeah. So it was mostly local teams that we've seen before, and then a team down from Juneau that had a girl that was like, I don't know, 6'4", 230. I mean, she was huge. She was gigantic compared to everyone else. And, so... And she could, she's like shooting rockets for old school hockey fans. It was like playing against Al Iafrate. She's just like, I swear, the first goal they scored against our goalie, who's excellent. I think the girl ducked because the puck was coming straight at her head at 100 miles an hour. So anyway, they get up 2-0 early first period, and we're like, oh man, this is going to be this team. And they fought back, Brock, and they tie it at 2, and they finally ended up scoring to win 4-3 with just a couple minutes left. I'm banging on the glass because we're all standing around, and not even that hard.
What?
But I'm all right. I'm going ape nuts crazy, as Brock Heward once said.
Thank you.
And we're all banging on the glass.
Thank you.
And my wedding ring snapped in half just being banged on the glass.
Wow.
Crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, so the game is coming to an end, right? And there's like, I don't know, as you're watching the clock and just waiting for it to end and seeing if you can just survive the last couple of seconds. You know what I did, right?
Oh, no.
I mean, I assume you know.
Oh, no.
10 seconds left. Do you believe in miracles? Yes! Dude, it was. I've been to hockey games my entire life. I've been to Stanley Cup games. I've been to games in Boston and Montreal and rivalry games and all of those things. It was top 5 hockey game I've ever seen in terms of excitement. It was amazing.
Salk, are you becoming that guy?
Huh?
Do I have to start worrying about you?
Maybe.
Do I have to start worrying about you?
Yeah. You might need to start worrying about me.
Do I need to come to a game with you? And
honestly,
make sure?
you don't. It's the moms.
Sure?
No, the moms have to go sit by themselves. They're not allowed to be with everybody else. There's 2 or 3 moms that are like, yeah, we're gonna go sit over here. We can't be around it.
Is there a bar at the complex?
There is upstairs.
Yes, there always is a bar.
I guess there were some people who hit up the 32 afterwards. Yep, there we go. By the way, Cecily, leading assist getter in the entire tournament so far.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, pretty good. 1 goal, 5 assists. We'll see if she can finish it up. All right, maybe we'll reference some of them a little bit later. Brock, there were 3 guys playing this weekend that got under my skin, and I'll explain why next. I'm Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
CBS's Jonathan Jones says the Seahawks have interviewed Byron Leftwich for their offensive coordinator job. What's the real headline?
File this under the experienced candidate. Bump, why do you think that they reached out to Byron Leftwich?
You look at what he did with Tampa Bay. Granted, he has the greatest quarterback of all time over there. They were second in passing, first in pass attempts. When it comes to running the football, 32nd in the league. That is last, Stacy. When it comes to rushing yards.
32.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, it's Mike Salk here, and I've been telling people that all over the Northwest, we're going to see folks lose 20, 30 pounds just within the next few weeks. They're going to do it by starting Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and make that their New Year's resolution. If you tried to lose weight and now you're almost 3 weeks into it and it's not going the way you wanted it to, here's what you got to do. Just call them. A free 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started, and then just see if you're interested in the program for there. It really can help. Take that time, just 15 minutes, and do something for yourself today. I did the program. I immediately lost 10 pounds in the first week. 35 pounds overall. It took me all of 8 weeks. That's it. Here's what I didn't have to do. I didn't have to fight for space in the gym. I didn't have to take pills or injections or surgery or eat bland boxed meals that didn't taste good. Nope. Just delicious recipes, a group to offer support and accountability, an easy-to-follow plan that really did work. Do it for yourself. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Don't let a 15-minute phone call hold you back. Do it now. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cressy Garage Doors. If you're in the market for new garage doors, Cressy Door has been offering quality service since 1952. Best selection, best price. Cressy Door.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. The treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
G. Scott here to share how you can help the Southern California Fire Disaster Relief Campaign to support communities affected by the Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires. Through January, you can make a difference by donating at your neighborhood Safeway checkout. 100% of your contributions will benefit food banks, shelters, and nonprofits providing essential aid, including food, shelter, and financial assistance for those impacted. Together, we can bring hope and relief to our neighbors. To support families in need, donate at your local Safeway today.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Three guys were a little hard for me to watch this weekend, Brock, not gonna lie.
Okay.
Jalen Carter, Jared Verse, Mikey Samerso.
Okay, before we get to those three and we dig into this, let me just say, the more you share these stories, both on and off the air, I said to you, I feel like the AFC champion or the NFC championship games of the Niners and Packers felt a long time ago. Is you're sharing these stories. It was about the same vintage that I was at the stage you're at right now, where my kids were like 9U, 10U, 11U, playing basketball, club soccer, parents, fans, opponents, teams from out of state.
It's good stuff, man.
It is so good.
Yeah, there's some good stuff, man. It's quite the collection of characters.
Yeah.
It really is.
Kind of surprised we haven't seen like sitcoms about this.
Oh,
like
good
you
call.
Like you got The Office, right? And all the Office dynamics. I feel like over there could be like through the years.
So, you know what, Brock? In 16 years, that might be your best idea I've ever heard from you.
Correct.
You're absolutely right.
You could follow them from like 8U, 9. You got just these
youth sports.
You got those parents, and then you got those distant, franchise parents, and then you got the
ones who are desperate to make their kid into a college athlete.
And you got the wonder kid that is just so talented.
Yep.
You just have all these different characters and opportunities, and I'm kind of surprised.
But the parents are really the show. I mean, the kids are great.
Well, then you get a grandpa,
awesome.
And then you get a Grandpa Mike, or a Grandpa Chuck that are sitting down the third baseline, or and you get their filterless comments too.
Oh yeah,
it gets real good.
Oh yeah,
real good.
Yeah, there's Then maybe you get parental beef, and one mom was a little too excited.
I'm gonna call Benetti later. Benetti does some script writing. He's got some stuff in the hopper. Yeah, I think maybe we.
Does he have kids?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, you need somebody with kids to really write that.
Yes.
Huh. Well, I'm into this idea now. I actually do know some screenwriters, and there's a couple people that maybe would want to hear about this plan. All right. Well, Brock, thank you. I'll try to poke some more fun over the course of the day. But Jalen Carter, Jared Verse, Mikey Samerso. That trio could all be Seahawks if you had spun it all around a little bit differently. And this is not a shot, and I know it's going to come off that way. This is not a shot at Byron Murphy or Devin Witherspoon. Both of them are really good players, and they may eventually be a big part of taking this team to the promised land. So there are a lot of ways to build a team. But you could have done it with those three guys. You could have. You got good players. Again, those two guys are really good. But you could have drafted Jalen Carter, number 5. You could have taken a cornerback like Mikey Samersill the next year later in the draft. He went number 50, 45 picks after where Devin Witherspoon went. I love Devin Witherspoon. I feel like he was overdrafted. And you could have taken Murphy. You could have taken Jared Verse instead of Byron Murphy. And I love Byron Murphy, but Jared Verse is a complete game wrecker. He changes the game. And you would have him just sort of as an extra guy right? I mean, like you're talking about getting those 3, and you could have used second-round picks on other stuff. Like there's a lot more you could have done.
Yeah, it's interesting. I got just a tweet this morning. You're on this tweet as well. You got tagged on this and a bunch of others. Some fella named Darius Dell says, won't let you esteem members of the sports media forget that instead of drafting Jalen Carter, and you're forgetting Nolan Smith as well that year. So could have drafted Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. Seahawks go Spoon and JSN, right? And then you go the following year, and obviously what Jared did this year compared to Mr. Murphy, yeah, very, very different. And, that plays to what Daniel Jeremiah said about Philadelphia. You can never, ever, ever have enough big difference makers and big people.
Well, and especially it's where you're drafting them. Mikey Samersill is an absolute difference maker.
Yep.
As can Devin Witherspoon be, although, again, I think you got to pick, we were discussing last week who the stars were in town, and someone said, Devin Witherspoon. I'm like, look, I'm sorry, he's not. You got to pick the ball off if you want to be a star. You'd be a really good player without that. But if you want to play cornerback, you got to pick the ball off. You got to cause turnovers. That's what the star corners do. Well, we didn't do that, unfortunately. I mean, he's done a lot of other great things, and he's the type of player and personality that people rally around. I don't know. I think Mikey Samersill does a lot of that too. And he did it as the 50th pick in the draft instead of the 5th pick in the draft. And it's not like that was a great mystery. I had watched all of 2 Michigan games leading into that draft, and my thought was that he was going to be that kind of guy. So again, is it criticism? I guess if you want to take it that way, it's criticism. To me, it's just about roster building, and all of this comes back to the same conversation. It's the same reason that I've beat the drum on DK Metcalf and make a portion of you guys incredibly aggravated every time I do and think that I don't like the guy, or that I don't like Devin Witherspoon, or that I like all those guys. But when you get up near the top of the draft, you got to take players that play the most important positions and do it in a unique way. And Jalen Carter was one of those guys. And Jared Verse is one of those guys. And I don't know whether Byron Murphy is. And while I absolutely think Devin Witherspoon can be a really good player, I think you can get guys like that later in the draft.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be an interesting one to do just a straw poll around the league. And now Jalen Carter was first team All-Pro. Jalen Carter was incredibly impactful. You watched Jalen Carter yesterday. I mean, just kind of take over in big moments and wreck that game at the line of
Here's what the
scrimmage.
poll would have to be. Would you rather have, and I know it's not exact, but essentially, would you rather have Jalen Carter, Mikey Samersill, and Jared Verse, or would you rather have Byron Murphy, Devin Witherspoon, and Derek Hall? You'd still have JSN. You'd still have your wide receiver. It wouldn't affect that. Second round pick, man. Maybe it's Zach Charbonnet. Take your pick. One of those two, Charbonnet, or because you could still have the other one.
Yeah, Devin's hard for me. I think there's a really good debate. I don't think that one is black and white. I really don't.
I don't either.
Because Devin plays 2 positions. Because Devin is pound for pound the most electrifying player on your team, and just elevates when you listen to Big Cat, when you listen to these guys, when you listen to Ernest. These guys that have been around the league and play at a really high level, and they point to him is like the dude that, when he plays like that, it just electrifies everybody. And what they did over the final 8 to 10 weeks of the season, Salk. So that one to me one's a little tougher debate. I still think that, and time will tell. I think some of the fear with Jalen was it had to be the right environment. You had to go to a really mature place. You had to have pieces around him. You had to have, some. Now, could Leonard have done that and put him, maybe, but we'll see over the course of time. That one doesn't rub me as much as maybe the Jared
It's not that
Verse
it
does.
rubs me the wrong way. It's that you could look at it and build your team in a different manner. This is why these conversations get uncomfortable quickly, and why I get a bad rep. And I think it's a little unfair. I don't think Devin Witherspoon's a bad pick, nor do I think he's a bad player. I think he's great. I'm with you, man. He's a blast to watch. He seems like an awesome dude. His coach is clearly in love with him for a lot of good reasons and is trying to bring out the most of him. There's a lot of great reasons why to love him. And if he'd been available at the 20th pick, 15th pick, maybe, I'm right there with you. You have the top 5 pick in the draft. You can't take a corner. I just don't buy it. And if you do take a corner in that spot, he better get his hand on 10 balls a year.
Does it say anything to you, though, that defensive tackle was the most glaring need by a landslide for the Seahawks in that draft, and they still didn't take Jalen Carter? It's something to me feels like they were not inspired by the meetings they had.
They
with
had
him.
significant character issues there and significant worries about giving that dude $27 million guaranteed dollars.
And we're 2 years into it, and
the
there's not
judgment
been
that
a
he
problem, and he's been one of the best players in the league.
Mm-hmm. That was their feeling and their judgment. And I think the pushback would also be, I think maybe justified at times, Salk, with some of the decisions. I think that the folks at the Seahawks would say, well, hold on a second. We paid Leonard Williams more than anybody we've ever paid in 15 years, and he's been worth every single dollar. We drafted Byron Murphy when everybody in the league wanted him and tried to come up and trade with us for him. So back to back, the biggest decisions we made. And, oh, by the way, we took Boye Mafe in the second round. We came up and drafted Derek Hall in the second round, right? We trade a fourth rounder for Ernest Jones. We know that front seven, especially with Mike McDonald, is going to be the most important thing to continue to reinforce and reinforce and reinforce.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's not that they got it wrong.
It's that others get it right.
It's that they could have gotten it more right.
I think
that's
Bobby,
how I'm looking at it.
You got Richard, you got KJ. It's like your first go around. How do you think people in Arizona and LA and San Fran looked at that? How many GMs ran out of all of those places because you couldn't do what Pete and John did? You couldn't find Cam Chancellor in the fifth round, or Richard Sherman, or KJ Wright, or how are these guys continuing to do that and Russell Wilson in the third round? That cost a lot of people their jobs. Russell Wilson went in the third. Why didn't you take him in the second?
Right.
You had conviction about, he's too short. Well, it cost you your job in some of these places. And ultimately, when these dudes go on and Sainer still is an absolute difference maker there in the second round.
Is Sainer still not a pretty good comp to Devin Witherspoon?
Yes.
They're not exactly the same, but aren't they like...
Yeah,
if
they're
you
a
had
nickel corner. Yeah.
They've got a lot in common.
Yeah. He played nickel at Michigan, and people thought, maybe he didn't have the length or the size or some of those. Yep.
He does. He's been really, really good as a rookie, and we'll see where it goes from there. Jalen Carter, you can talk about the problems he had, but he hasn't shown those problems in the NFL, albeit playing in kind of a crazy place in Philly. I know he's got some help around him, but that's a bit of a pressure cooker. You've seen what it does to A.J. Brown and other, it can be a tough place to play.
Yep.
And then Jared Verse has just been a monster as a rookie, another guy that's going to be among the top pass rushers in the game. The other one that's frustrating, and this is no one's fault, is just what happened at the end of that season where Houston converted that fourth and forever, ended up beating whoever it was. Yep. And then the pick you had from the Broncos dropped, 3 spots? 2 spots?
Yeah.
I think you would have been number 3. Instead, you ended up at number 5.
Yep.
And you probably have Will Anderson.
You do have Will Anderson.
And he's unbelievable. Yeah. He is an absolute, because the first 2 guys are going to be quarterbacks.
Yep.
And then you probably have Will Anderson. Oh, man. And that's no one's fault. That's not a shot at anybody. It's just, God, that's too bad. Yeah. Because he is a complete difference maker, Brock. Absolute difference maker.
Yeah, he's like Von Miller fast, and then he's just got some kind of physical. Oh man, he's a different dude, and he's just
special.
The opposite end of that. You checked every single character box, everything you'd ever want in the kind of leader and the kind of person he is as well.
Well, I hope these guys work out. I hope Byron Murphy and I hope Spoon. I hope those guys turn out to be tremendous players. So far, they're good. I have no problems with any of them. They're good players. But watching some of those guys playing on divisional round weekend, and in many cases winning their games, and in other cases being the dominant force in winning their games, it's all hard to see. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, let's start here. Hold on. I thought I had this on here. I need to pull this up. Give me just a moment. I'm sorry. I screwed this up.
I know. I texted it to you.
It was a text issue.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
put your Ebenezer's on.
All right.
By the way, you are down some pounds. You're looking good.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. Working hard.
I know you had lunch on Friday with an old high school college football coach.
I did.
What'd you learn?
Yeah, this guy's been a lot of different places. It was pretty fascinating. And whether it is the NFL level to these conversations we just had, whether it's the collegiate level with the transfer portal and then free agency, and what you're seeing at the high school level. They really started about 10, 15 years ago in Southern California, Salt, between Mater Dei and Bosco and all these schools. The transferring already happened there. Schools and states and districts that have open enrollment, it's already happened and been happening. And he said if he could go back in time, he'd been a head coach at the college level and a coordinator at a bunch of prominent spots. He said, I would have gone about just so differently and realized that every single year is all about talent acquisition. That it really trying to build this culture and trying to do this thing over 2, 3, 4 years. It doesn't work. It doesn't work at the NFL level. It doesn't work at the college level. And doesn't even really work at the high school level. Well, I could just kind of build this guy and we're going to develop him. And he's a project and, 3, 4. And it's frankly why some of the high school recruiting is really hard on high school kids. Because, that kid that was a project 10, 15, 20 years ago, you're going to have to go play small college and maybe go in the portal, and then you can start bouncing around and dancing around, and it is just it's a talent acquisition game, and it's heightened the most at the college level where there is freedom every single year with this portal. But I think in much the same vein at the NFL level, we can just develop this culture. No. You develop talent and you acquire talent and you make sure you have the single most talented roster any given season, because tomorrow in no way in sports today at any level is promised.
All right, question number 2. 8 quarterbacks played this past weekend. If Geno had been in there, where would he have ranked?
Yeah, I think he's in that group with Goff, Hurts, and Stroud. I don't think that there is that big of a gap. I didn't sit there and watch these games this weekend and go, and Geno couldn't play at this level. Yep, this is too big, too fast, too strong. He's obviously not Mahomes. Nobody is. 7 straight AFC championship games.
That's remarkable.
Unbelievable. We never, ever thought we would see another Tom Brady. Another one getting to kind of that level, and Mahomes is getting there quicker. Can he sustain for 20-something years? We'll see. But my gosh, the early part of the marathon, he's actually ahead of Tom with 7 straight. And poised to win a 3rd straight, never done before ever. So obviously he's not Mahomes. He's not Lamar, Josh Allen, or Jaden Daniels, who's just raw physical speed, strength, size is different. But is there that much difference with C.J. Stroud? Honestly, I think they're very similar. I said this to you 2 years ago when Stroud came out. He's got great base. He's got really good fundamentals. He's got a super quick release. He's accurate when he can set his feet. And when he's not getting sacked, he was sacked more times than Geno this year. Oh, why did CJ have a sophomore slump? I don't know. Get sacked 60 times and see how you play down in, down out, series in, series out. Yeah, and we talked about Hurts. We'll get to him a little more in takeaways. And then, like Jared Goff, obviously forced the issue and started pressing, trying to force things to happen rather than let the game get to him, which was Geno's biggest bugaboo in moments and certainly in the red zone. So, I didn't watch those games thinking Geno doesn't belong. I think he's certainly in with that cast of characters right there.
Yeah, he'd rank 9th.
I don't know about that.
Of those 8, he would rank number 9. I think if you took a poll around the league, it would be fairly clear. He would rank 9.
If you're looking for the long term and, can you build around this guy? Absolutely, because he's going to be 35.
He'd rank 9.
In any single season. If you plugged him in there, would it look different in Houston or Philly or Detroit with him? I don't think it'd look that much different.
Question number 3. Jaden Daniels, just a revelation, man. Unbelievable. What is it that he's doing that is allowing him to be this successful?
Yeah, there's 2 things that just jump out, and especially for young players. One of the most difficult periods making the transition from high school to college, and then even more so college to pro, is the blitz packages. You play in high school and it's like, okay, this team's going to do this blitz or they're going to do that blitz. And you're going to study them, and I don't know, there's going to be 4 or 5 blitzes that most defenses in high school can maybe get to. And you get to college, maybe that doubles, right? Maybe you're looking at 10 to 15 because of the spread and the tempo and the space. There's only so many things you can do. Get to the NFL game, very different. I remember some of my first blitz periods, I was like, I got no chance. Like, what? Peyton's redirecting the mic and doing all this and seeing all of that. Like, how do you process all of that? Jaden is shredding that blitz. The system helps. It's not the most complex. There is a lot of college elements with their RPO and their spread and their gun all the time, but the dude is absolutely massacring blitzes. The second thing he's doing, Saul, better than anybody in the league. Washington's current offensive line. This was a tweet I saw over the weekend. Their left tackle, a third-round rookie. Their left guard, a seventh-rounder.
Wow.
Their center, a fourth-round free agent signing. Their right guard, an undrafted free agent because Cosme blew out his knee. He was a second-rounder. And the right tackle is an undrafted free agent. He's taking a bunch of spare parts on the offensive line, as is Cliff Kingsbury within their RPO scheme, and he's minimizing their weakness in ways that very few, if anyone, in the NFL is doing.
Great stuff. That is today's Blue 88 every morning, of course, at 7:45. And glad we're in here today. I know it's a holiday for a lot of people around, and I hope you're enjoying what may be a day off for you. Well-deserved, and a great day to honor the legacy of Martin Luther King, but also a day following the divisional round of the playoffs. And so here we are, chatting with you guys and talking some football today, and I'm glad we are.
I know we'll get to this again in some takeaways as well, but we go an hour here, and as hard as that was on Detroit, that was best case for your Seahawks.
Yes,
like if you want to look
sure.
through just total Seahawk optics and prism this morning, like what did you need to have happen for the whole coaching carousel? And if indeed there is a Hank Fraley, I reached out to Pelissaro late last night and just said, hey, have you heard anything? Is Fraley making a visit as some of these other guys have for second interviews?
I gotta imagine he's going to.
As of last night, that was not happening. That doesn't mean we could see a report in 20 minutes. But as of last night, there was nothing new on that front. But at least, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn and now Hank Fraley, and it just gets the whole thing spinning a lot faster. Because if they win, that's going to slow down the process that much more. Now I think a domino falls, coordinators start to go, we kind of get this thing going, and time's important, as we saw last year. Seahawks played catch up big time because they didn't have staff settled till mid to late February. Don't want that. You want these people as much as you can on the same page. The Senior Bowl is next week? So you'd like to just, start to formulate this thing. And the fact Detroit lost actually advantaged Seahawks and many others looking to round out their staffs.
All right. A lot more football to come. As I said, we'll do takeaways. Brock, you just mentioned it at 8:30. All the takeaways from this weekend. I might disagree with you on one that I know has been important to you. So we'll see where that goes. And then before we get there,
what is going on, dude? Seriously. This is unlike anything we've seen.
Is everything irreparably broken? We will discuss next on Brock and Salk Sales Sports on 710 and SeattleSports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've been talking about options at quarterback, playing out the hypothetical that the Seahawks move on from Geno. What about the greatest quarterback in the history of this organization?
Dave Craig?
The greatest,
I think he's a little old, Bob.
Most accomplished Seahawk quarterback ever, Russell Wilson.
I'm really excited for you to talk right now, Bob, so I can check the text line. Because I can't wait to see what people are saying about Russ.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo.
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
It's time to vote for the top athletes and sports stories of 2024. Be part of history and help choose the sports stars of the year from a knockout roster representing the best in Washington sports. Cast your vote for the sports story of the year. Was it the Seawolves playoff run, the Kraken making history, or UW rowing dominating the Olympics? You decide. Vote now at seattlesports.org and enter for a chance to see the winners announced live at the 90th Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight, but without support, it can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients in our community. Help us make a difference by joining us at Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and community on February the 1st at the Hollywood Schoolhouse in Woodinville. Get your tickets now for February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Saul.
While you were sleeping, the Dodgers just kept amassing forces, Brock. A couple more on Friday and over the weekend. First, Hiroki Sasaki signs there, choosing L.A. over San Diego or Toronto. And then it's left-handed fireball reliever Tanner Scott, who is also going to be a Dodger after he couldn't figure it out with the Cubs. And so,
by the way, 4 years, 72, 18 per.
For
4
a
years for a reliever,
For a
closer.
reliever.
I mean, pretty one of the best. But 4 years, 72 million. 4 years, 72 million.
Yeah. What?
Honestly, is this what for those of you that were the previous generation or the one before that? Is this what it was like? Like
Red Sox, Yankees?
When you talk to your dad, like back in the day, is this what it was like when they just had an owner that just bought everything? We're just going to buy everything.
Well, it wasn't that really. I mean, I don't think it really went this way.
Was this the Steinbrenner way? Is this like
not until the late 90s, 2000s?
Really?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that payroll was such a big difference until then. That's when, I mean, my understanding of it is that Yes Network and then eventually NESN, the two RSNs owned by the Yankees and the Red Sox, were sort of the first of their kind to really change the game. Instead of having a TV deal that paid a certain amount of money, they were able to maximize profit by owning it themselves. And so they weren't just getting a cut from somebody else's station and getting a set paycheck. They were in the profit business. And so once their income started ratcheting up the way it did, and they did have wealthy owners who wanted to spend, it wasn't just the income, but that combination ended up making essentially a 2 or 3 tiered league. There was the Red Sox, Yankees, and then essentially everybody else for quite some time.
This feels like there's the Dodgers and nobody else.
Mets.
I guess.
I mean, Dodgers and Mets and everybody else. I mean, if you're a Dodger defender today, you're going, what are you talking about? We didn't even get Juan Soto.
I think Philly's near the $300 million kind of luxury tax or whatever it is as well. So throw those 3. But my goodness gracious, just whatever they want. Young, old, starter, reliever, bat, utility, like whatever you want, you get.
Mm-hmm.
And now have a rotation that is, you know, if a season ago, Salk, they had lost like 5 starters with injuries. Now they feel like they've got 7 or 8 starters, including their top 5 that are just about as elite and Cy Young award winners and flamethrowers and everything you need. And you got bats for days. Now you got reliever. Like it just, I mean, what are we doing?
They've essentially, and I don't blame anyone in the organization for doing it. It's awesome. They've built a near perfect team. And we'll see what happens. You know, the history of sports is littered with supposedly perfect teams that didn't work out and fell by the wayside.
Yeah, but many of those
this one won the championship last year.
That's exactly right.
I mean, this isn't like put together in 10 minutes.
This isn't the Philadelphia Eagles dream team, and we're going to assemble all these stars that haven't done it. Like
these guys have all done it together.
They've also developed some of their own.
It's perfect.
I mean, they got a farm system, and
they've created essentially the perfect baseball team. And they have some advantages. They are in one of the 2 biggest markets in the country. That matters. But what matters, I think, more than that, more than market size in this day and age, is TV deal.
Mm-hmm.
Their TV deal is better. I'm not going to get into all the details. I've talked to folks about it and heard some of it. It's just better. It pays them more money. So there's a 2-pronged issue with what's going on in baseball. One is certain franchises are bringing in significantly more money than others. The other, and this is the one you hear a lot about, is that certain owners are unwilling to spend money in order to get to that same spot. They're 2 separate, but I think very much related issues. Both of them are true. And then you'll hear the argument, well, the owners could spend more, they choose not to, and the owner fights back. And you saw, was it Ricketts this weekend in Chicago saying, hey, we're breaking even every year. And then the other people fight back and say, well, but the value of your franchise has gone up X, Y, and Z in this time, and it's enormous. And then Ricketts and the owners will fire back and be like, well, there's a big difference between value and cash flow. Mm-hmm. And ask anybody who owns a house here in Seattle whose house has gone up 100% in the last decade in value, but with inflation going up the way it has, is looking around and going, why am I still living paycheck to paycheck even though my house has doubled in value? Well, I don't want to sell my house, so the fact that it's worth a lot, oh, by the way, the interest rates have gone up, like, this is just a real world way of looking at it. This argument's going to keep going back and forth.
With, by the way, a bombshell looming.
Bigger than a bombshell. I mean, to me, this is the atomic bomb that is looming. A lockout, in my view, is coming in 2027 because I think there are enough owners now that are just done. They want a salary cap. This is, and they're looking at it and saying, this is stupid. All of the other sports have this. And because of it, other than basketball, which just has a small number of players issue on a team, all of the other sports are more competitive year to year and can get more people and more fans invested year to year than this one does.
Yep. And even the NBA, you got max contracts and certain number of aprons and all of these kind of built-in devices to try to level the playing field a little bit so one team cannot have what the Dodgers have, right, with 9 different stars in a payroll that's...
So I just want to be clear. This is not a Mariner conversation right now. Right now, this is a baseball conversation. This is not excusing the Mariners. This is a baseball conversation for a sport where, I mean, go if you're interested... I know there's a lot of people who will say the Mariners spend, the least amount of money in baseball. It's wrong objectively. And so, go look at the comments on Pittsburgh Pirate posts and look at that fan base that has just been unfortunately torn apart for decades now. Right. And they're just one of many. Oakland, obviously, we've talked about the problems in Florida, and et cetera. It goes on and on. This is a baseball problem where they need to find a way to get people in each city invested in the league year after year.
Yep, because, as we've talked about, this isn't an umbrella of your television in the old days, your cable deal that just, was the umbrella protection and protecting you. This is now, in the cord-cutting day and age, it's the game has changed.
Okay, but
you've got to have genuine interest, and you can't be the Chicago White Sox and the Tampa Bay in Minnesota. From a revenue standpoint, can't happen.
So Bob Nightingale was on with Bump and Stacy last week, and he did talk about this sort of looming change in the game.
Whoever you talk to, everybody's predicting doomsday. Okay, there's going to be a lockout, a labor war here, where it shuts down the game for a year or even 2 years. I can't see it, 2 years. But the owners are afraid of that. Okay, it's going to get ugly. There's too big a divide now between the haves and have-nots, and too many owners, outside the big boys, outside the Dodgers and Yankees and Mets, that are upset with the system, with what's going on now.
So that's going to change because at the end of the day, wealthy people want to stay wealthy, and I think that will eventually change, and the players aren't going to have enough leg to stand on because they're going to look around and go, wait a minute, these guys have more money to sit on than we do, and also we're the only sport in America that doesn't have some sort of a cap to try to make it work. But in the meantime, you got 2 years. Mm-hmm. That may very well be the case, and owners may be, stuffing their pockets to try to, squirrel away nuts for the future. But you still got 2 seasons to go. And if that's the case, and that's the direction many owners are going, and you're the Mariners baseball ops department, you got 2 years to make this happen, regardless of what that budget is. That's why I laid out the scenario I did on Friday, not because it's the only way or even that it would necessarily work. The scenario I laid out on Friday was this. Take Luis Castillo, trade him to the Blue Jays since they didn't get Roki Sasaki, get back Bo Bichette, save roughly $7 million, use that money plus some more to sign Pete Alonso for 3 years, $70 million, and then trade Mitch Haniger with a prospect or two in order to get back salary relief. And bang, you've completely changed your entire roster and capability for this year while not spending any more money. That you've got to be. I say it again, not because I'm convinced that's the way to save the Mariners. I was joking about that, but because it just points out the type of thinking you need to do if you're the baseball ops department, and you've got to fix this.
Can I make one point here on the whole Tanner Scott Dodgers thing here?
Go ahead, 2 plates.
So he wanted to be a Cub. I don't know if you guys saw this, but he openly said, the Cubs were my first choice. Mm-hmm. The reason he isn't a Cub is because they would not give him that 4th year. The Dodgers had this offer on the table sitting around for weeks, and he had to take it because the Cubs wouldn't give him the 4th year. He got way more money with the Dodgers, which goes back to what I think is the whole problem here. And I know there's teams that have more TV money than others, but I think the problem is baseball needs more $200 million payrolls, not $300 million. You want to be mad at the Dodgers for trying to win? Fine. I don't know
how
the
salary cap comes with a salary floor. I mean, that's what helps these things. It brings the Dodgers. No one's mad at the Dodgers, by the way.
Some people are.
I'm not mad at the Dodgers. I just said what they're doing is incredible. They put together a super team.
Be envious. Be jealous.
Absolutely.
Don't be mad.
I'm not mad at them. But baseball at some point needs to step in and say, how are we going to make this right for all of the teams?
Yeah.
That's not the Dodgers' fault. It's the A's fault, and it's the Pirates' fault, and the Rays' fault, and everything else.
I think it's more than that.
Let me throw one other question at you. I don't know the case here, but this is my memory of the last big hockey lockouts. That's like over 20 years ago now. There were teams that sort of had a sense of what was coming with that lockout and tried to plan for what they thought might be the case afterwards. Mm-hmm. Let's say you're the Cubs, okay? And you think there's going to be 2 years of baseball and then a year of a lockout, and then they're going to come back in what would be the 4th year of that Tanner Scott deal. And you think when they come back, there's going to be a completely new system with a salary cap in place. And you don't want at that point to have any $17 million plus attached to a reliever who at that point is probably going to be in the back end of his lifespan as a pitcher. Is there anything to be said for that? I'm not saying that that's like the right way to handle it, but I wonder if that's in the back of their mind.
Well, and I wonder if you're a Mariner fan, and I know that many of them believe this, then go all in for 2 years. Go pay Bregman 2 years, $80 million. Go pay Pete Alonso 2 years, $80 million. Right? Go do something for 2 years on the short end, or 1 year. Like, if the market continues to be this way for the next 20-something days or month as we get into spring training, and some of these guys are out there, why not do an incredibly short deal and try to take advantage of the market in that way?
I think my answer to your question, Salk, is maybe you're right, but it still just rubs me the wrong way that the Cubs are a $4 billion franchise in a massive market that wouldn't give a top reliever one extra year.
And, I think you can get it wrong. I was in Boston at the time, and the Bruins bet all of their whole everything on this is what it's going to look like when they came out of the lockout, and it didn't look that way. And they were awful. For the next few years, they'd built this pretty good team that was terrible. So I'm not saying that's the right way to handle it, but it's something that's been in the back of my mind is I wonder if some of these owners think, hey, this is all about to change. I got to just sort of, suffer through 2 more years, deal with a lockout year, and then everything's going to change after that. We'll see. We're super late. We got to come right back with everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
Hey, you. I knew I'd find you back in the same aisle. What are you looking for today? More fiber? More laxatives? More of the same ways to manage your constipation? Look, if your constipation with belly pain keeps coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. Ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works, and you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Parango and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the weekend was everything it was supposed to be. I don't know if it was like the world's greatest football weekend, but it certainly didn't disappoint. Some really good football games and important results, and some championship weekend matchups now set. Brock, do you like the two matchups?
I did. Did it feel like, and I guess we can do this in 15 minutes with our playoff takeaways, did it reinforce, just big picture, did it reinforce anything? I know a couple years ago, you felt like the whole world turned upside down.
I don't
the
feel
Bengals
like that
in the
anymore.
Super Bowl, all these just, these beliefs, these long-held, decade-long beliefs that you had were just flipped upside down. Didn't really feel that way, right? There wasn't anything earth-shattering.
Nope, nothing earth-shattering. I mean, there was a nice upset and some other stuff, but I didn't feel like the world got flipped on its head. Everything went kind of roughly as it should have been. The best game of the weekend, I think, was as it was supposed to be, Buffalo and Baltimore, and I think it lived up, not all the way to the hype. If Mark Andrews had caught the ball that was in his hands, and then we'd had an opportunity to see tie game, minute and a half left, I think at that point we would have all said, okay, that totally lived up to it. They didn't lose the game because of that drop, but that drop cost us the opportunity, I think, for an all-time classic.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. But just the scene and the setting and how much it, so back in the day and when we were doing this and we went on, those playoff runs and the NFC title runs, and we could feel the emotion coming through the microphone the other way. Right, you could feel everybody on the outside come into our studio,
right,
with just the passion, the energy. Those venues, you felt that. In Philly, you felt it. In Buffalo, you felt it. Even in Kansas City, as many times as they have been there, there's still just such
Certainly
tremendous passion.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. And
they
it is a
wanted so
bummer. I mean, like
bad.
the whole idea of a Buffalo-Detroit thing would have been pretty cool. That would have been cool.
Yeah.
Baltimore-Washington would have been cool. I mean, like, there's some cool matchups that unfortunately won't happen now. But the AFC, Bills move on, and they will try to beat the Chiefs in Kansas City.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, Jaden Daniels is now one of the top quarterbacks in football, right? I mean, like, I think you just have
he's
to
making
straight
the
up
case
say
for
it.
the greatest rookie season by a quarterback ever.
Yeah.
Ever. And when you put his numbers and the responsibility on every single play that he carries, the burden of all of the RPOs and his QB run game and all the fourth downs and all of it, that means more than Russ and Ben and any of these guys ever put together. And then the poise and the accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
And he just never, ever flinches. He was that way chewing his mouthpiece as a 175-pound true freshman that Lyle was watching at ASU. And he was obviously grew over 5 years through college. And the moment is just not in any way.
No.
Even in a venue when you want to talk about dripping with passion, those Detroit people that wanted that thing so bad, he stood right in the face of it and just delivered time.
Was the moment too big for Detroit, though? They made a lot of mistakes. I mean, not just the 4 turnovers, but also some iffy coaching / discipline issues, a huge 12 men on the field penalty that Dan Campbell took responsibility for afterwards.
When you lose these games, man, it's like the players, what they put into it. A lot of people don't know, what they go through. You have to get up, bodies beat, mentally stay locked in and do those things. So, long season.
What happened on the 12 men on the field penalty?
It's my fault. It's my fault.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, just the passion, you hear it, but it's funny just listening to it from here. He sounds sort of like, if you go back and listen to that, does it sound at all like a drunk Jeff Bridges?
Yeah, I could see that.
Hey,
mixed
man.
with Trent Dilfer. There's a lot of Dilfer in Campbell. A lot.
Pretty funny.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, the Eagles won too. I should probably mention that. Psyched for the national championship game tonight. This should be fun, right? Ohio State, Notre Dame, couple of, grade A blue-blooded programs, and neither of them are like crazy quarterbacks who are just going to throw it all over the yard. Neither of those quarterbacks probably going anywhere in the NFL. But two teams that have had the opportunity this year with the 12-team playoff to have their struggles, learn from them, and get better. That's the one thing I really do appreciate about the 12-team playoff. Correct. I think sports, it should be about learning from your mistakes, learning from your downtimes, and finding a way to improve at the right time. And the one problem with the previous system was it didn't really allow for that.
No, if you lost to Northern Illinois,
that was
as
it.
Notre Dame did in September, you're done.
Right.
Especially not in a conference, without a conference championship. And if you lost to Michigan for the 3rd or 4th straight year, as Ryan Day has, you're done.
It was kind of the only sport like that. Right? I mean, like college basketball always had the tournament. So unless you were a fringe team to begin with, there was an opportunity to learn from losses and problems. And the NFL, you don't have to go perfect to win in the NFL.
Nope.
I like that has changed. I think that's a good thing, and I think this is a good example of it.
I'm a little surprised just looking at the line this morning and where it's at. How about 27 to 18.5, an 8.5 point favorite is G. Scott's Ohio State Buckeyes tonight in Atlanta. It feels like a
better team.
Number. They are a better team. They are a healthier team. But 8.5 points.
Yeah,
in
Notre Dame
championship
seems
game?
like one of those teams that just finds ways to win.
Yeah, it's just ask Georgia.
I like betting against teams like that.
Yep, I would agree.
That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, we got a full set of takeaways from the weekend, right? Still do takeaways all the way through the playoffs as we hurtle towards the Super Bowl. But let's see. Yeah, actually, got some good ones. And Lyle's got some as well. So we will, the three of us together, give you some takeaways next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Looking at who would be a restructure versus who would be a cap casualty. Your 3 biggest cap hits in order: Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. I think something happens with all 3 of those. Is there anybody that stands out to you?
Noah Fant. I feel like you've got some other options there, but Uchenna is the one. Even though, it says you could save almost $15 million if you released him after June 1st. I think Uchenna is one of those leaders on the team.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big chunk of money.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and this is the time of year. Brock just said he thought I was looking thin. I appreciate that. I did a little maintenance work with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, just making sure after the holidays that my body was the way I wanted it to look like. And it really is just incredibly easy to do thanks to the program that they offer. So if you are somebody that has had trouble here in the nearly 3 weeks since the new year, losing the weight that you said you were going to, that you resolved to lose, it's probably because you don't have a good plan and you don't have anybody to hold you accountable. Well, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic does both of those things. A 15-minute free phone call is all it takes. So just get started and see if this program interests you and can help you lose the weight to get your life back. Do something for yourself just with that 15 minutes, okay? I did the program. I lost 10 pounds in a week. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks. I did it without going to the gym every other day, without taking pills or injections or eating fake meals. No, it's all real food, real recipes. They buy the food at the grocery store and just cook them at home. It's delicious, and you're not that hungry, and you lose a tremendous amount of weight. Do it for yourself this year. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Cressy Garage Doors. If you're in the market for new garage doors, Cressy Door has been offering quality service since 1952. Best selection, best price. Cressy Door.
Do we really need to know what a plumber does? Or can we focus on the fact that at O'Neill Plumbing, we're a fourth-generation plumbing company with over 100 years of service. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers, all rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. For over 30 years, Big Trees has been helping homeowners and businesses move trees with advanced equipment and a professional and proven transplant process. Need a tree moved on your property or off-site? Trust the experts at Big Trees. Learn more about our transplanting process at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Bring on the sunshine with a trip to see your Seattle Mariners. Come to sunny and warm Peoria, Arizona for another great year of spring training baseball. There's no better time to wind up at the Peoria Sports Complex where you can see all your favorite Mariners up close. Spring training in Peoria has plenty of sunshine, warm temperatures, and the best seats in baseball. It's family fun for all ages. Book your trip today. Support your Seattle Mariners in Arizona for another exciting spring training season. Get your tickets at peoriabaseball.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
G. Scott here to share how you can help the Southern California Fire Disaster Relief Campaign to support communities affected by the Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires. Through January, you can make a difference by donating at your neighborhood Safeway checkout. 100% of your contributions will benefit food banks, shelters, and nonprofits providing essential aid, including food, shelter, and financial assistance for those impacted. Together, we can bring hope and relief to our neighbors. To support families in need, donate at your local Safeway today.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You a sleep talker at all or sleepwalker or anything like that?
Used to be quite a bit.
Walker?
A little bit.
Man, sleepwalking's creepy.
Oh, Haley is a sleepwalker. She'd just like walk in and stand above the bed.
No, thank you.
Like, well,
that's a non-starter. Like your kid's in The Shining or something.
Yes, let's just walk you right back to bed here, sweetheart.
Oh, that would creep me out.
Scary.
I don't like that at all. I don't do any of that, but apparently, and I remember dreaming it last night. I started screaming in my dream, so I texted Heather like, "Hey, was I screaming last night?" She's like, "Oh yeah." When I walked in the room, I went to sleep early last night. So when I walked in the room, you started screaming.
Were you banging the glass?
I don't know.
Was this hockey dad?
No, I remember. No, it was more of a like horror dream where I was like screaming, and I don't know if it was fear or like warning or something like that. But apparently, I just started.
Or maybe it was a muscle cramp that you had two segments ago.
And maybe all these things are related. Let's get to takeaways.
Takeaways.
All right, I'm going to start with like a Colin Cowherd-esque takeaway. Something that you can nitpick for sure. It maybe makes no sense whatsoever, but there's some logic to it, and there certainly is some history to it. Let me go back, put my Ebenezer's on, and read you, I don't know, the last 10, 12 Super Bowl winners.
Okay.
Kansas City, L.A., Tampa Bay, Kansas City, New England, Philly, New England, Denver, New England, Seattle, Baltimore, New York, Green Bay. Anything kind of resonate there with almost all of those, save for two?
Outdoor, not great weather?
Yes. You just wonder how hard it is for a southern team, a dome team, a team that practices in Arizona or in LA or in Dallas or in New Orleans or in Miami or in Atlanta or in Tampa. Like, not many of those teams have survived the brutality of December and January in northern markets, and just what it does to you to practice in those environments. I was watching something with Kurt Warner. It was not recent, it was a few years old, and he was really lamenting, like, there's nothing we can do. I play in Arizona, there's nothing that can prepare me for this. We can't all of a sudden throw those conditions into an indoor facility. I can't practice in snow. We can't toughen up for a week in sub-zero weather to get ready to play in that environment. And his feeling was it was such a disadvantage to then go up into those places and try to perform.
But what you got to do then is,
have home field,
earn home games.
You do,
yeah.
You got to have them, but and his point's like those northern teams come to Arizona and LA and play, and I remember that feeling. Like I was practicing in October, November, and we get to play in Arizona in November.
Yeah,
played the best game of my life. Felt so good. Nothing hurt. There's no wind. There's no monsoons. Like, I'm just free to go let it rip. And, yeah, as I said, there's a little cowherdy to this, and obviously talent, quarterback, a bunch of factors. But those cold weather environments, you better build your team. You better build your team to be able to play in any kind of atmosphere.
Totally agree with you on that. I do think that, and doesn't explain Baltimore yesterday. Obviously, they're a cold weather team. They just got beat on that day. Washington going into Detroit isn't that, but I think Houston going into Kansas City, is that the reason they lost? No, not necessarily. But Rams going to Philadelphia, did it help them? No, I don't think so. I think you're probably right in a few of those games. This is one of my takeaways, so we can just sort of keep it together. But how are you on bad weather games to watch in general? Because I love it.
The best.
I know there's a group of people that say it impacts,
slows the game down.
Yeah, it impacts the ability to execute the complexities of the game, which they're right. It is a different game. And when the games are marred by rain, I think that one's a little like harder to take. You're like, oh, that looks like crap, and it doesn't like have a cool element to it.
But the snow.
But the combination of the visual images of the snow and the cold and the steam coming off of everybody and the knowledge that we all have of just how hard it is to function in that environment.
Yep.
The way it forces teams to adapt and play a different style. And sorry, you got to throw out X, Y, and Z of your playbook and do. Like, it's more like a movie where there's a speed bump along the way that makes the game hard, and I think I love that.
It's another complexity to the game that makes it the behemoth that it is in sport right now. That you start the season in August and September, and it can be 100 degrees and humid, and you're dying. And you end the season, and it's sub-zero snow. Like, in those elements change the game. You're not in an indoor gym in basketball. You're not... now baseball sees
Baseball
that.
has it. I don't like it as much in baseball. I don't like the freezing cold element to baseball nearly as much as I do in football.
Agreed. Because you still see the violence in football.
Right.
You still see the collisions. Oh, gosh. What amazing scenes. Can't wait to see the numbers. I think the ratings, once again, will be absolutely through
the look in Philly especially was just awesome. I mean, Heather doesn't give a two you-know-whats about this all, but even she was just like, oh, whoa, look at the snow. Like, that just, intrigued her enough.
I mean, it's just, cinematic.
It was cinematic, especially with the way they're now superimposing the numbers. I think that's a great way of describing it.
Takeaways.
Why don't you go again? Because I just kind of gave up.
Why don't we let two plates go?
All right. Lyle,
two
why don't
plates
you
stepped
give
away
one?
from the squat rack last night.
Okay.
Brock, you're really trying to make fetch happen here, and I'm not sure it's working as well as you want it to be.
I'm going to keep giving it a shot.
All right.
I don't know what Jalen Hurts was doing on that safety, because when you look at that replay and you look at some of the screenshots that got posted online after that, I know he had a bad knee and he was fighting through it, but he had a wide receiver wide open over the middle, and he somehow just didn't see him and he missed him. And I know the Eagles ended up winning and Hurts was fine, but he could have played a lot better and helped stretch out that score a little bit more. And that one play stood out to me more than any of the others.
So no little extra love for playing in those conditions and all that. That doesn't give him a little bit of a
maybe a little, but when you talk about having a wide open receiver over the middle, he was wide open over the middle. You just didn't see him. He held the ball too long, and it takes a safety to put the game within a point.
He's not a great thrower. You said it right earlier, and you and I don't know if this is what you tease, that we're going to debate Jalen Hurts a little bit.
No.
You got something different? But he's just not, of all those this weekend, he by far is not the thrower that everybody else was on that stage.
No.
Maybe Jared Goff. Jared Goff's arm talent is not
No, yeah, sort of different talents.
Yes.
You're doing it a little bit differently if Jalen Hurts is your quarterback.
Correct.
You're not just throwing the ball down the field. It's closer to what you got with Russell, although he's not as good a thrower as Russell was. You have to sort of understand it's not going to be exactly like all the other quarterbacks, but he's one of four left, and he's got an opportunity to get to his second Super Bowl. Like, that's not an accident.
Nope.
There's something that guy does that I don't know. I like him a lot. I'm definitely a fan.
There's parts.
That's enough out of you, Lyle. That's enough.
Never mind.
Lyle got run over by his own music. All right. Well, speaking of that, Brock, let's look at quarterback rushing yards.
Okay.
From the weekend. They're not necessarily what you might have guessed. In some cases, they are. Winners first. Daniels 51, Goff 7.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly a factor.
Huge factor. Huge on fourth downs. Huge in outnumbering the box. Huge at any moment he could make people miss. And if you just hesitate for a second, he's like Lamar. I mean, he's almost as fast as Lamar.
It's real close.
Yep.
Daniels, all right, so Daniels 51, Goff 7. Mahomes 14, Stroud 42.
Mm-hmm. It's a factor in sack yardage, which they don't do.
Changes it.
Yeah. Because it was A lot of sacks.
But 42 yards, I mean, like.
He did. He used his legs two or three times
really well.
In big ways. Yes, he did.
Hurts 70, including a touchdown. Stafford 5. Factor.
Yeah. Huge factor.
Major factor.
Yep.
And then Allen 20, Lamar 39. Allen did have 2 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
They needed to run Lamar more. That's not enough. I mean, like, I'm sorry, 40 rushing yards for Lamar is not enough. I need him at 80.
At least.
Right? Like, and with some designed runs and some stuff near the goal line. Like, I need more Lamar. He is the difference-making factor in the NFL, and I want to see him running the ball more than he did.
Yep, I would tend to agree with that. Every time he threw, like, I'm like, well, that's not bad.
And he's a good thrower of the football. He's awesome. There's this is not one of those situations where it's like, oh, come on, the guy can't throw. He's got to run the ball.
Yep.
He's one of the best passing quarterbacks in football. He's awesome. But you've got to find a way to take advantage of those legs because while he's one of a bunch of great throwing quarterbacks, he is the elite of the elite when it comes to running quarterbacks. And he might be the most explosive runner, period, in the NFL.
No, I'd say Gibbs in Detroit kind of showed off
All right,
some of
maybe.
that.
But there's just that explosive,
his
acceleration is unlike anybody.
His twitch is
it's insane.
So twitchy. He was too twitched out on his fumble, in fact. You know, I think he even said so afterwards. I love this after the game. Can we fire out?
I have it. It's a little hard to hear him, but I do have the sound of Lamar really upset. So, turn the music down for a second. We'll see if we can play Lamar.
Came up short. And like I've been saying all season, every time we're in situations like this, turnovers play a factor. Penalties play a factor. Tonight, turnover can't have that, and that's why we lost the game. Because as you can see, moving the ball wonderfully. Hold on to the sorry for my language.
Yeah, he was real upset at himself. An interception that you just can't have, a fumble that you just can't have, and obviously Mark Andrews fumbles late in that game as they're moving the ball. Momentum had started to turn. The pressure was getting on Buffalo. They didn't play add-on to their lead coming out of halftime, that being Buffalo, and you could feel it. You could feel it. Like, yep, here they go. And they go down and
that
obviously
first
tie
fumble
it.
from Andrews is just brutal. How does he not meet with the media after the game?
Yeah.
That is not right, man.
Nope.
Not after a game like that. You've got to face the music after that game. To leave your teammates out to do it. Yep. I hope to hear that there's some other part to that story because what I hear right now, I don't like at all.
Yep.
Takeaways.
Is Detroit's window closed?
Oh, I hope not. That would be so sad.
I mean, we saw it in Seattle. You've seen it in a lot of different places.
Mm-hmm.
You see coaching drain, right? You take Ben Johnson away. You take Aaron Glenn away. I don't know. We'll see Hank Fraley. You're going to lose a lot of people. Jared Goff is not getting any younger. You play such a physical brand of football that you say, no. Hayden Hutchinson and Gibbs and these guys are still young, and we drafted pretty well, and they certainly have. But you just wonder, can that emotional, physical, just culture, can that sustain?
God, I don't want to feel that way after just one game, after just one loss like this.
They fall short last year. You know how the NFL works. They're right there in the NFC Championship game, and they're a drop or two away from playing in a Super Bowl.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I just don't like it.
Sadly, how quickly these windows, if you don't have a Brady or Mahomes, how quickly these windows open and close. You think we're going to be here. We're going to build this thing. We're going to do it the right way. We're going to be here forever. It just doesn't work that way in the NFL. Everything is set up against you in that regard. And then when you lose really creative people and you think, well, we got the next one in line, look at the turnover of OCs. Yeah, that is just was such for having really no skin in the game. It doesn't matter if the Detroit Lions win or lose for our ratings or anything like that. Just the emotional gut punch of that game. It wasn't like the Seahawks losing the playoffs. Nothing like that. But it did hurt. And you feel for those Detroit people that the minute you think as a Mariner fan, the minute you think as a Seahawks fan that you are long-suffering, open your eyes to what those folks in Detroit have gone. Never been to a Super Bowl. That's
just terrible. I really do feel bad.
And you're the number one seed in a 15-win team, and you just come up short.
Takeaways.
Well, that's actually a pretty good lead in to one I think we may disagree on, because I know one of the big knocks on Tom Brady doing these games is his voice. He can't really do that much about it. I agree. His voice is just not
soft.
It's just not, it's not even, it's just a little scratchy or something. Like, if there's just something about it that doesn't sound like everyone else, and it's not really in a good way. Sometimes that's a good thing. In his case, it isn't. The other, though, is sort of his lack of genuine excitement. And I was thinking about that yesterday. Why doesn't Brady sound as excited? Maybe it's a direct reaction to not wanting to sound like Tony Romo, which I wouldn't blame him for at all. Romo sounds like a bozo, and I'm glad that I would prefer Brady to Romo. It's not close. I prefer Brady to Romo, and it's not close. But I also wonder if it's hard for him to get excited about anything anymore.
When he's been there, done it all.
Yeah, you kind of think about everything he's accomplished. I know Troy Aikman had accomplished a lot in his career, but not like this.
Not 10 Super Bowls and win 7.
Not like this. I mean, like, there's no one in the history of certainly this sport that has accomplished as much as Tom Brady has on the field. So I wouldn't blame him if he's bored. Like, yeah, whatever. These two teams, who cares? I don't think he thinks that, but I still just kind of imagine it's hard for him to get fired up. Here's what I do think, because I actually don't think he's as bad as you do. Or as some do, I should say. As some do.
He's my Fox teammate.
I know that. I know, as some do. I like his stories, Brock, and I like his references to kind of the things he's learned in his career. The one he gave near the end of that game, as he was talking kind of to what you just said about, hey, it's hard to get back to the top of the mountaintop next year. Like, it's really challenging. It doesn't just start at 80.
19. Nope.
You got to go back and start at the beginning and do it all over again, and that's hard, and not everyone can handle that. I think when he talks about that, or when he talks about his stories of how he and Belichick would handle situations, I think he's really interesting.
Totally agree.
Ultimately, I hope there is a different role in media for Tom Brady. I don't know that he needs to be the #1 Fox broadcaster, and I don't know that it makes sense to have Tom Brady be anything but the #1 broadcaster if he's going to do games.
That's right.
And I don't know whether it's studio work where it's sort of goofy and there's not enough time to really break anything down. I don't know what the right role is for Tom Brady, but I think there is one. I'm not sure it's this one.
It'd probably be, honestly, like a Manning cast.
That was kind of where my mind went.
Yeah, but the challenge Tom has in this, and it's legitimate in chatting with people that I know that work with him, is those constraints are real. That what he can and what he cannot say, the fact he cannot go to the facilities and watch practices,
This is wrong.
He can't sit in production meetings. I mean, could I do the job? Sure, I could do the job. Could I do it anywhere near to my ceiling? Absolutely not. Without the inside knowledge, without practice, right? Without relationships, without the insights that come from all of that, no chance. And it makes it really, I think, really difficult. And on top of it, he can't criticize the officials. He's a league owner, right? He can't do things that his peers can do. Right. And it just, sets you up for not as much success as you could have.
Takeaways.
Well, I know people love to run with the whole Patrick Mahomes gets every call narrative, and then saying that the refs always call games in favor of the Chiefs. And while that's probably not really true, man, did it feel that way this weekend. It really did. Like, there were some calls to the point where everybody had their head scratching.
Yeah, so there were two just most explicit, right? The one that Aikman, and you made this point about Aikman, I think you're right. He's gotten a little more edgy and opinionated to me in some good ways. And, obviously the one that grew the most, well, the two, right? The roughing the passer they called, which was a huge third down conversion on Will.
It was a terrible call.
And New York has the opportunity to change that call now.
Well, it sounds like they didn't.
They should have.
Well, it sounds like they didn't have the opportunity to.
Why?
Because he explained it during the game. It was, well, now I forget, but he did explain it, that they couldn't review it.
See, I thought on the roughing one they can. The second one where he's scrambling late slides, it looks like he gets his head taken off, and it's actually the two Texans.
Maybe I'm messing it up.
Pumpkins. I think you're messing it up. That one you can't review. But in the pocket, roughing the passer, they have allowed New York to go, whoa. I know it looked that way. Pick up the flag. And they should have done that. And it would have quieted a lot of this noise.
Yeah.
Does the league and Park Avenue want Mahomes in Kansas City? I don't.
Well, is it that, or do they not want Houston?
I don't know about that right there. Like, does that go through there consciously in their heads in that moment?
I don't think it does.
I don't think it does either.
But they didn't do themselves any favors.
No, they did not.
People that are wondering about that.
No, they did not. And I thought Will Anderson and D'Amico Ryans handled it pretty well after the game. Right? They didn't point fingers at it. They didn't say we lost because of it.
No, they
but
said
also,
it happened.
Yeah, they also said, man, you go in that building, play Michael Jordan.
Yeah, here's Will Anderson.
We knew it was going to be us against the refs going into this game. And, I talked to you guys early this week. And I was just telling them, man, we got to go out there and we got to do us better. And, in some instances we didn't do that, in some instances we did. So we just got to keep going, man. Next offseason, get the guys together, man. And, everybody just coming together and just keep building that team chemistry.
It's an interesting way of handling it. We knew that the refs were going to be bad.
I mean, you do, but I think as a player, that Michael Jordan's he's earned the right to get those calls. You know that Greg Maddux is going to get a little more room on the block of that outside corner.
But you don't need to give him what they gave Mahomes. That's still too much.
No, those were two abysmal calls, and they certainly played into that narrative that Lyle's speaking about nationally.
Takeaways.
You have said to me over the years in a bunch of different occasions, and it may come up tomorrow as we talk about if there's some coordinating news for the Seahawks and everything else and what they want to be. How can you not watch Philadelphia just knock dudes out of the club and just say, that's what I want? That's what I want. Mekhi Becton a few times.
Oh my gosh.
Just literally humiliating, physically humiliating an opponent on the field. Right, the size of Lane Johnson, the size of the left tackle, the size of the big center who was from Nebraska, who, could power clean 450 pounds back in the day when I would do. Just they're powerful, powerful men. And man, Philadelphia and Howie Roseman. I just saw a tweet from Jed Fish. I didn't know that Jed Fish and Howie Roseman were college roommates. Kind of cool. And Howie Roseman has built that team unapologetically with a Bill Parcells-ian way. We're just going to be bigger. Does that mean we win every game? Nope. But we're going to have Jimbo, and Jimbo Fisher. And we're going to have, Leonard Marshall. And we're going to be bigger and badder than you at the line of scrimmage. And hope to eventually wear you down. And while L.A. played incredible and Jared Verse was a man right there amongst those men, it is a neat way to build your team when you are just that big and physical.
Takeaways.
You want a little update on the top wide receivers that we talked about last week, Brock? None of the top 14 wide receivers in yards and just 2 of the top 20 are left in the playoffs.
Yep.
It's Scary Terry and A.J. Brown. That's it. That's your top 20 of wide receivers.
And once AJ had 3 catches in the last 2 games, no impact on the game.
And
he had
he
a
was
third down conversion.
I think he was 18th or so on that list anyway. He was down near, and McLaurin I think was 15.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know how much more clear this can be. Wide receivers are great.
Win a lot of games in the regular season.
Spending a lot of money on wide receivers does not make a lot of sense. Sorry. It just doesn't. Too many of them out there, and there's too many other positions that are more important. And I like a good wide receiver. Just don't want to spend a ton of money for one of those wide receivers.
Takeaways.
Is that it? Is that all we got?
I'll throw in one more quick one
thanks.
because you guys were talking about broadcasters, and then you bring up Tony Romo, which made me remember.
I don't know, Lyle. I don't know.
In the middle of that game, I was shocked it wasn't getting talked about more, but he just openly says during the broadcast, MVP votes only are accounted for in the regular season. Postseason play doesn't play a factor into that. I was like, you can't be serious.
It's true, though.
No, I know it's true.
I think they've already voted on it, right?
They have.
Yeah.
But Tony Romo didn't know that.
Oh, he didn't know. Oh, I thought you meant he was just explaining.
No. Like, of course it only goes into the regular season. Tony Romo did not know that, and he's sitting there on the air saying, what, this game doesn't count toward the MVP race? I was like,
no.
Dude, you make $18 million a year. You don't know that it stops
really
after the regular season?
He just
spouting
shows up.
whatever shows up in his mind.
He just shows up.
His mind.
He just shows up.
Crazy.
It's tough. It's a tough lesson. All right, that's today's takeaways. That's a good one. Thank you. Thanks for jumping in on that one.
By the way, can I also say one thing that was never talked about that I was really surprised? You see how pissed McVay was at the end of the game? He was so mad at the end of the game. And you know why? And I was shocked that they didn't show it because Collinsworth and Tarico to me are the best. Like, they're really, really good. And that broadcast is amazing. It was Puka Nacua getting bumped out of that route at the very end of it. Like, he was saying to the ref, like, you know better. You know he got contacted. And you saw Darius Slay even, like, put his hands up like, oh, crap. Oh, no. That's easily called, and they decided not to call that one.
That catch Nacua made on the sideline was pretty unbelievable.
He's so good.
He is really, really good. Ooh-wee. Unbelievable. But by all means, keep desperately seeking wide receivers near the top and spending a lot of money on them. All right, how did these 4 games affect the Seahawks? That's ultimately why we're here, and we'll discuss it next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I'm at the gym. I be low key at the gym. I be hat on, hooded on, headphones in.
So no one recognizes you? Are you a celebrity?
No.
Stop. You get sunglasses on too?
I just get in my zone and block everybody out. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But I couldn't block this out.
Okay.
One day I'm looking at this guy and he's wearing a Kobe jersey. So I'm really feeling him. I go, that's my guy right there. He doesn't even know. Then I walk in today and my man has on a Larry Bird jersey. And I stopped my workout. I went over him. I go, hey, bro. Sir. I go, hey, you can't do that.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
We're going double or nothing every Friday night with $135,000 in cash and free play on the line. Get a taste of this hot seat happy hour action every week in January and February with drawings every 30 minutes starting at 6:30 p.m. We're upping the ante at 11:30 with double $5,000 cash drawings. Add a little spice to your Friday night fun. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it. And now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of a special Martin Luther King Day edition of the Brock and Salk Show. We are in because of the football, of course, from this weekend and 4 games. What did it all mean for the Seahawks, Brock? We spent a lot of the day discussing the games themselves, and as we should. I mean, football is as universal as anything in the country today. It just sort of, seems to bring everyone to the party, and everyone watches it, and it's just such an enormous part of our culture. But how did it affect the Seahawks? What did you see yesterday to change the future for this Seahawks team?
Well, the most tangible thing is it affected the Seahawks in a positive manner, and that Detroit loses. In that you have some interest in a Hank Fraley and some significant intrigue. Now, what is Detroit going to do? Is they're going to lose more than likely Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn and both their coordinators? And do they just keep Hank Fraley and elevate him and bring in a passing game coordinator or vice versa, elevate the passing game coordinator to OC and give him co-OC? Who knows? So from the most tangible way, like if you had an interest in the line of scrimmage, and as you listened, by the way, to those Detroit linemen after the game, and they were like, yeah, over our dead body, you ain't taking Hank. We're doing whatever we can. That guy's going nowhere because they know, like the essence. And, man, Detroit also ran basically at will. Almost every time they ran the ball with any kind of creativity and gave that guy a crease, Gibbs, it was just 10 yards a pop, 10 yards a pop, 10 yards a pop. And, and unfortunately, just the turnovers derailed them. But that's the most tangible, right? The most tangible is that, man, if you have an interest in this Hank Fraley guy, you needed Detroit to lose, and that domino fell Saturday.
I would think that was probably it. I did not feel like this week was particularly, as you asked me earlier, hey, did it change your view? Didn't change my view on much.
Well, the other tangible, though, would be the Rams, your own division rival.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad they lost.
I mean, how did they look? How did they play? Their front is real.
Yeah.
Like those are grown men they're going against. And they got thrown out of the club a few times, but
they look pretty good.
By and large, they held their own.
Yeah, they're gonna be a good team. Eventually they're gonna need to replace the quarterback too.
Yes.
But they're a good team. Yep. They're not going anywhere. Those things were true. I guess I meant more of the and those two things were dead on accurate. Like what
style?
Yeah. Did anything like, oh my gosh, you'd want to play this style like Detroit, but they lost. Oh my gosh, I should change. Not really. I don't feel that way. I don't know that I came around after that and said, oh man, Detroit lost, so I don't want to build myself in the image where I want to finish games. Baltimore lost, so I don't want to have like a dynamic running game. I didn't really come away with that.
Yeah.
I think it's harder to come away with those at this round of the playoffs than it is earlier, right? When you don't make it at all or you get bounced out in the first round, I think it's a little bit easier to kind of start to question whether or not the methods worked.
Right.
But, I mean, Detroit losing didn't make me question their methods. I would say the same is true for Baltimore. Houston, I mean, like, they still have work to do. They never really felt like they were on the same level as the other teams here. And who am I missing?
Joe Mixon's good, though. Oof.
He is good.
Running backs still matter.
He is good.
Yeah. He's a difference maker. And I know this draft is full of all sorts of difference makers at that position. It's not like Seattle's going to be, I think, looking and certainly has some other needs to address. I guess the other thing that jumped out too, Salk, is so much of these shell defenses, and you heard Aikman and you heard Romo and you heard Brady and everybody kind of talk about it. And as you watch Baltimore play that game, like they just, like you can run on them a little bit. It's a bend and bend and bend and bend and then don't break. Save for the Washington-Detroit game. And maybe the weather played a role as much as the scheme in some of it. But it's hard, man. It's hard to get explosive plays.
No doubt.
These defenses today just try to really make you earn it. And there's a 5-yard run, and there's a 6-yard run, and there's a 4-yard run, and there's, what did we talk about with Washington? Why I thought they had a real swinging chance is A, Detroit was beat up, and B, they possessed the ball. When you go for it on fourth down as much as they do, they had a 10.5-minute drive in that game. They took almost a quarter of that game on one drive to shorten it that much and just really put even more pressure on Detroit, who had to try to score on every down and distance. From an X's and O's standpoint, and the Seahawks are, sure feel like, and talking to Pelissaro and sources and Brady, like they're going to go down this kind of Shanahan tree, right? They like that illusion. They like that run play action. They like those things. But man, how can you not be intrigued by what Cliff Kingsbury's doing with Jaden Daniels? And, that is the most college scheme you have seen in the NFL since Steve Spurrier trying to bring the fun and gun. Like that is the most it is shotgun every snap. He's 7 yards deep. It is RPO. It is formationally, it is trying to create space in ways that looks a whole lot like the college game. And Jaden Daniels, as I said earlier, I think the single best player on all those fields this weekend was Jaden Daniels in the way he played.
Did the best quarterback win all 4 games? 3 or 4 anyway. I mean, maybe you want to say Stafford's better than Hurts, but I said, again, you got an age factor. This could be Hurts' second trip to the Super Bowl if he makes it. I don't know. If he's better, it's not by a lot. The Josh Allen, Lamar one is...
It was weird, though.
Kind of pick them.
Allen and Mahomes, look at their numbers. Threw for 170 yards, threw for 120 yards. It was not volume.
Nope.
It wasn't like those guys made 6, 8, 10, 12 plays where you're like, goodness gracious. You are superhuman. Mahomes made one, and it was phenomenal, and it was a touchdown to Kelsey, right? But by and large,
neither one of them turned the ball over once.
Correct. They didn't make mistakes.
You can't turn the ball over.
That's exactly right.
And it's really hard not to look at, what has been the big conversation about Geno this year. 15 turnovers or 15 interceptions.
Yep.
I mean, that's a hard one. It's a hard one to get past when you see just how incredibly important that
judgment is. The judgment.
It was everything.
Yep.
Again, point this out for
Did Hurts
the
turn the ball over? Hurts got sacked for a safety.
I don't think
he threw a pick or fumble.
I don't think he did.
He did not. Mahomes did not. Allen did not. Jaden Daniels did not.
And we know that the team that had the most yards from scrimmage in each game lost.
That's right.
They lost all 4. Now, again, that's 4 games. It's really hard to look at it and just say, oh, well, then that shows that forever you're going to. I don't think it's as simple as that.
Nope.
But I think that's relevant, all 4 of those teams. And we know what a big deal turnovers are in this league. It's a great equalizer when you get into games where, for the most part, the teams are all pretty similar. So nothing I saw this weekend changes my point of view on most of anything we've been talking about. I know you guys are like, yeah, of course not. Soul Cat is mind made up. Often I will change my mind on things like, man, I was thinking this way, and now I'm not sure. I didn't see anything this weekend that changed my view on anything.
Line of scrimmage matters.
That the Seahawks should do.
Big people matter. Build from the inside out matters.
Yep.
Sort of a quarterback with tremendous judgment. When the stakes get so high, it really, really matters. And who knows? Maybe this weekend in the conference championship, Josh Allen's going to have to put that cape on. And he's not going to have to make 2 or 3 plays. He might have to make 10 or 12 plays.
It's going to be fun, isn't it?
Yep.
It's going to be a pretty fun game. That is going to be pretty fun. All right, let's give you guys everything you need to know. Lyle is going to learn culture, Brock, at 9:45. His second movie of this time.
Did you watch it, Lyle?
Early 2000s. Yes.
You did?
We'll see if I
Did
can
you
go
watch
2 for
it?
2.
No, I did not.
Wow. You didn't?
No, I'm so cultured.
You were supposed to watch it.
So
you were supposed to watch it. Lyle's gonna, and he'll tell you all about Super Troopers at 9:45. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Cressy Garage Doors. If you're in the market for new garage doors, Cressy Door has been offering quality service since 1952. Best selection, best price. Cressy Door.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But if you can't afford treatment, can't work, or can't feed your family, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, and I am proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. Over the last 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed nearly $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference in our community. Join us on February the 1st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, inspiration, and community support at the historic Hollywood Schoolhouse in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
G. Scott here to share how you can help the Southern California Fire Disaster Relief Campaign to support communities affected by the Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires. Through January, you can make a difference by donating at your neighborhood Safeway checkout. 100% of your contributions will benefit food banks, shelters, and nonprofits providing essential aid, including food, shelter, and financial assistance for those impacted. Together, we can bring hope and relief to our neighbors. To support families in need, donate at your local Safeway today.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, we now know the championship games on Sunday. Championship weekend is great. Yes, this past weekend is the last one where you get 4, but like just that big day on Sunday, 2 great games. Super Bowl on the line. It's pretty awesome. And we've, certainly here in Seattle seen a couple of all-time greats on championship weekend. Do you remember where the Super Bowl is this year? I had to look it up last night.
New Orleans, right?
It is. It's back in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
Great place for a Super Bowl, certainly. It is one of, New Orleans, Miami.
Yep.
What are L.A., San Diego used to be. Are there any other really great venues for the Super Bowl?
It's a real bummer they don't play it in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah,
They used to, but there's not suites.
Right.
They just can't handle all.
Arizona's good. Arizona knows how to do it. I feel like it should kind of just be those 4.
Yeah.
Tampa's not great. And then they've done Jacksonville and Houston and Dallas. Just doesn't feel right. San Francisco wasn't right. If you're going to do all those, for God's sakes, please bring the Super Bowl here to Seattle. For the, NFC, you want to start with the AFC? Because, that was, the big game yesterday. I do feel bad for Lamar Jackson. I know he turned the ball over twice. I think he's getting more grief than he probably should, and I'm going to get his back. What he did in the second half to bring his team back, I thought was awesome. Not his fault that Mark Andrews fumbled and dropped an easy 2-point conversion. But, somebody texted me earlier and was like, hey, Salk, why aren't you criticizing him and Baltimore for, years of mediocrity and saying they need to move on from him? Mm-hmm. And I think the answer to that should be fairly obvious. Use your eyes. But also, you make a pretty good point. And if the argument is, the dude dropped 2 passes, if he wasn't making $50 million plus, maybe they'd have a better tight end.
Yep. And they're young. Lamar is still young, and it's interesting. He looks as fast today as he did 7 years ago.
It's crazy.
His acceleration, no matter what the field conditions or the weather, he just plays a different speed than everybody else. But yeah, he's kicking himself because those 2 turnovers, those 2 possessions turned out to be big possessions. Right, turned out to be critical points. It gave Buffalo a lead and allowed them to play that way at home.
How these games are, and they come back generally by the end of the fourth quarter, and they did. Yep. It's just a bummer to lose that possession with 8 minutes left or so. That fumble from Mark Andrews it just can't happen. Bills move on. They're going to try to beat the Chiefs. We'll see if they can. Did you see Nick Wright? He'd been calling this the Kansas City Invitational.
What it's become.
Well, Scott Van Pelt referred to the divisional round that way, and he was like, that's not the Invitational. That's next week.
That's right.
He's like, okay, well, somebody asked him, what do you call the divisional round? He said, that's what the Chiefs called their last practice of the year.
Yep. It's amazing. I'll tell you, that line's moved a little bit. It was a pick 'em late last time. I was kind of curious, with the Bills going there, and it was a pick 'em, and now it's Kansas City by 2. So just going to be a play here, a play there. And come on, Buffalo, please.
Yeah, I'd like to see Buffalo get in.
Please.
I'd like to see Buffalo. If for no other reason, then we can get a couple of weeks of just talking about the 90s Bills and all of the characters on that team. It fell short so many times.
Yep.
Let the kids like Lyle see a little Andre Reed, see a little Thurman Thomas, see a little Jim Kelly, see a little, the guy Cornelius Bennett and Bruce Smith.
I was going to say Bruce Smith.
My God, they really did have some dudes. And I hated those teams. But looking back on them now, man, they had some pretty fun dudes. Mark Kelso with his helmet.
Here's the second thing
Daryl Talley.
you need to know.
Daryl Talley, who used to, as I understand it, surf the landings on the plane. He'd have the cafeteria lunch tray, and he would surf down the aisle on landings.
Yeah, that's a no thanks.
Don't try that.
That's a no thank you. You may violate your contract if you do that. In the NFC, we are witnessing the ascension of Jaden Daniels. I think that's as much the story as anything else. Detroit losing is 1A, 1B, I think, along with Jaden Daniels and his ascension. But to focus on the positive for a moment, this kid he's special. I don't know that there is anyone ever who's had that combination of accuracy, decision making, running ability, escapability, poise. Like, I don't know that anyone's ever done it that quickly.
And then you throw on what you hear all the time from Bram and people around the program. Is he's there at 5:30 every morning. I mean, he's a Russell Wilson, just love the game. First one there, last one to leave, can't get enough of it. And usually when you're that gifted and you're that talented, you usually are not that guy, right? Because you can get away with it with just the gifts you have. But he's maximized them in his love for the game. Whoo-wee. He's making it a hard out.
Yeah, they're going to now face Philadelphia. I like the division matchup, by the way, for a championship game.
You do?
I do. I like that there's some bad blood. I mean, I hate that it's the NFC East because they're just the blue-blooded NFC East. They're always on TV. But these two teams in the NFC East, first of all of the NFC East teams, I feel like this is the least rivalry game. Don't you think? Washington, Dallas is huge. Philly, New York, Philly, Dallas. Look, all four of those teams hate each other.
Yep.
But I feel like this one's sort of the least of the major rivalries in that division.
Yeah, that's probably right.
And Washington's just been so down for so long that, I don't know, getting a chance to see them together, I'm kind of in on that.
New owner, new GM, new head coach, new quarterback. Turn the whole thing over and playing for an NFC championship.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, a lot of championship games today, Brock. Obviously, Ohio State and Notre Dame is the big one tonight in Atlanta. Hopefully, we can talk to G tomorrow, I think celebration permitting. Ohio State, how do you not like Ohio State in the game? You have to, right? They're just a better team.
Yeah, a couple running backs, big offensive line. Notre Dame a little bit undersized in their front, but they just continue to do a lot of great things. And Notre Dame is good on the back end of that defense. Hard to find big, explosive plays against them. And Al Golden, what he's doing there, feels kind of borderline team of destiny. They just find ways and believe in one another.
I said that exact phrase before you jumped on this morning.
Did you really?
Yeah, because they have a little of that. Like, they're good. It's not like they're not a good team. But they seem to win at a rate that is beyond their talent level.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of these Buckeyes at the NFL level in the years to come. You're going to see linemen, you're going to see receivers, you're going to see safeties. You're going to be like, oh, he's linebacker, running back. I remember that guy. That's right. He was on that Ohio State team. Oh, he was on that Ohio State team. I don't know how many Notre Dame guys. Their safety's a really good player. Xavier Watts, I believe, is his name. And you're going to see a few of them.
Running back seems pretty good. Love.
He's pretty good. Pretty tough sucker.
Is he an NFL
battling
guy?
through a knee injury.
Seems like he's an NFL guy.
Yeah, not this year. There are about 25 other running backs in this class that are just locked and loaded. But, yeah, down the road. But as far as NFL talent goes...
He's not related to Julian or Jordan, is he?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I think the kid that might go highest on Notre Dame isn't even healthy for this game. He's been out most of the year as a corner. Oh, I was going to say Ben Morris in the corner.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right, well, that's the championship game you'll all be worried about tonight. I'm worried about the Voyager Cup at the Kraken Ice Complex today at 1:45.
Is there a cup?
I don't know yet. This is the first annual Voyager Cup. up. So I don't know what the end looks like, but I've talked about them before. The Navy team going to take on the red team today.
You're buying what I was selling earlier. You're really, I could see.
Oh, the idea of the
fact that there has not been a sitcom with youth sports,
and I'd like it to be a sitcom too, not a documentary style.
No,
we have Dance Moms and all the other kind of crazy reality TV garbage.
I don't want reality. I want a sitcom.
Yeah, I want it based on reality, right?
Yes.
There's enough of the humor out there from people's experiences that a good comedy writer should be able to turn that into something even funnier.
Just be careful, man. Championships bring out the best and the worst in the parental community. Just be careful.
I know.
Just telling you.
I'm well aware. The game against Alaska, honestly, the internet is like one of the most fun things I've ever been a part of.
What time is the game?
1:45.
Okay.
Yeah, 1:45 this afternoon.
All right.
Yeah, I hope everyone's ready for it because it's.
From what I understand, all of these ice facilities, they all have bars too.
Well,
seriously, I think they all
anyway.
build. I think they all build in a restaurant bar to any of these ice skating facilities.
Yeah.
There's one there, right?
There is one at the Kraken Ice Complex.
Of
Yes,
course
the
there is.
32 bar. You can go upstairs and you can actually watch the game from in there. If it's if you've been asked to leave by the other parents because you're just too much, you can actually watch the game from inside the 32 bar in order to keep your distance from everybody else. And then you just have to worry about whether the patrons throw you out instead of just your fellow team parents. Let's come back. We'll wrap up today's show. We'll see about Lyle's learning culture. It's all to come. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I'm at the gym. I be low-key at the gym. I be hat on, hoodied on, headphones in.
So no one recognizes you? Are you a celebrity?
No.
Stop. You get sunglasses on too?
I just get in my zone and block everybody out. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
But I couldn't block this out.
Okay.
One day I'm looking at this guy and he's wearing a Kobe jersey. So I'm really feeling him. I go, that's my guy right there. He doesn't even know. Then I walk in today and my man has on a Larry Bird jersey. And I stopped my workout. I went over him. I go, hey, bro. Sir. I go, hey, you can't do that.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Where can you kick off the new year? With big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity. Now through January 30th, get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your very first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet, spend less green, and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Internet discount applied to mobile bill. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon, Fiber, Gig Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual speeds vary.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Triplite Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Triplite by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplite.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite, now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
It's time to vote for the top athletes and sports stories of 2024. Be part of history and help choose the sports stars of the year from a knockout roster representing the best in Washington sports. Cast your vote for the sports story of the year. Was it the Seawolves playoff run, the Kraken making history, or UW rowing dominating the Olympics? You decide. Vote now at seattlesports.org and enter for a chance to see the winners announced live at the 90th Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Bring on the sunshine with a trip to see your Seattle Mariners. Come to sunny and warm Peoria, Arizona for another great year of spring training baseball. There's no better time to wind up at the Peoria Sports Complex where you can see all your favorite Mariners up close. Spring training in Peoria has plenty of sunshine, warm temperatures, and the best seats in baseball. It's family fun for all ages. Book your trip today. Support your Seattle Mariners in Arizona for another exciting spring training season. Get your tickets at peoriabaseball.com.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? Hi, I'm Adrian, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Treating your home with care is important to me while offering top quality products. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather shipping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. Right now, save $600 per installed window and $1,200 per door, and make no payments for a year. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Lyle and his bout with learning culture continues. In 15 minutes, he did, I'm aware, he did watch Super Troopers this weekend, so I'm excited to hear what he thought. One of my favorite comedies, certainly of all time. So that's coming up in 15. Also, Lyle just told us during the break, Morosi has it. Anthony Santander to the Toronto Blue Jays. Brock, he is going to be a Blue Jay staying in the AL East, so the Blue Jays lineup gets better. Their pitching staff still has questions, and I'll keep throwing out there my thought. Luis Castillo for Bo Bichette is a really interesting start to finishing this offseason.
Yeah.
It's not everything, right? That move in and of itself, but you take some of the savings along with the money that you've got left over that you haven't spent yet, and you go spend on Pete Alonso. And now you've got yourself a completely different team with Bichette and Alonso. You take out Castillo, which hurts, but you've got pitching in your system, including Emerson Hancock, who you add back in. And if you need to save some money in order to make it work, I don't think you should have to. But, okay, you could trade one of the Mitches along with prospects to somebody who needs or could take on some payroll, and you've done it. That's an off season worth dealing with, man. That is, and sets up an offense that would be playoff worthy to go with your rotation.
Any idea on that tweet, 2 plates, whether or not any financials are put out there as far as what kind of contract you're looking at? Was this a shorter term deal? Did he end up getting the money he was hoping for? Obviously, Toronto has chased a bunch of different people and prospects this year, and this is the first one this offseason. Any numbers attached to it yet?
Not yet. I'm still waiting to see it get reported.
Yeah, everyone is just saying it's happened just within the last couple of minutes. So we'll see the details as they come out.
Am I going to see another Marine layer video today of yet another candidate off the board? Was he on your board?
The odds are going up for that, aren't they?
I've certainly liked Santander, I will say. I thought he would have been a really interesting fit here, but obviously it didn't happen, and Morosi kind of said this last week. We knew this wasn't going to happen when it didn't happen with Christian Walker.
If they weren't going to spend for Walker, I have a hard time thinking that they'd be able to afford Alonso, Bregman, or Santander. Santander is younger than Walker. He's a switch hitter, and he's hit 44 home runs. He's not cheap. There's in no universe should he be a cheap player for them to sign. They may try, but I just don't see that working out. If they sign him, congratulations, he'd be amazing, but I tend to think that other teams will value him more highly than what the Mariners will. Based on the Solano acquisition, it seems to me that their budget is much more along the lines of who can we bring in from another team that doesn't make a lot of money yet and use not our big pitching capital, but someone from that or maybe someone from the farm system to do a young player for a young player trade.
Okay, Lau, who is that in Toronto? Santander signs there, as Morosi said, that you're actually looking for the Mariners to trade and not a Luis Castillo. I don't know, Saul. The closer we get to it, now we're Michael Jordan 23 days away from pitchers and catchers reporting. The closer we get to the start of spring training, the less likely I feel that they are going to take one of their 5 studs.
Oh, I totally agree.
And move from them.
Yes.
Yeah. So is there now a Toronto Blue Jay that gets freed up because Santander is now, so they've got Vlad at first. So what is Santander going to play there?
Well, he's an outfielder, DH.
Is there anybody in that Toronto?
I mean, their primary DH last year was Justin Turner. So if you just want him to DH, he can, right?
Yep. Anybody else on the up and coming side of that would make some sense? It frees up the opportunity now for the Mariners to trade Emerson Hancock or trade a couple of their prospects for one of their young and up-and-comers?
Young and up-and-comers? I mean, Ernie Clement's a name. He racked up a lot of value last year from his defense. He wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire with his bat, but the Blue Jays don't have a ton of young, up-and-coming stud talent.
You know what's sort of hysterical about all this? You know what the Blue Jays' record was last year? Top of your head.
Not good.
What was the Blue Jays' record?
75? They get
Pretty darn close. 74 and 88. And, like, it's just hysterical. We're sitting here like, oh, and look what the Blue Jays are doing, and this is amazing, and they got this talent. They're 74 and 88.
Sure.
The Mariners won 10 more games than they did last year.
Yeah. Well, maybe the Blue Jays, if they really wanted to get so much better this offseason, maybe they shouldn't have pitched Roki Sasaki with Chad Green this weekend.
I know. Chad Green, Bo Bichette, and Dalton Varsho. So strange.
I don't know where Vladdy was where the Blue Jays didn't just say to him, hey, we need to fly you out this weekend on our dime to talk to this guy.
Absolutely. But, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I mean, Bichette is at the last year of his deal. Isn't Varsho just about the last year of his deal as well? Isn't he a potential free agent? I could have that one wrong. And then the other guy's just a dude. Like, he's nobody.
Yeah. Varsho's still got some time. But yeah.
Anyway, again, I pointed out that deal, Brock, not just because I think it's like the perfect thing to do. There's risk in that, obviously, right? I mean, Bichette had a negative WAR last year and in last year of his deal, but the idea is to point out that a deal like that can work. That there are some ways to do this. That while we're all upset about the available resources for the team to go out and spend this offseason that is keeping them out on Santander or Bregman or any of those guys. That would be ideal. But if I'm in Jerry DiPoto's office, if I'm in baseball ops, I'm given a budget. Then you've got to go out there and work within it, just like the other 30 GMs or other 29 GMs have to as well. They're all given some level of a budget.
Yeah, there's one in LA. They're not really given a budget. You know?
The way 27 of the other GMs are. Like, they're all given budgets, and then you've got to go out there and figure out how you want to build your team.
Yep.
And if you right now have too many resources in one spot and need to have them directed somewhere else, you got to find a way to do that. Yep. And I'll just say it again. The Mariners aren't spending enough money, but they're also not 25th in baseball. We're talking about a team that's in the middle. And if you're in the middle, you should find ways, just like Milwaukee did, just like, what didn't we say last year? Of the teams that were in the playoffs, there were more that spent less than the Mariners than spent more. So find a way in baseball ops to get deals done, to change around your system so that you're better than you were a year ago. And I think the answer you're going to get back off the record, maybe not on it, is we really like the way our team finished last year.
Yep.
We love the way we think that's our real offense. We don't think we have a major need to make changes. We made those changes when we brought in Edgar and Dan and changed everything out. I don't think that that's a good solution personally, but I think that is the argument you would hear back. And I will be honest, I'm not surprised they've had a quiet offseason based on how they felt about the way the season ended.
Even with that, if that is the premise, you still have second and third base to figure out.
All right, so maybe you break. So, all right, so you sign Polanco at the end of the offseason for $4 million. Now you're just back to being the team you were last year. You're just not paying him as much.
Let me
hear
cut 10 here from Morosi as well. I'm kind of curious what this, because John's usually uber positive guy. So let me hear JP right here.
The Tigers have Torkelson. They also have Jace Young at third base, a lefty bat. I think the Mariners, all in all, would prefer a lefty bat. If the Tigers, by some chance, sign Bregman, then Young is available probably, and they could perhaps trade him in that circumstance. So I think that at the end of the day, the Mariners are probably waiting to see if any other teams are able to sign a big-time free agent bat that would then create a corollary impact, and then maybe an Alec Boehm is available, although I tend to doubt it at this late stage. I mean, spring training starts in less than a month. The Mariners are in a tough spot. A lot of options have, I think, gone by the boards, and certainly Sasaki had appeal for a variety of reasons, one of which was he's very cheap. This is now not getting him shows us that really in a lot of ways the Mariners are just hoping that one of these less expensive options comes through, and hope is a pretty difficult strategy.
So they have gone. Since then, Roki goes to the Dodgers, and this morning Santander goes to the Blue Jays. So the only ones left are Pete Alonso and Bregman. Those are the only two left.
Only two big-time free agents left.
Only two big times. To what John was saying, that would create a ripple effect. That maybe now, hey, there's an opportunity. The other side of that, and I think you hit on this with Passan, and Passan hit on it, when he joined us a couple weeks ago, is maybe you do have to get into spring training. Maybe somebody does.
Dangerous game, man.
Maybe somebody does have to lose an arm, right? Maybe somebody does, come to camp, and you see this all the time, and
I mean, maybe
an elbow flares up.
I'm going to kind of come back to what I said earlier, and I don't know this, but it feels to me anyway, and I'm going to go back to what I said before the offseason began. I wouldn't expect a lot, because I think they are happier with their team than we are. I think they thought what happened at the end of the last year was very real. The offense got better.
Okay, so
Edgar fixed it all. Julio's going to be fine.
Remind me again, over the final 35 games or so when that happened and transpired.
Yeah.
Remind me again of the evidence that would speak to that.
I can't do that.
No, you can. You would say.
No, they hit better. They use the big part of the park, and they didn't strike out as much, and they bunted a lot, and they scored some runs that way. Again, I don't necessarily believe this. Not just necessarily. I don't believe this, but they might. They might look at it and say, guys, what are you talking about? We've got Julio. We've got a Rosarena, who we just traded for, and he's a game changer. And we've got Victor Robles, who we signed for next year. And that's the type of team that we're looking for. They can all run. They can all handle the bat. They're not going to strike out as much as they did in the past. And Luke Raley's got power, and he's growing into more. And Cal Raleigh's a star. And they look at it and say, all right, get Edgar in there with these guys, and now Kevin Seitzer. And you don't need to do a whole lot more.
Yeah, so I know what you're asking for, Brock. In September of last year, the Mariners were second in baseball in WRC Plus for the month as a team. They were third in OPS.
There you go.
Thank you, Lyle. Look at 2 plates delivering right there. Dang. You did know what I was looking for, Lyle, and you delivered like the mailman. Way to go.
So if you believe that's real.
So in the month of September, they were what in WRC Plus?
Second and third in OPS. However, they also lost Justin Turner, who is not back yet, who I think did a lot for that team.
They replaced him with Donovan Solano. So I'm like, again, I feel weird. This is not my argument. Right. I don't feel this way. But can you be surprised that a team that does feel that way has not felt the need to go out there and make some major changes?
I can be surprised.
Or at least that doesn't want to trade any of their pitchers.
I can be surprised because Jerry is a little bit like John Schneider, will tell you a little bit of the cards that he would like to play. And from what I remember when the season ended and what I remember around those winter meetings, I think he talked pretty aggressively about needing impact guys in a couple spots, in the need to add a couple impact bats. Did he not? Am I misremembering that, Lyle? Am I misremembering him at the winter meetings on MLB
He hasn't
Network?
said a lot in general, but yes, he did say some stuff like that.
Yeah, and he said it at the end of 2023 also. He said it multiple off seasons.
Hey, we know we got to find a couple impact bats, and there's going to be opportunities. The problem is the 6 or 7 at first base did not end up here, and now the Santanders and some of the bigger free agents, there's really just two dominoes left.
But Brock, saying we want to find one and we're willing to do the uncomfortable to find them and acquire them is very different. Yeah, I'm sure he said, yes, he would like to have more impact. Of course he would. Everybody would like to have more impact. But are you willing to make major changes to the way your lineup and your roster is constructed? No, because we were the number 2 team in WRC Plus in September after they made a change. And they were the 3rd team in OPS. And everything's fine. Again, if you believe that that's the case, how far out of your way would you go to make major changes to your team? Probably not all that far. Again, I don't agree with it. I think that they do need a lot more than they've got right now, but it wouldn't surprise me if there is a major unwillingness to be uncomfortable when they're fairly comfortable already with what they did at the end of last year. Let's talk to Lyle as he learns a little bit about the world around him. This is the problem with his generation. Not only do they not know anything, they don't want to learn anything.
SparkNotes was a great tool in high school.
It's ridiculous.
What are we doing here, Lyle? What are we talking about?
Help Lyle get himself up to speed with the culture.
Lyle learns culture. We're assigning him projects every week. And we could take suggestions, by the way. Last week, he watched Pulp Fiction for the first time and mostly liked it. He learned about some of the memes that came from Pulp Fiction that he didn't know about before that, which was great.
I think he said even on the record that he's probably going to go back and watch it a time or two.
Wow. Yeah, I would say that's true. This one might be the same thing. So this week, totally different kind of movie. Lyle said he likes stupid comedies. So this week, he watched Super Troopers.
Yeah, it was really funny. It was harder to do true takeaways from this one than it is with something like Pulp Fiction, just because it's such a hilarious comedy. There's not some unbelievably engaging plot where it's like, well, you can pick apart this and this and this. But I got a few. Number one, I want to see a battle royale between the Super Troopers and then Seth Rogen and Bill Hader from Superbad. Just the cop battles between those two. And see who can win the battle of lack of wits better instead of the battle of wits. Let's put it like that.
Yes.
That's number one. The fact a couple of those guys were actually dumb enough to walk into the back of that truck and get trapped in there as if they didn't see that coming from a mile away was insanity.
Stinks like sex in here.
Can you say that?
I think so. What does he say at the end? And that's the 3rd time I got crabs. Movie's so funny.
It's a funny movie. What else do I have on here?
Did you watch it by yourself in your home, or did mom and dad walk in while you were watching
on my own.
Just on your own? All right.
All right, so let me ask some questions.
I actually like to...
Oh, he's got more.
Okay,
Well, no. Here, so I can ask some questions. I was just going to say, I actually like to watch these movies on my own when you guys assign them to me because I don't want other people giving me input.
That's
I want
right.
to have my own takeaways.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you have a favorite character in the movie?
Favorite character? I'm trying to say, I mean, they're all funny, but probably Farva if I had to pick one.
Yeah, you strike me as a Farva guy.
He was pretty funny, and that was probably my next takeaway, which was I wrote down the TikTok ban actually lasted longer than Farva's stint back on the road before he beat up that cashier at the burger place.
That's a lot of dimp. Yep.
It's like
a Dimpus burger?
Yeah, a Dimpus burger. It's like, Farva, can you just order a large? It's like, I don't want a large Farva. I want a liter of cola.
Like, funny.
Do they even sell liters of cola?
I don't think so, but they're up near Canada.
Right. The end scene actually got me. I don't know if the first time you guys saw this that it actually tricked you, but I actually thought those guys that Thorny and Rabbit actually got some job as beer delivery guys at the end. Like the ripping off the suit and then they actually have the real police uniforms on. I actually didn't see that coming. I thought the whole thing was going to end with those college kids getting back at them the way they messed with them in the beginning of the movie.
It's really hard to end those movies. That is the one challenge with all those stupid comedies. It's really hard to end them. Most of them are good for like an hour and 20 minutes, and then the last 20 minutes are a little rough. And I think I'd put Super Troopers in that category. Like the
Dumb and
whole
Dumber.
end. I think almost all of them. Like it's really hard to end a good comedy.
Right.
Billy Madison, old school, like you name it. Almost every one of those movies, I think, struggles with the big finish. But that's what, honestly, that sets Naked Gun apart for me, is it's so funny at the end. But the first, like, hour, 10 minutes of that movie are just, I mean, it's unbelievable.
That is kind of a theme of comedies.
Yeah.
That the
Hard to
first half is usually better than the second half. Although I will say, in Billy Madison, you didn't like when the gun was pulled during the trivia to try
I mean,
to.
that's funny, but I just think the whole thing is, it's not that I didn't like any of those scenes. It's just hard, it's hard to end them.
Canada, almost made it.
Anything like Pulp Fiction that now you look at this world a little differently? Any memes?
How about the Aiden O'Connell thing?
Aiden O'Connell?
Isn't he the quarterback in
Vegas?
Vegas who
Yeah.
looks like Farva?
Oh, he does look a little bit like Farva. You're right.
Do you know
I hadn't even thought
why I
about that.
pulled you over? Because we were driving way too fast.
Once you've seen that movie a couple times, I recommend watching the director's commentary. All 5 of them are talking about like how they made the movie. It is hysterical. There's some really funny stuff to it.
You know what I take away about the world, Brock, after watching Super Troopers is how many people that go into the police academy every year get even close to the level of these guys, which was another thought running through my head. It's like, what did these guys do at the police academy?
Right.
And what system did they scam to let themselves pass the test to get out into the field? It's like all 4 of them, not 1, not 2, but all of them. Well, I guess 5 of them. Incredible. I also like the Willy Wonka reference early in the movie when he says the snozberries taste like snozberries.
yes.
He's licking the window on the police car. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, it. Those are my big takeaways from the movie, just because it's so much harder with a movie like this to really pick apart like the plot, right?
Should we do another comedy next, or do you want something more serious?
Oh, I love comedy movies. So
all right, then I think we got to do Office Space next.
Somebody's suggesting that here on the text line.
I think you should do
Office
Office
Space is
Space.
so good.
Yeah,
I love Office Space.
Cult classic. You'll understand now finally why Brock calls all of our old bosses Lumberg. I think next for you has to be Office Space. You're at the right age, right? Sort of newly into the workforce full time, dealing with how hard it is to wake up in the morning and come to this. Like, you were at the right period of life, I think, to watch Office Space.
All right. And Brock, you have seen this one?
Office Space? Oh, yeah.
You have?
Times. A couple times.
Who's the love interest in Office Space?
Jennifer.
Okay, I wasn't sure you had actually seen it.
Inner flair?
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Gotta have that flair.
Office Space, pretty incredible. All right.
The
Well, good
opening
job, Lyle.
scene in Office Space is pretty funny.
When he's driving to work,
Yes.
he has to put up locks the car door.
No better way to introduce your main characters than that opening scene.
That was pretty good. Pretty.
Well, now you guys are raising my expectations.
You're gonna love Michael
You'll like
Bolton.
Office
You are gonna love Michael Bolton. All right, good job, Lyle. You were 2 for 2, and I think we're 2 for 2 in suggesting things for you to watch.
Yeah. What a great teammate. I mean, just invested. You feel that from him?
Yeah.
Like he's genuinely. I feel like you're growing part of the team, Lyle.
Absolutely.
Really, really good.
Came up with a great name for our car.
Oh, yeah?
Get this. You're Arcot Ramathorn. Ram.
Forgot this
And I'm
part.
Rod Farva. Rod. Car Ramrod. Car Ramrod. Get it?
I forgot to add a Ramrod takeaway. Yeah.
There's so many good ones. This is actually one of my favorite lines from this movie.
Must have been my 6th or even my 7th sense.
All right. Well, that's it. That didn't take quite the full amount of time. Oh, wow. We're going to end a little early. Whoa, we're not quite ready for the music. Hold on. We still got another minute before you got to hit the music. Oh, whoa.
Lyle, you seen Rocky 4, by the way? Have you seen
He's a
Rocky 4?
Rocky guy.
Oh, I love all the Rocky movies.
great, okay.
Which is why I was surprised that Morris said when you guys made her watch it that she didn't like it. Now, I got some pushback for this the first time I said this. I think Rocky 3 is my favorite of all the Rocky movies just because I love Clubber Lang, the character, and how he trains with Apollo to get back at him and all that.
Sure. It's the most ridiculous of them, but that doesn't mean it couldn't be among the best.
Wait, 3 is the most ridiculous?
I think 3, well, 4. I mean, it's hard to say.
4, you've got Drago taking steroids and training in this high-tech gym. Rocky goes out to the woods in Russia. That's realistic?
No.
Yes, and it ended the Cold War, for goodness sakes.
And I didn't say unrealistic. I just said ridiculous.
Oh.
Right? I mean, the 4th kind of makes sense. It's East versus West and all that. Like, 3 is kind of out of nowhere, and there's Hulk Hogan and Mr. T. And,
Sugar Lips?
Yeah,
Was it
there's an absurdity to it. Especially coming off the first 2, which are serious movies. I mean, the first one won the Academy Award. The second one is a follow-up to that. And then they're like, hey, let's go in a totally different direction. Instead of making a serious movie, let's be totally over the top. And they started doing that.
And speaking of which, to flip this in the final minute, tomorrow should be a little serious, right? Tomorrow we should have another Hall of Famer.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah. Tomorrow's Ichiro's day. I don't think it'll be early, though. I think it'll be after our show.
Oh, it is?
Probably. Isn't everything? But we can still honor him, I think, tomorrow. Should we talk to Shannon tomorrow?
We should.
All right. Let's see if we can talk to Shannon. And, yeah, we'll absolutely honor Ichiro tomorrow.
And tomorrow will be Macy Ewer Day.
22 days before spring training?
22 days before pitchers and catchers.
So you go Macy Hewer, not Cecily Salk or Caitlin Clark?
I could.
Okay.
I could. Either way. Hey, go get that championship today. Seriously, go bang on that glass.
145.
Yes.
Anybody wants to come down to Kraken Ice Blacks, watch a little 10U hockey, we'll be there.
Voyager Cup?
Voyager Cup.
It's a big deal.
It's on the line, Brock.
It's a big deal.
It's on the line. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay.
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Your home for Bumpin' Stacy.
CBS's Jonathan Jones says the Seahawks have interviewed Byron Leftwich for their offensive coordinator job. What's the real headline?
File this under the experienced candidate. Bump, why do you think that they reached out to Byron Leftwich?
You look at what he did with Tampa Bay. Granted, he had the greatest quarterback of all time over there. They were second in passing, first in pass attempts. When it comes to running the football, 32nd in the league. That is last, Stacy. When it comes to rushing yards.
32.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you. Guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Hey guys, ready to feel stronger, leaner, energetic, and more confident? For a limited time, Revive Men's Health offers 25% off TRT and ED bundles. Plus, get a free month of compounded semaglutide, a powerful proven weight loss medication with the same active drug as Ozempic. Terms and exclusions apply. Don't wait. This offer won't last.
Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and switch to the expensive shampoo with amino acids. Sure, you don't know what those are or why you need them, but it sounds very impressive. And if you switch and save hundreds, you can massage it into your scalp every day. Now, if only you can get people to lean toward your head to smell those aminos. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shampoo. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's bombas.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The NFL's conference championship round is set. The Eagles will host the Washington Commanders, the latter of whom upset the number 1 seeded Lions in a shocking victory Saturday evening. The AFC feels like a rerun. It kind of is. The Bills and Chiefs, who will face off in the evening game on Sunday, last met in the conference championship round in 2021. Mahomes and Allen last faced off in the postseason in last year's divisional round. The Chiefs won that one.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Well, we know the 4 teams that are going to be competing for a shot at the Super Bowl. The Lions are out. The number 1 seed in the NFC, knocked out by the wild card Washington Commanders. We're going to talk about the winners and losers of the divisional round. We'll look at how close also all 4 of these games were to being upsets and going the other way. And then we'll look a little bit at the Commanders. They're obviously the odd one out of the final 4 teams, and there's some interesting Seattle ties we'll examine, but we'll start with the winners and losers from this round. First, Bump, how was your weekend?
Hello, Stacy.
Hello, Bump.
Hey, my weekend was cool. The family's out of town, so I got to, have some me time. Your boy tied his personal best, 76, shot a 76 the other day. You know what I'm saying? The game's coming together right now.
Yeah.
And I got to watch football. So I listened to the Chiefs game while I was on the course. And then when I was done, I went into the bar area at Echo Falls and watched the Commanders game.
That
so it was
game
good.
was crazy.
It was crazy. It was nuts.
It was wild.
You know, someone said that the Commanders could win this game, and he was laughed at.
Okay.
He was laughed at.
All right, so we don't need to roll the tape, but Bump on Friday did say, of all of these games, the upset that I'm going to predict is going to be the Commanders over the Lions. And I said, Bump, you're crazy.
Crazy.
You're crazy. I mean, look, the Commanders are a fun story. I'm rooting for them. Jaden Daniels, wow, what a guy. But the Lions were the number 1 scoring offense. I wonder if the Commanders' defense can hold them off. And instead, let's start with that game. Instead, what we saw was not just a coming out party for Jaden Daniels and kind of cementing his year as maybe one of the best we've ever seen from a rookie quarterback. But finally, the Lions' injuries caught up to them. I mean, your defense allowed 45, right, points from the Washington Commanders, an offense that's been really great this year. But I think that the Lions' attrition caught up to them, and then Jared Goff, one of his worst games.
Yeah, you got banged up. Obviously, all those injuries on defense, and then when you turn the ball over 5 times, you throw a pick 6, you're 3 for 6 in the red zone. That's a recipe for disaster, man. There's something that Jaden Daniels has not done all playoffs, which is turn the football over. If you lose that battle, you turn the football over, you are going to lose that game. There was a game this year where the Detroit Lions did turn it over 5 times, and they won that. Ain't no way the football guys are going to let them do that twice. You're not going to turn over 5 times and win that ball game. But I think I'm more impressed with just Jaden Daniels and the stress that he puts on defense, is how he takes care of the football. And they're able to be versatile. Like, I'm watching Austin Eckler. He only had 6 carries for 47 yards, also had 4 catches for 41. But they're explosive plays. Like, he gets the football, and he is going. And then you sprinkle in some Robinson. Dammy Brown had a better game. And obviously you got Scary Terry over there. They don't have guys that you necessarily fear, but you respect them. And a quarterback like Daniels just elevates everybody else's game.
Yeah, I mean, it's this game was maybe my favorite of the weekend, the one that I was most excited to talk about after the fact. We saw the most offense in this one by far, 521 net yards from the Lions. And then we saw nearly 481 net yards from the Commanders. How about this from the Commanders, too? 3 of 4 on 4th down. I mean, we saw 2 very aggressive teams. We already knew the Lions were going to be an aggressive team. We also saw the Commanders match that energy, saying, we haven't been here in 30-plus years. We're going to keep this going.
I loved it. I like seeing them go for it on 4th down. There's a situation where I think a penalty was called, and they could have just put it on the foot, and they said, no, we're still going to go for it on 4th down. Like you mentioned, they were 3 for 4. It's kind of like they took a page out of the Lions book and said, hey, we're going to match you. Mm-hmm. That game had the more explosive plays of all weekend. I know that Saquon Barkley had big runs, but there's gains for the Commanders, 42, 58, 38, 35, and a bunch of 20s. For the Lions, 61, 34, 33, 23, and a few more 20s.
Crazy.
Explosive. And I've always respected Gibbs' game, but he looked different. He looked
unstoppable.
He looked fresh. Like, it was week 1, and he was getting his. That was a fun game to watch, man. I feel bad for the Lions fans because I feel like that was it. Because Glenn is going to get recruited to be a head coach somewhere. Ben Johnson's going to go somewhere. Yeah. I think that was it. I think that's why we saw Dan Campbell crying at the end of the game, because he knew, like, this was our chance, man. We're going to have to reset this thing.
Well, and look, all of us can sit here and say you ended up losing something like 6 or 7 starters on defense. At a couple different positions, you were down to your 3rd stringers, maybe guys that you previously had on practice squad. You lost a starter in this game to a broken arm. Like, you continue to lose. I know. You continue to lose players on defense, and I completely understand and mentioned not 2 minutes ago that the attrition of that seemed to have finally caught up with them, and just like we knew it would. However, you were a fairly healthy offense all year long. You know what I mean? Like, you did at times have starters on your offensive line that had to miss a couple games, but I think Dan Campbell also knows that, like, let's say our defense gets healthier and we don't have as many injuries. Are we guaranteed to have Frank Ragnow every game next year? Are we guaranteed we have Goff every game next year? Are we guaranteed we have Gibbs every game? So you always know there are going to be injuries, and it just so happened to all be concentrated on one side of the ball this year. Let's talk about Jared Goff for just a minute. I had him as one of my losers of the weekend. This defense allowed 45 points, okay? That was a major part of what sank you. However, Jared Goff, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. Let's say we take out the final pick, right? Mm-hmm. With one touchdown and 2 interceptions. He still completed sub 60% of his pass attempts. Was this Jared Goff having a bad game, or was this Jared Goff being exposed?
I think it was a little bit of both. But I also think that when you gamble as much as the Lions do, like that wide receiver pass that they threw to
Jameson.
Yeah, I'm like, you don't necessarily need to do that in that moment. I understand that this is the way you live. This is the way you play games. You go for it on 4th downs. You do these trick plays. You get the lineman the ball. You let your receiver throw the football. Sometimes it's like, man, just tighten things up and just play straight forward and get downhill. No, I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's Jared Goff not playing well. I think it's some play calling that was going on late in the game. And I also think that it was injuries. And when you are just defeated defensively like this team is, you don't have all your guys out there, shootouts are the worst thing to get into, right? Because you give teams life. You allow on a regular day, you score 31 points for the Lions, you're probably going to win that ball game, right? But because your defense, you're all banged up, you get into shootouts, you allow this young Commanders team to take some pressure off of their defense and tell them, look, just get 1 or 2 stops at the end of the game, and we're going to win this ball game because we're going shot for shot with these guys. No, I'm not just going to blame it all on Jared Goff. I'm not going to blame it all on Dan Campbell. I think that Goff will be back next year. I think that he still has some good football left in him, but that window is almost closed, man. It's sad for Detroit to go out the way that they did, but this is a game of football. You have to get lucky when it comes to injuries.
All right, let's get to another winner from this weekend. He is a member of the team that the Washington Commanders will be facing, the Eagles hosting the Commanders in the conference round. Saquon Barkley in 2 games against the Rams has rushed for 460 yards. I feel like I need to make that very clear. In 2 games against the same defense, Saquon Barkley has rushed for almost 500 yards. 205 in this one, 255 in their first meeting. An unreal performance by him in this one. I didn't think it was an especially dominant performance again for Jalen. So we can talk about kind of what we've seen from him in the postseason so far through those 2 games. But Saquon was one of my winners.
Like you mentioned, 460 in 2 games, 500 total yards if you factor in his receiving yards as well. I mean, Saquon Barkley makes this thing go. I'm sure most of you guys saw this on one of his big runs. He scores a touchdown. The slow-mo shows him talking to Jalen Hurts, and it looks like he says, watch this. So I went back and I looked at the play. I believe it was an RPO. So he handed the football off. He had an option to throw it as well, but he believed in Saquon and gave the ball to Saquon. He goes. Saquon makes this thing go. So if I'm A.J. Brown, and, last week they were talking about him getting frustrated, not frustrated, but reading a book on the sideline because he's not getting the rock and trying to center himself or whatnot. You just have to forget the ego and just go with what works. Because at the end of the day, it's all about winning championships. And Saquon Barkley gives you the best opportunity to do that. When Jalen Hurts throws the ball 25 to 30 times, that team loses typically. I saw a stat last week when he had like 300, some of his best pass games, 300-plus yards. They lose those ball games. This team is built for the run. But here's where A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are going to come up clutch. You need 1 or 2 big plays. In this conference championship, you can have 5 catches for 55 yards and 1 touchdown going to be a big play. Devontae Smith, you can have 4 catches for 60 yards, and one of those is a 50-yard bomb that you're going to need. That's how they got to start thinking about this thing. I know as receivers, you want the ball, you want all the glory, but the best player on your football team is Saquon Barkley. So you let him do his thing.
We now know that the 2 teams will face off in the NFC, the Eagles hosting the Commanders. The Eagles have not seen dominant quarterback play. You pointed out, though, that they've been able to win when it matters, and importantly, that the story of their team is Saquon. So, they're really, really talented. That kind of wins out. The Commanders were able to go past a team that scored more points per game this year than did the Eagles. But do you see the Eagles holding off the Commanders?
I think so. I think that this Eagles defense is tough. I think that eventually the rookie will look like a rookie. And maybe I'm wrong, but I think this is where it stops. Washington has been a great season. You got to the conference championship game. No one expected you to be here, but the Eagles are built for this. They're built for any type of condition. You want to play in the snow? Don't worry about it. We got a run game. Oh, you want to go indoors? Okay, we're going to toss this thing. We're going to light it up. Whatever type of game that needs to be played, they can play, but it starts with the run. As long as Saquon is healthy, I think they're good, and their defense is flying around as well. But big ups to the Rams because I think they played good enough to win that ball game. It just comes down to turnovers and costly turnovers at the wrong time. I think Matthew Stafford looked solid, threw for 324 and 2 touchdowns. Kyron Williams' vision was on point. He had 106 yards. It felt like the Rams were going to win that game at one point.
Let's go to the AFC. Pick either game. Who's one of your winners or losers?
AFC winners. Mahomes and the referees.
Important that you combine that.
Mahomes and the referees. It's getting ridiculous. And I'm almost starting to feel like I did with LeBron with Mahomes because he's buying into this flopping. He's buying into this, I'm going to go down as late as possible and put all the responsibility on these defensive players to make split-second decisions. That is dang near impossible. I'm going to maybe flop a little extra because I know Will Anderson just hit me and this referee behind me is going to throw that flag. These referees are crazy. Now, I got a stat that's going to shake y'all up when we get to 4-down territory, all right? But they still win ball games. Whatever, I mean, he still makes the play at the end of the game to find Travis Kelce falling down, makes play in the back of the end zone. He still plays a decent game, but I think it's because Curtis might have said this, or maybe I heard on the radio. Or you might have said, I think, because the games are so close. I think you said it, right? If the games were, Stacy said this, so I'm taking her swag right now. Okay.
Yeah. You know what? We'll let Curtis do it.
Stacy said this, and I was prepping for the show, and I probably didn't even acknowledge it, but I heard it. I'm like, hey, that's a good one. So I'm gonna take it from her. She said that if the games weren't so close, then I don't think those calls would be like frowned upon so much. But because they're close, because this changes things, because it leads to points, because it keeps the offense out there, and they're barely getting by, it's amplified. And the NFL got to do something. We got to start reviewing every personal foul. Every personal foul needs to be reviewed because clearly they're getting this wrong more than they're getting it right.
Yeah, the Chiefs are a very, very, very good team. They're an elite team, and they're so elite that because they're not number one in a number of categories, we go, what an off year for the Chiefs. However, at the end of the day, they do have 12 games now, including this one, that have been won by one score or less, by 8 points or fewer. And if you were blowing teams out, even if Patrick Mahomes was getting these calls, which he would be, you just are. You're Patrick Mahomes. You're going to be getting these calls.
Yeah.
But even if he were, people would go, well, you won by 15. You won by 20.
Right.
You won by, 24. Like, it wouldn't matter as much for people. This is a Chiefs team, though, as you pointed, in a close game, got 10 points off of 2 flags. Interestingly, the one people were most upset about was not a flag that Mahomes ended up getting, which was the flop. And that was really egregious to me. The one that I thought everyone was talking about, the Will Anderson Jr. one. The other with the 2 Texans defenders running into each other was the one that I thought was just especially egregious to me. Like, I didn't like the flop, but he didn't.
They hit each other, man.
They hit each other. And Clay Martin, speaking afterwards, said, well, the onus is going to be on the defender at that point. Do you know how late Patrick Mahomes is sliding? Like, he can run out of bounds, but he knows what he can get away with. And so he turns back inbounds and starts cutting up field and then slides way late. And you're telling me the onus is on the defender? That's when, and he's not wrong. Like, that's how referees are supposed to call it. But that's when you go, okay, wait a minute. The onus is now on the person who physically cannot stop himself at this point. Why does the onus transition to him the second a quarterback slides when it's really late and that defender's already in motion?
Because it's bull. That's what it is. It's bull. If you leave that pocket, you are a football player. You should get treated like everybody else that runs with the football. And look, I understand it's Patrick Mahomes, and these referees are human, and he does get calls. Like Jordan got calls, LeBron got calls, Kobe got calls. They talk to these referees before the games. They get to know them. The white cap from last night, I forgot his name. When he refs Chiefs games, the Chiefs are 10-0.
Oh, Clay Martin?
Now,
I think it's
sure,
yeah.
Whatever he is, Bobby Joe.
Bobby's dad.
I'm sure the Chiefs are a good football team. I'm not saying that that's the reason why they win, but it's getting ridiculous when you see a player that is physically changing the way he is moving because he knows that he can draw a foul and get extra yards. That's when something needs to be done. They got to start finding Pat Mahomes like they do in the NBA when guys start flopping or whatnot. It's killing the game for me, man. Yeah. I know we want to make it safer. I understand that. And I'm glad the game is safer because there are guys like the generation before me who are jacked up over football, right? But we chose to do this. I understand that. But you cannot escape the violence of football. If you want to get out there on that football field and you leave that pocket, your little safety net, you should be treated like everybody else.
Well, and it also completely changes the way we talk about these two teams. Like, did literally anyone think that the Houston Texans would beat the Chiefs? No. But we end up talking about it as though the Chiefs only won because of these calls, which isn't necessarily correct. I mean, the Chiefs had really good field positionings. Houston messed up quite a bit on special teams. And so there were opportunities there that the Chiefs took advantage of and made the most of because they're a very good team. The final score, though, doesn't really indicate how close a lot of these performances were statistically. Like, these two teams, the Chiefs did not necessarily outplay the Texans when you watch the game. And the Texans also outgained them yardage-wise. And so it ends up feeling much closer than the final score indicates. Let's see. Really, really quickly before we get to headline rewrites, we had Mark Andrews as a loser of the weekend.
Poor guy. Poor guy. You fumble in the middle of the field. You drop a easy pass. Was it perfect? Was it right in your chest? No, but you're Mark Andrews, man. You got hands. Feel so bad for that guy. Feel bad for Lamar Jackson. I think he did enough to keep these guys in the game. He did have a fumble, had 2 turnovers. The first time this year he's had multiple turnovers in a game. But that's what you expect in a game against the Bills like that. It was going to be tough, man. But This one hurts. This one hurts for Lamar. It hurts for Mark. And you feel like if they would have gotten that thing in overtime, they were going to get it done.
All right, we are going to get back to these games, and particularly talking about how each of these could have gone the other way. I mean, the highest scoring offense, the Lions, was the one that lost by the most. There are other games that could have gone the other way. Let's start with headline rewrites, though.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
Must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1. Number 7, Notre Dame. Number 8, Ohio State. They meet in tonight's national championship game. What's the real headline?
It's a big night for the most annoying college football fans you know.
You know what's crazy? The fans that are the most annoying are the fans that have like a rich history of winning.
Well,
even though
they're annoying
Notre
because they win,
Dame
because they have
hasn't
awesome
won
history.
since 1988.
Yeah.
But, they're always on TV. They got a good fan base. Ohio State as well. This is a game of a $20 million roster versus a $5.2 million roster. They're building these teams differently. They both only allow a few points. Notre Dame's defense allowing 14.3, Ohio 12.2. I think anyone who has watched either of these team plays know that with Notre Dame, they have to run the football. They're averaging 210 yards per game on the ground. Ohio's only allowing 89 yards per game on the ground. And we know Ohio likes to throw the football. They got 3 great receivers who will be in the NFL one day. I think Ohio State can win this game. It's about how big they win this game. If Notre Dame can be around in the fourth quarter and keep things tight and just out-physical this team, that's how they win. But if Ohio gets all those young men on the outside flying around making plays early, it's a wrap.
The Buckeyes are favored by 8.5 points in this one. I read an ESPN preview in which no single responder chose Notre Dame to win this one. This is, though, a matchup of two teams that are both ranked. I think they're like 6 and 7 or 7 and 8 or something like that. I mean, they're like, I don't know how many people are shocked to see Notre Dame here, though it is now a very lopsided Vegas odds, for Ohio State, in favor of Ohio State, excuse me.
What's the spread? You know the spread?
8.5.
8.5.
Okay.
Yeah. How did Notre Dame get here? Like, people are talking about it now like it's like, oh, they'll never beat Ohio State. So if you can say, well, Ohio State's here in part because they're a great program, but they also have the most talent. How's Notre Dame here?
They got here. There are a few guys they grabbed in the portal. Their returner who had a big return in the semifinal game. You go in and get your quarterback from Duke. They went and got a few guys to kind of fill in some gaps, whereas Ohio State went and bought everybody and said, come on down, you're the next contestant on The Price is Right. Notre Dame is well coached, and they're the most physical team in football right now, in college football right now. But you can be well coached and be physical. If you are just faster on the outside and just more talented, you're probably going to win this ball game. That's what I expect, but I'm rooting for my Fighting Irish.
I kind of am
Let's
too.
go. Come on.
Headline
You're
rewrites.
yelling the Irish.
If they win this ball game, Stacy,
listen.
I might come in with all green. All right, I'm gonna study an accent tonight and get her done.
Headline number 2. We probably shouldn't be surprised by this, but the Dodgers won the Roki Sasaki sweepstakes. What's the real headline?
Do other teams know you can spend money too? Like, has everyone been made aware of the fact that the offseason has started? It's free agency. You can spend money. I mean, just the Mets and Dodgers.
I mean, the
and
season's about to start.
Guys,
Not just the offseason.
what are we
the
doing
season.
here?
Since
going
January 3rd, they've made like 9 moves. And then, that's my squad. You guys know I'm a Dodgers fan. But I texted my 2 compadres here when the deal went down. I go, I promise you my parents aren't rich. Like, I feel
don't believe
embarrassed.
But you're wearing designer,
It's
Bump.
tacky. Not only
You
not
drive
only
a Benz.
are the Dodgers wearing designer, the Dodgers are wearing multiple designers at once, which is very tacky.
It's nuts, man. They got like some Yeezys on that we've never seen before.
Right.
And then I'm looking at the rotation. Otani, Snell, Yamamoto, Glass, Sasaki. I'm like, I feel guilty. I feel guilty that my squad is getting all these dudes. Now they better win. They better win, man. I'd much prefer that the Mariners make some moves. I'm tired of the Dodgers making moves at this point. Dodgers, I love you. I'm wearing your cap right now, but you're embarrassing me in front of my friends.
We already had heard this from Scott Braun, host of Foul Territory, who was on with us, but The Athletic confirmed the Mariners did not get a meeting with Sasaki during his free agency. It feels like there used to be an advantage Seattle had in terms of trying to court Japanese players because of their own rich history with Japanese players, obviously headlined by Ichiro Suzuki. But I was surprised when Scott said it. I was surprised to see it confirmed by The Athletic that there was no meeting at all between the Mariners and Sasaki.
He wants to win right now.
Yeah, I guess.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, Dan Campbell says he's prepared to lose Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson to head coaching jobs this offseason. What's the real headline?
Meanwhile, it appears Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson prepared to lose on Saturday.
Goodness gracious.
Good.
Lions, my dad, Mark Anthony Bumpus, the biggest Lions fan I know. I think it's over for you. It was heck of a
run.
3-4 years watching you
Heck of a
grow and
run.
get to this point, but it is a wrap. I feel bad for you, but I told you. I'm Commanders, man, but they're done now. They're done.
You know what's a bummer for the Lions is that the AFC for most of my life, but certainly for the last 10 plus years, just kind of dominated by 2 teams at a time, maybe 2 quarterbacks at a time. And people always lament the road that Lamar Jackson, that Josh Allen, that Justin Herbert, if the Chargers ever get their stuff together, that these teams will have to take, and lament that it will always go through Arrowhead. Maybe it'll, go through another team or whatever. The NFC feels more wide open, and yet the best team from the NFC in back-to-back seasons, I don't know that the Lions were the very best last year, but couldn't make it happen. It's like if there ever was a conference that I'd want to be in as a team that wants a shot, it would be the NFC.
Right.
But it wasn't enough. Turns out the team, the Lions, that led the league in points, lost by quite a bit. So how close were we to seeing all 4 of these games go the other way? That's next.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 2 tickets to the ultimate big game tailgate party. Sunday, February 9th at the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Event Center. Enjoy an all-you-can-eat spread, a beverage garden, tailgating games, and watch the big game on huge screens throughout. Meet Seahawks dancers and players. Plus, enjoy giveaways and more. Visit seattlesports.com/win to enter. That's seattlesports.com/win for your chance to win.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
You're losing your hair and you want a simple solution that works. And you want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to the unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, they were recently crowned 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-81 425-449-8185. If you qualify, get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. AdvancedHair.com.
Bring on the sunshine with a trip to see your Seattle Mariners. Come to sunny and warm Peoria, Arizona for another great year of spring training baseball. There's no better time to wind up at the Peoria Sports Complex where you can see all your favorite Mariners up close. Spring training in Peoria has plenty of sunshine, warm temperatures, and the best seats in baseball. It's family fun for all ages. Book your trip today. Support your Seattle Mariners in Arizona for another exciting spring training season. Get your tickets at PeoriaBaseball.com.
The Southern California Fire Disaster Relief Fund is now taking donations to help the victims of the devastating fires. You can help by donating at your local Safeway checkout today.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Is it just me? I mean, I know that it's January, but it feels like it's been unseasonably cold.
That feels about right.
Really?
Yeah.
God,
mid-January.
freezing.
Yeah, it's going down. Get used to it.
I know. I went and got tea. I don't even drink tea. I'm just holding it between my hands. I have a space heater next to me. It's freezing. It's just everywhere.
We haven't even hit the teen temperatures yet.
Are we going to?
We're still in the 20s. I'm sure we will at some point this winter.
Ugh.
That kind of happens every now and then.
You know what happens for me is I forget that January is not like the middle of winter. Like in my mind, winter starts when it's like, oh, it's Christmas time, and it's we're like a month and a half in. No, we're not. No, we're not.
It's just the layup drills right now.
Exactly. This is warm-ups. All 4 teams outgained all 4 losers outgained the winners in terms of yardage from this weekend's games, which I think is absolutely fascinating. And the reason it's fascinating is there are quite a few of these games that could have just as easily gone the other way. Now, when you get this deep into the playoffs, that's always going to be the case. Every team that got here deserves to be here, is a very good team. You're not going to have some, like a really, really bad Browns team coming in upsetting someone. You're going to have a Houston team that, while they are more flawed than the Chiefs, still have a lot of talent, and that's what we saw. So, Bump, let's go through each of these games and talk about how close we were to flipping the script. I'm going to start with that AFC matchup, the first one that opened the weekend. The Houston Texans ended up falling to the Chiefs, 23-14, the final score there. there. Houston, though, outgained total net yards, 336 to 212. They had more first downs. They were better on third down, 59% on third down. The Texans were. Really, they struggled with some special team stuff. People will point to the calls, and maybe that was a factor in this one. But how close were we to seeing the Houston Texans actually upset the Chiefs?
Really close, I think. I think maybe one or two calls from the Zebras away from watching this thing go down. And you knew coming into this game, you felt like they could make it interesting just because of their defense, right? Throughout the year, the defense has been pretty good. Offensively is where you knew they would struggle not having Tank Dell or Stephon Diggs out there. But for a moment, you go in at halftime, and it's 13-6 KC. And you feel like, okay, coming out the half, Houston has to get a score on this drive. They go down 15 plays, 82 yards, put points on the board, but then the Chiefs just respond. And you were waiting for a slip-up by the Chiefs. You knew that if the Texans were able to do this, something drastic needed to happen. A big sack on third down, maybe an interception. There were no turnovers during this game. It's the only game this weekend without turnover. But that never really happened. The opportunities that they did have were kind of negated because of the referees kind of getting involved in this whole thing. But no one expected them to win this game, but I think we were closer than we thought it would be for them to shock the nation with this one. But no, you needed a call or two, and you just didn't get it.
Well, and if you don't have the bad calls in this one, maybe no one thinks anything of it, right? Maybe instead people are talking about a missed field goal or, a defense that couldn't get a stop when they needed it. But instead the conversation, because of those calls, does become, oh, my God, look how close they were. And if you weren't looking at the stats and if you didn't watch the game, you went 23-14. Were they really that close?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. And a late safety? I don't know about that one.
Yep.
But no, this one was pretty close. We didn't talk a ton about Bills Ravens. Do you want to go there before we go to the NFC?
Let's do it.
I mean, this one is obvious. How close were they? A 2-point conversion.
And that hurts. I'm sure you guys have seen the post on X out there. You brought it up too, Stacy. The way they started this season with Isaiah Likely being an inch out of bounds to the back of the end zone, that toe, losing that, and then your other tight end, sure-handed, I think he's the leading receiver, receiving touchdown guy for the Ravens in franchise history. He drops a pass that he catches 9 out of 10 times, and they bounce back from a couple turnovers. Lamar puts a drive together. You feel like this is going to happen, and disappointment at the end. Feel so bad for that squad over there, man. I'm happy for the Bills as well because no one expected them to be where they are, to have the season that they've had. People yelling MVP chants for Josh Allen. My vote would still be for Lamar Jackson. His year was crazy. But this game ended the way, not that it was supposed to end, but the way that you expect it to end when you have two big dogs going at it. There's a chance to tie it up, just couldn't get it done.
I think people were pointing to Josh Allen's final line, going 127 yards. I'm not impressed. Now, by doing that, you're completely overlooking 2 rushing touchdowns, right? Like, please don't forget that part of his game. What did you make of the 2 quarterbacks, though? We all thought, like, this is going to be a showdown between 2 guys that are front runners for MVP. The conversation is going to be about, who outperformed the other. Technically, as a passer, that was Lamar. I mean, 18 for 25, 72% completion, about 10 per attempt. He was sacked twice, had 2 touchdowns, did have an interception, but 254 passing yards for Lamar Jackson, who still did have nearly 40 yards on the ground. It's not like he wasn't an asset with the run game as well. Josh Allen, more rushing touchdowns, more total touchdowns.
So you mentioned that every team that won their game were outgained by the losing team, right? Mm-hmm. Every team that won the turnover battle won the game, minus the Chiefs and Houston because they didn't have any turnovers. There's something to be said about that. You know that if you can protect the football, you are going to give yourself a chance to win the ball game, and that's what Josh Allen has done all year. He's taking care of the rock. When I saw that fumble by Lamar and almost taken back to the house, I just felt bad. I go, listen, this is going to be a defining play in this game. People are going to talk about how Lamar can't perform. He can't do this. He can't do that. He was 18-25 for 254, 2 touchdowns and 1 interception. You can swing it either way you want to. The thing that concerned me a little bit is Henry only having 16 carries. I thought for sure he'd be around 20, 25 carries, and you really slow the game down and set up your big plays on the outside so you get the receivers the football. But no, man, we knew this game could go either way. This is the first time I've looked at a spread and was like 1 point.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like that before. And it ended the way you expect a heavyweight bout to end.
Which is up to the final seconds. Let's go to the NFC. We just got a couple minutes left here. What one do you favor? I know that you had a point about LA. Let's start with LA. Philadelphia wins this one 28-22 over the Rams. The Rams managed to fight their way back into it. It was a close battle at first. Then the Eagles start pulling away. Then the Rams kind of make it close. How close was LA to beating the Rams?
Excuse me.
Eagles?
They were close. That last throw to Puka Nacua, he was being held. And there's little things like that to where I don't understand why we're not using all of our technology. Late in the game, 2 minutes left, 3 minutes left, whatever you want to call it. Everything should be reviewed so we get this thing right, so we get off of these referees. I'm watching Puka. He's running an out route. He's being held by his waist, and the ball's thrown out of bounds. It was only where Puka would be able to catch it. It would have been a tough catch either way. But still, call the dang hold. Call the hold. That's what gets me about these referees. I know it's a tough job. I wouldn't want to be a referee. I've reffed at a church league before. I'll never do it again. Not for me. So I respect
they get dirty,
y'all.
man.
Yeah, I respect y'all. But let's help them out. Let's aid them. We need to start reviewing all these personal fouls on Pat Mahomes and the quarterbacks. And late in the game like this, somebody upstairs, somebody in New York, because you know they're watching this game and saying, that was a hold. And I know we're looking for perfection, and the rebuttal is going to be, or the knock is going to be, listen, but it's human error. That's part of the game. But late in the game, you don't want human error to have an effect on him. Who knows what they would have done if Puka catches that football, if they drive down the field or not. I just want the right calls to be made. But I did feel like the Rams could have won this game, man. And Matthew Stafford played himself a good game. Took care of the football, 324 through the air, spread the football around. Puka had a good game. Mm-hmm. This was a nice battle here, and it was fun to see it get down in the snow.
I do agree with you, though. There have just been way too many games. When you get into, how tight these games can be in the postseason between very, very good, very competitive teams, sometimes the call does determine it. And the Rams were beneficiaries of a non-call, obviously, with that non-defensive pass interference call against the New Orleans Saints that sends the Rams to the Super Bowl. They don't end up winning the Super Bowl, but still they get the chance to go. And the league did its part to try to address that by making that a reviewable call, or a challenge, rather. Didn't end up holding to that because it just felt like too much of a nuisance. But it's disappointing that what the league didn't take away is, how about instead of making this small rule change to be able to challenge a non-call, we just have a sky judge. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like attempts to solve issues with non-calls in the postseason in these pivotal games. The most obvious answer to me is just have more an ability to intervene from New York.
Yeah, just late, not just throughout late, the game, no. Just late when it really matters.
Yeah.
We need to get this right.
Feels like such an obvious solution. I didn't leave you a ton of time, but the Commanders ran away with it from the Lions. This one wasn't particularly close. The Lions would have needed an absolute miracle. Is the difference in the game just
turnovers?
Off? Yeah.
Turnovers.
Yeah.
Can't turn the ball over.
Can't turn the ball over. All right. We are going to stick with the divisional round and stick with these teams for a while. Coming up at 11:45, though, something standing out about this year's MLB free agency. First, the Commanders are the odd one out of these final four teams. I think we could admit that without offending any Washington fans. So what did they get right this season? That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've been talking about options at quarterback, playing out the hypothetical that the Seahawks move on from Geno. What about the greatest quarterback in the history of this organization?
Dave Craig?
The greatest,
I think he's a little old, Bob.
Most accomplished Seahawk quarterback ever, Russell Wilson.
I'm really excited for you to talk right now, Bob, so I can check the text line. Because I can't wait to see what people are saying about Russ.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100, the cilantro lime takes it to 200. It makes me want to, tell all my friends and family.
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear. Call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Do you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today.
It's time to vote for the top athletes and sports stories of 2024. Be part of history and help choose the sports stars of the year from a knockout roster representing the best in Washington sports. Cast your vote for the sports story of the year. Was it the Seawolves playoff run, the Kraken making history, or UW rowing dominating the Olympics? You decide. Vote now at seattlesports.org and enter for a chance to see the winners announced live at the 90th Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Hi, I'm Adrian, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Treating your home with care is important to me. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer premium windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and come with clean glass technology. And Leak Armor installation gives you a lifetime warranty to protect your home. Right now, save $600 per installed window and $1,200 per door, and make no payments for a year. For details, visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. The treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The Commanders are the odd one out of the Final Four teams. So what did they get so right this season? The reason that the Commanders are especially interesting is, well, we cover a team that didn't make the playoffs, and we're going to be talking about how the Seahawks can finally get back there, not just to the playoffs, but how about to a conference championship game? How about to a Super Bowl? The Commanders made a phenomenal turnaround over the course of a single season and also are in here with the final teams. I mean, all the remaining teams are either 1 or 2 seeds, with the exception of the wild card Commanders, who still had a phenomenal season. The Commanders entered the offseason with 6 top 100 draft picks, including 4 in the top 53. So that's a big part of the turnaround. They also had the most cap space of any NFL team, another part of the turnaround. They did not enter the season, though, with sky-high expectations. They were the longest shot of any of the remaining, I think, including wild card teams, and that includes the Vikings, to make the Super Bowl. Vegas had them with the longest odds. That's by the start of the season, by the way, not by season's end. They also were not a team where, even after drafting Jaden Daniels, people were talking about. I mean, people were really high on Caleb Williams. They thought the offensive line with the Commanders was a problem. What'd they get right? Big question.
Jaden Daniels is what they got right. Well, I mean, listen, you mentioned all the picks that they've had. Mm-hmm. And when you have more shots at something, if I'm shooting free throws and I'm shooting 20 and you're shooting 5, chances of me hitting more are just basic math. And that's exactly what their math is. They were so bad, they got all these picks, so they had more shots at the hoop, right? And they hit on some of them. But the main thing is getting the right head coach to change that culture and the right quarterback. I don't want to do what the Commanders did. I don't want the Seahawks to be so bad that they get all these shots and you go and get yourself a quarterback, because the chances that you get a Jaden Daniels are so low. And it's almost like we're being spoiled. 2 years in a row, we got C.J. Stroud, a rookie quarterback. He comes in the league. Mm-hmm. Best season we've seen as a rookie quarterback. We'll never see a season like that again. Next year, Jaden Daniels says, hold on, I'm here now. Heisman Trophy winner. And he has his season. It's timing. It's a bunch of picks that they've had. And you know what I want to say? That having Bobby Wagner on that roster is key. 132 tackles. Say what you want about how he's getting his tackles, but he knows what winning looks like. I guarantee you, when Bobby Wagner speaks in that locker room, everyone shuts up. Everyone listens to Bobby. And you kind of see the relationship already, that they love Bobby over there. So it's getting the right mix. It's starting to get your quarterback. You got the right head coach. You've had all these picks in the draft to get some things together. You drafted Terry 5-6 years ago, and he's been consistent. And then you bring in a veteran like Bobby to kind of bring it all together. Man, it's a beautiful thing what they got going over there. And it's I'm happy for that organization and their fans, because they've been through a lot for like 20 years or something like that. But 19 years since they've been in
it was 19 since however many since a playoff win. Since 2006 was the last playoff win, and then 33 years was since the last appearance in the conference. When was the 33 years?
That was 91.
No, I mean, I know, but was that since a conference appearance?
Since a conference
championship appearance. Yeah. Okay. That's absolutely insane. And I mean, goes to highlight Dan Campbell's point to his own team last year when they lost the conference championship to the 49ers. And he was like, enjoy this, even though you lost. And even though we're sitting here upset and crying, because you never know if you're going to get back here. You might not ever get this close again. Yeah. There are teams that have gone decades without getting that close.
Yeah, and you have to be lucky, too, because we see the Lions halfway through the season. Lots of folks have those guys in the conference championship game minimum. So you got to get lucky with your health and having just the right combination of guys. I've said this before, and guys who have played the game know this. It can be high school, college, pros, whatever. You never have that exact same team back in the locker room. You have some pieces, some familiar faces, the guys that you signed for contracts, but it's about maximizing that group. And that's what they're doing, or that's what they did with this group here. But Jaden Daniels is everything. He makes this team go. He makes the defense get one or two more stops because they believe. Like, belief is I heard Booger McFarland say this morning on ESPN, and I wrote it down. Like, belief is the scariest thing in the world. Like, when you have someone, a team, an organization, 11 guys on the field that believe, you can do things that you're not supposed to do. They were not supposed to go into Detroit and beat the Lions like that. Even with all the injuries that they have on defense, you still thought, all right, Jared Goff and his offense are going to go nuts and they'll be fine. Gibbs still had a good game. Amon-Ra St. Brown had a crazy game. But at the end of the day, Jaden Daniels has instilled a belief in this organization and this team that makes them think they can beat anybody. I think it stops next week, but they're going into that game with a belief that I haven't seen, led by a young guy in a long time.
Well, and what I like about that analysis also is it not only gives Jaden Daniels his roses and says, like, hey, offensive rookie of the year, absolutely amazing season, record-breaking season, broke RG3's record for rushing yards by a quarterback in a rookie season, one of the best we've seen. But then also makes it clear that if you're wondering, well, how'd the Commanders do this? Sometimes it starts with making the right pick at number 2, and not every team is going to have that number 2 overall pick to use. And even then, the team that chose the number 1 overall pick isn't even in the playoffs because they had plenty of their other issues, which in that case, tip of the cap to Dan Quinn, tip the cap to Cliff Kingsbury, right? Like getting that group together. To wrap up, if we're talking about kind of what the Seahawks can learn, I'm going to go back to your point about Bobby Wagner. I don't know that the lesson, this isn't what you said. I don't know that the lesson is like, oh, the Seahawks should have kept Bobby Wagner. But you said, you know, they brought in someone who had been there, who commands the room, who has a ton of respect. And it made me think that if there is a lesson to learn for the Seahawks, it's get people in your building that have been there. Like get people, whether it doesn't have to be Bobby Wagner, but have someone in the building that knows what it takes, especially with an inexperienced staff or a young team.
You say that, I'm trying to think, is there anybody on this roster who's made a deep run into the playoffs? As someone that you're relying upon, and I can't think of one off the top of my head.
I can't either. I mean, there's certainly leaders they've added. Like Ernest Jones is a leader.
Yeah, for sure. Leo's a leader.
Was Ernest Jones?
He was with the Rams, right?
Rams when they won,
there it is.
Beat the Bengals.
I think it is. I think he was.
That might have been. Yeah, that might have been the closest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, otherwise, to your point, not really. not a ton of those guys. All right, we are going to get to the plays of the divisional round coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've been talking about options at quarterback, playing out the hypothetical that the Seahawks move on from Geno. What about the greatest quarterback in the history of this organization?
Dave Craig?
The greatest,
I think he's a little old, Bob.
Most accomplished Seahawk quarterback ever, Russell Wilson.
I'm really excited for you to talk right now, Bob, so I can check the text line. Because I can't wait to see what people are saying about Russ.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back. I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Elshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful.
Hi, this is Patayo. And this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment.
Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Parango, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her driving, just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The NFL Conference Championship round is set. In the NFC, the Eagles will host the Washington Commanders, the latter of whom upset the #1 seeded Lions in a shocking victory Saturday evening. In the AFC, it's a bit of a rerun. The Bills and Chiefs, they're going to face off in the evening game on Sunday. They last met in the Conference Championship round in 2021 and last met in the playoffs in last year's divisional round. The Chiefs won that one.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Really loved all of these games from the divisional round. Let's go over the plays that told the story of what happened. And I would say the most controversial, easily, happening in our first game here with the Texans at the Chiefs. Mahomes in a late slide gets a call going his way for a penalty.
And take off to his right. And then slide down. They're going to throw a flag on that. I mean, it was a late slide. But they throw the flag, and it was Clay Martin who threw it.
Personal foul. Unnecessary roughness. Defense number 39.
Oh, come on.
15-yard penalty.
Here's the end of it. Yeah, I mean, he's a runner, and I could not disagree with that one more.
Yeah, nor could we. What did you think of the call? This ended up being a scoring drive.
Egregious. You got Troy Aikman, quarterback, who just is disgusted like the rest of us. It is crazy what Pat Mahomes is doing. Here's the thing. I'm not even really mad at Pat Mahomes. I'm mad at the NFL for allowing this to happen. All he's doing is taking advantage of a rule that the NFL created. Look, you don't touch your quarterback. How dare you touch our quarterbacks? I blame Tom Brady. As soon as he tore his ACL against the Bengals back in the day, they started treating quarterbacks like there are pillows out there because they are the face of the league. And Pat Mahomes is the biggest one of them all. But they are football players. It's getting crazy, man. Come on.
All right, well, Mahomes' magic still does exist, and it's part of what kept them in this game and kept them winning this game. Mahomes finds Kelsey.
Mahomes steps up, throws, and he got it! Touchdown, Kelsey!
This ends up making it 20-12. The Chiefs never really look back. Like, they just keep it moving on this one. That's a 3rd and 11 conversion, though.
Yeah, and that's the magic, right? Falling forward, finding your guy in the end zone. Kelsey doing his little dance. It was star-studded over there. You see Caitlin Clark was at the game, too?
Yeah, in a booth with Taylor Swift.
I mean, it don't get hyper than that. But, yeah, these are the things that he does. Right, we understand that he is flopping and he's taking advantage of a rule, but we also understand is that late in the games, he pulls off these wins. Now he's 17 touchdowns, I believe, 17 or 18 touchdowns in the divisional games. It's something like 8-0 now. It's getting ridiculous.
I know that if you isolate, you did this for 4 Down Territory like weeks back, that if you isolate just his postseason stats, it's like an MVP caliber regular season.
Crazy. 1,800 yards.
Absolutely
it's stupid.
Insane. All right, well, look, if you're a Texans fan, you might be feeling like the game was stolen from you from the refs, but you should also be looking inward to your front office, questioning why they spend so many resources in an offensive line that doesn't get fixed. They allowed a ton of pressure.
But they snap it. Blitz again. Stroud in trouble. Karlaftis is there. Kansas City ball.
I feel bad for C.J. Stroud. 19-28, 245, no touchdowns for him, but no interceptions either. He did what he needed to do for a young quarterback, right? This offensive line, which does have a ton invested, did not do enough.
No, he overachieved this year, honestly.
I think so, too.
With that offensive line not being great, with losing 2 of your weapons, you overachieved. So it might not have been the season that you've wanted. I believe the Texans now as an organization, they're 0-for on the road during the playoffs. Get yourself a home playoff game, bounce back. We'll see how quickly Tank Dell can get back and Stephon Diggs. They'll be fine, man. I think they got a great head coach over there, D'Amico Ryans. Good pieces defensively. Will Anderson in the game.
Yep.
They'll be fine. You overachieved. It's all good.
Final score 23-14. The Chiefs advance to the conference championship game where they will host the Bills. We're going to jump to the NFC, though, for our next game. Congratulations, Terry McLaurin, finally having a quarterback worthy of your play. 58-yard touchdown.
Daniels, quick throw, far side. Get it out there to McLaurin. Breaks through. Terry McLaurin. Foot race. McLaurin is going to win. Touchdown, Washington.
Now, this ends up making it 17-14 for Washington. There's a little bit more of a back and forth, but Washington ultimately never gives up the lead here. They maintain that for the rest of the game.
This whole game was just explosive. There were big plays after big play after big play.
Yeah.
That's one of the advantages of playing indoors. Everyone's comfy. And I read a quote from A.J. Brown that playing in the snow was like the most horrible thing. He wouldn't wish it upon his enemy, he said. And I feel you, dog. I've been in some situations like that. But when you play indoors, you got these young studs out there, you get plays like this. That was beautiful, man. It's a 3-on-2. He splits kind of like a screen that his boys are setting up, and the rest is all him.
I mentioned to start the show that part of the story of this game and of the Lions season for me was defense just being constantly banged up, that eventually that attrition caught up to them, and I think it did in this game. I don't think a fully healthy Lions defense allows 45 points from the Washington Commanders. Another listener texted in and said, I don't know, for me the story is Jared Goff. And they're not wrong. Jared Goff with a pick 6.
Second and long. Goff, some pressure again, lets it fly high. It's intercepted, picked off by Quan Morton. Morton with some blocks, inside the 20, still going. Morton, pick 6.
Tell us about this play. Tell us about Goff's game.
Goff got down the red zone, man, and coughed a few up. One right before the half, too, where they were driving and it could have changed the identity of the game. But it seemed like he wasn't throwing the ball with conviction. He wasn't absolutely sure of what the defense was giving him. It was a bad day for golf, man. You chose the worst day to have another bad day. 5 turnovers, not all on you. You got 3 of them things. But, yeah, tough day for my man.
Jameson Williams had a 61-yard touchdown run, which was great. I mean, it ends up narrowing that Washington lead to 24-21. However, he also had a costly interception.
Look at this trickery. Jameson Williams has it. Looking to throw it. Going to throw it downfield. Intercepted! Mikey Sabersill has it. There's a penalty. Hang on a second.
I love trickery. I love trickery in a playoff game. It's incredibly bold, and Dan Campbell is certainly that as a head coach. But Jameson, my brother in Christ,
Please.
You need to throw that away.
You just throw it away.
Throw it away.
But here's the thing about receivers, man. We're going to throw that thing. If the play says to throw it, we're going to launch it up there. We saw JSN toss it up to DK this year. He came down with a play. I'm like 0 for 2 in my college career when it came to throwing the football with 1 interception because I was throwing it regardless. Yeah. I'm letting it go.
Still an incredibly talented receiver.
Yeah.
Again, 61-yard touchdown. Absolutely amazing. But the Commanders end up getting to Goff again to seal the win.
3rd and 10. 4-man rush. It's Goff throwing over the middle, and it's picked off Jeremy Chin. And Washington will be going to the NFC Championship for the first time in 33 years.
You know, it feels silly to say credit to the Washington Commanders for holding the Lions to 31 points. That being said, credit to that defense. I thought that was their weakness heading into this one, and they did their job.
I think they understand, and the coaching staff understood that you get into a shootout, okay, that's built for more of what we're capable of doing when it comes to winning this ball game. But you just need a couple plays in certain situations, and that was a clutch one right there. The one before the half was big, the pick 6 was big, and that one's still in the due.
All right, we are on to Sunday, the early game. The Los Angeles Rams on the road facing the Philadelphia Eagles. We already know what happens. Let's talk about how we get there. Jalen Hurts opens up scoring with a long touchdown run.
Hurts this time, pulls it and keeps it and takes off for the first down. Through a tackle and Hurts on the run. He might go. Jalen Hurts, touchdown Philadelphia.
As a passer, Jalen was 15 of 20, 128, no touchdowns. A little bit of criticism for his performance so far in the postseason as a quarterback, but this was obviously huge for Philadelphia. What did you see from Jalen?
Man, he looked fresh. That first drive, man, they put it together. They set the tone. 6 plays, 74 yards, and Hurts just on a QB option, right? You let the end bite down, boom, you take it. I thought he was going to get caught, but he hit another little burst there I seen out of Jalen Hurts. And, 14 rushing touchdowns this year. This is what he does. Look, forget about how they win. As long as they're winning, they're good. It's not going to look like the way the Chiefs do it, or if the Rams were to win this game. This team is built differently. It's based on the run. So I'm all good with how he's playing as long as they're winning.
It's also like the Ohio State of rosters where it's like they don't need their very best performance from Jalen. They don't need their very best performance as a team. They have so much talent, and that's headlined by Saquon Barkley. This is going to be just the Saquon game for good reason. Technically, 2 of them. Here's the first long rushing touchdown.
3rd and 4. No run out of it. Big opening, Barkley. There he goes. Barkley going to ring the bell again. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
62 yards. It wasn't even his longest touchdown run of the day. I'll get to that next. What'd you see here?
I'm trying to figure out just how talented Saquon is. Because when we think about the best runners, Barry Sanders had his own style, obviously. The old heads like Walter Payton, rest in peace, Jim Brown, and then you get to LaDainian Tomlinson and Adrian Peterson. I don't think I've seen a running back quite like him. Like, he has some of these features that all of these guys have, but his style is something different. He's probably the strongest looking running back I've seen in a while since maybe Adrian Peterson.
LA ends up tying it up shortly after Saquon Barkley's 62-yard run. It's 13-13. Then we enter into the second half. It's still pretty tight. Philly takes a field goal lead, 16-13. Then Jalen Hurts is sacked in the end zone. It's a safety at 16-15. It's a pretty close game late. LA hanging in there. At one point, Elliott hits a field goal to tack on to another field goal. It's 22-15. And then the longest lead for Philly is courtesy this Saquon Barkley 78-yard rushing touchdown.
118 yards and adding to it. There goes Barkley into the clear through the snow all the way home. He's hit another home run against the Rams.
I don't know if it was on this one or the previous one. I'm obviously listening to audio and not video, but there's one where he's running in and he starts slapping his helmet as he nears the end zone. Hype.
Man.
Hype.
That is a feeling I search for every day. If I get that rush of adrenaline, it's crazy.
Let's go.
But that play is, if you watch the game, they showed the replay. Barkley looks at Jalen Hurts and says, like, watch this or give it to me or something, making me believe that it's an RPO. And he's saying, look, just give me the football. I'm going to go get it 78 yards to the house.
All right, so Eagles end up winning this one. 28-22 is the final. Let's head to Ravens, Bills. And Mark Andrews, here's the problem with what happens with two really, really good teams that face each other is when you have turnovers or lose the turnover battle. You pointed that every team that had turnovers in a game lost the turnover battle. That ends up being sometimes what costs you the game. Mark Andrews, one of those.
Fake to Henry. Jackson throws. Got a man wide open. It's Andrews. They dropped the ball, and it's recovered by Bernard. The third turnover committed by the Ravens.
Third turnover by that point.
Man, they're driving. They're down 24-19 at that point. The Bills just got a field goal. And the vibes were good at this point. You felt like they were moving the ball a little bit, and it just hurts so bad to see a great tight end like Mark Andrews go out like that. Like I mentioned, the leading receiver in touchdowns when it comes to the Ravens in franchise history. Man, you hate to see him go out like this.
Let's get to how this game ended. So with 1:44 left, Lamar Jackson goes deep middle, finds Isaiah Likely for 24 yards and a score.
Again, he's getting all kinds of protection all day. Slides over to buy time, flings it down the field. It's caught for the touchdown. Isaiah Likely, and the Ravens are a 2-point try away from tying the game.
Now you got to go for the 2-point, right? Like you can't just get the extra. You need it here. So we are going for the 2-point conversion attempt, and it fails.
Gonna roll, flip it, got it. Oh, the ball was dropped. He had the 2-point conversion in his hands.
He had it in his hands. As a receiver, is this something where you go, I can understand that, or did you go, what are you doing?
This ain't JV football.
Ooh.
That's Mark Andrews. Top 4 tight ends in the game right now.
Yeah.
He will catch that football 9 out of 10 times. I just felt bad for him. I was in disbelief. Like, there's no way. Even the announcer says, got it. Because, as soon as that ball hits Andrews' hands, it is a wrap. Man, I felt so bad for that dude. And he just gets up, runs to the sideline, no expression. I can imagine things running through his head. He's not watching TV for weeks. He don't want to hear about it. Don't y'all text him. Don't y'all hit him up. You let that man be. He had a tough game, man.
27-25, the final there. As we wrap up our highlights before we get to 4 down territory, which of these 4 games to you were you left thinking about the most afterward? Like for me, I think I was the most heartbroken by Detroit's loss. Like that's the one that stuck with me most. And on the other side, I was really excited for Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, and Dan Quinn is so likable. That's the game for me was sticking. But what about you?
Commanders Detroit on both sides, because I wanted the Commanders to win, but I wanted the Lions to win as well. And then I thought about my dad because he's a Detroit Lions fan. I haven't called him yet. I'm give him a day or two to
some time to recover,
to settle down. But that, and then just the Ravens-Bills game, because I wanted this so bad for Lamar. I think that he should get a 3rd consecutive MVP, and he will be labeled as a guy who can't win. And it's unfair because he did everything he could to win that ball game. Did have a fumble, did have an interception. Things happen. But when it was time to win, he put a drive together and threw it to the right guy. His teammate just couldn't follow through with it. I feel bad for Lamar.
Have we seen a conference with this much quarterback talent great at the best time? Like when I was younger, the greats were Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Ben Roethlisberger. They're all in the same division, but it felt like some of them peaked at different times. Like Ben Roethlisberger's best stretch of play and best stretch of his career was when he was a bit younger. Brady's was just kind of going on forever and ever and ever. Peyton Manning had to shake off the idea that he wasn't clutch in the playoffs until finally he was. So they kind of peaked for them at different times. I'm trying to remember if there was ever a time where it's like Lamar's playing like an MVP, Josh is playing like an MVP, Patrick Mahomes is unstoppable, and then you have in the background, not even making the playoffs, someone like Joe Burrow, right? Like I'm trying to think if there was ever a time when quarterback talent peaked at the same time like this.
I think that this group of quarterbacks are the most talented we've ever seen. Now, good quarterbacks don't have to have all the talent in the world. Drew Brees, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning. They just knew defenses, got the football out on time, and were super accurate. But as far as just physical ability, these are the best that we've seen when it comes to that. But yeah, I think you mentioned it. It kind of overlaps a bit. It's the Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers when he was younger, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, and Phillip Rivers. He needs some love too.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember if there was maybe there was another era that I wasn't part of that someone can be like, oh, let me tell you what, when Elway was coming up, just something where it's like guys were around the same age, constantly competing with each other. Maybe one of them was constantly keeping the others out because there's plenty of overlap, but it feels like, I mean, the one I can remember is like Peyton Manning versus Tom Brady was the most talked about, but even then it was like a little bit.
That was it.
It was, it was a little different.
It was Brady and Manning going at it, honestly.
Yeah.
For years.
All right, let's get to 4-down territory.
This is 4-down territory. Going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something that's been proven to be false, but you still don't believe it?
Still don't believe it.
Is it ghosts?
No, it's not ghosts.
Oh, okay.
We all feel like the Chiefs get helped out. And we've seen that. We clearly saw it against the Texans. There were some personal fouls that were called that were garbage, should not have been called. And in my mind, late in the games, I'm like, these guys always get the calls. They always get it, but via The Athletic. The last 2 seasons in the fourth quarter and in overtime, 47 penalties have been called against the Chiefs. 48 have been called against their opponents. 307 yards against the Chiefs, 340 yards against their opponents. So clearly, it's not as lopsided as we think. But it goes back to the key moments. It's in those key moments when they're calling those penalties is where it matters the most. It's in the divisional round when the Texans are on your heels and you call this bogus personal fouls when it happens the most. So you look at the numbers and the reps, I guess, have been pretty fair when it comes to the number of penalties that they're calling. You got 47 to 48, 307 yards to the Chiefs, 340 against the Ops. But it's the timing of it. It's the optics of it because we know the NFL would prefer to have the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. We understand that, right? It's marketing, it's business. It makes sense. Pat Mahomes, the greatest quarterback of all time. We get that. But when we see those calls late in the game, you start to question the integrity of this whole thing. So to support these referees, I found this stat, and it looks like they're calling it pretty even, Stacy.
Second down. What's something Jaden Daniels does you think will be standard practice soon?
So when he got drafted, before he got drafted, he said, whoever drafts me needs to have a VR system for me to study, right? So you put your VR headset on, and he's going through the plays in real time. And what he does, he speeds the gameplay up when he's doing his VR, so it's slower in real life. And I think that this has to be a standard practice. Now, I know there are some programs that do this already. When I was at Monroe High School, we messed around with one of those things. But the way that he's performing right now, I'm trying to find his edge. And I think that's his edge right now. Obviously, he's a talented human being, has a good arm, can run the football, but he's training his mind to move faster than any other quarterback is right now. So that's one of the edges. And I think that with this new generation coming up, with all the technology that they have, it's going to be a standard practice soon.
Third down. What can be seen as fraudulent after this past weekend's games?
The NFC North. What happened?
I saw you say that, and I thought he's going to get in fights. He's going to get in Twitter fights.
I tweeted, I said, the NFC North seems as fraudulent as that text message I get saying there's an issue delivering your package, and I didn't order anything. I didn't order nothing. What are you talking about? But the NFC North, man, the Lions go out, the Packers go out, the Vikings go out. They were the division. And no one's being represented in the conference championship game. I saw a clip where Dan Campbell, when they beat the Vikings in the last week of the season, says, hey, I'll see you in a couple weeks. No, sir. No. You're out. Vikings are out. Packers are out. I still think this is a good division. And I think that there's a possibility that these guys will be fine. But the Lions got to answer a lot of questions with their coordinators. The Vikings need to figure out who's going to be their quarterback. And then Jordan Love needs to figure out how to be clutch late in the season. This is an interesting division to me.
You know, somewhere Jerry Jones and Cowboys fans are looking at an NFC East matchup in the conference championship game going, we had a tough schedule. What are you going to do? Fourth down. What's something you'd like to see all 4 teams do during the conference championship games?
So I mentioned this was the most talented physically group of quarterbacks we've ever seen. Every team in the conference championship needs to run RPOs, more RPOs. Daniels has 891 rushing yards, 6 touchdowns. Allen has 531 rushing yards, 12 touchdowns. Hurts has 630 rushing yards, 14 touchdowns. Mahomes has 307 with 2 touchdowns. That's 2,359 yards and 34 touchdowns. This is part of the game. Run your RPOs. This is the most athletic conference championship weekend we've ever seen at the quarterback position. Could you imagine if there was a way we could have had Allen and Lamar in that thing as well? It's crazy. So we're watching the quarterback position evolve, and I think that is kind of what hurts defenses when you are allowing your quarterback to make decisions while the ball is snapped. You're looking at linebackers, you're looking at ends. He has the final say. You do that in the pass game as well, but you're reacting exactly to what defense is doing. All four of these guys can do it. And it's crazy we're talking about athletic, and Mahomes is the least athletic out of these four.
They're kind of the odd one out.
Yeah, but he's the best out of these four at the same time. He can still run and get busy and get those flags that he'd be searching for out there. But no, all these quarterbacks can run the heck out of these RPOs, and let them make the final decision. The Commanders do it the most out of this group. I expect them to continue to do that.
I judged Mahomes so harshly when he very clearly flopped. Like, I truly, I wouldn't say it changed my opinion of him, but I was like, oh, God, bad taste. And in poor form. However, I also showed you a compilation highlight of Josh Allen flopping. Josh Allen does it too. And this isn't me taking pressure off Mahomes so much as it is to say that the quarterbacks get away with this, man.
Yeah.
There are not a huge number of quarterbacks nor a huge number of players that do this in football compared to other sports. But whenever people in football do it, I judge them, and quarterbacks do it more than anyone.
It's the most machismo sport we got out there.
Right?
And it's a bad look. Someone texted in as far as the quarterbacks. We're trying to go back and see where there was a great class of 83, someone said. And then they pointed out Marino, Young, Montana, and Elway.
Yeah,
That's
not a generation that I watched, but I think I was curious. The generation that I grew up with, they were all great, and we all talked about them, but I don't know that they all hit their very peak MVP seasons at the same time.
Yeah.
And then we're kind of holding each other out of conference championship game, the Super Bowl, right? Like, it was Brady kind of dominated always, but then, so it was interesting. And I was trying to think, was there ever a time when it's like everyone's between the same 3-4 years of age, MVP seasons stacking up, and just you're seeing guys that are like, man, that guy should have 2 Super Bowls by now, and he just hasn't touched it.
Wrong era. You get caught up in the wrong era.
Yeah.
That's where Lamar and Josh is right now. This is your year to take them down, though.
We talked a lot about the winning teams from this past weekend's divisional round games. Let's hear from the losers. Some frustration from these players next.
Coach McDonald's first season is in the books.
Holy smokes, are you kidding? Leo Williams is going to take it in for a touchdown. Seahawks!
Stay with Seattle Sports as we analyze the new vision for the Hawks and look ahead to the 2025 season.
Gonna run! 10, 5, Gino! Touchdown! Seahawks!
This is Seattle Sports.
JSN makes the catch! Are you kidding me? Holy catfish!
Your home for everything Seahawks.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
G. Scott here to share how you can help the Southern California Fire Disaster Relief Campaign to support communities affected by the Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires. Through January, you can make a difference by donating at your neighborhood Safeway checkout. 100% of your contributions will benefit food banks, shelters, and nonprofits providing essential aid, including food, shelter, and financial assistance for those impacted. Together, we can bring hope and relief to our neighbors. To support families in need, donate at your local Safeway today.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and now that the holidays are over, there's no better way to start the new year than to lose those unwanted pounds. We have a proven system that can help you lose weight and get healthy. Avoid the stress of doing it on your own. No drugs, no injections, just teaching you how to reset your metabolism and turn your body into a fat-burning machine with lasting results. Using real healthy foods and lifestyle tips will help you lose weight, lower inflammation, and improve your metabolic health. Now's the time to end the cycle of weight gain and frustration. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here telling you a 15-minute phone call is all it takes to potentially change your life for the better. I did the consultation, and I recommend you do too at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. It doesn't matter where you live, you can do our program in person or virtually. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary. We at Three Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. Three Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 2 tickets to the ultimate big game tailgate party, Sunday, February 9th at the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Event Center. Enjoy an all-you-can-eat spread, a beverage garden, tailgating games, and watch the big game on huge screens throughout. Meet Seahawks dancers and players. Plus, enjoy giveaways and more. Visit seattlesports.com/win to enter. That's seattlesports.com/win for your chance to win.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you. Guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a 5th-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. Forward! If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law. Battle-tested.
Eddie's! This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It is The Timeline on Bump and Stacy, reading you the top stories you're going to see and hear about on your own timeline. And I promise you one thing you were seeing on your timeline was the Houston Texans head coaches and players talking about the calls that were going against them in that loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. They have big beef with officiating after that divisional round loss. Here's D'Amico Ryans.
Okay, we knew going into this game, man, it was us versus everybody. Right? When I say everybody, it's everybody, all of whatever. Everybody, the naysayers, the doubt, right? Everybody. We had to go against today. And, you know, going with that, knowing going into this game, what we were up against, we can't make the mistakes that we made, right? We had a lot of self-inflicted mistakes that happened. whether it's special teams, not converting our kicks, defensively, not being where we're supposed to be in coverage, all offensively, not protecting our quarterback and keeping them clean. So, you marry that on top of everything else that we have to deal with. It's going to be a really tough uphill battle.
Ryans is a head coach pointing to the things that he knows the Houston Texans struggled with and says, in addition to some other things, Will Anderson, a little more blunt.
We knew it was going to be us against the refs going into this game. And, I talked to you guys early this week. And I was just saying, we got to go out there and we got to do us better. And, in some instances we didn't do that, in some instances we did. So we just got to keep going, man. Next offseason, get the guys together, man, and, everybody just coming together and just keep building that team chemistry and get past this hump.
So, again, Will Anderson, I'm not even going to dance around it. We were against the refs.
Yeah, D'Amico's I don't want to get fined. So I'm just going to elude. I'm going to make you think.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about. Now, homie was nah, it is what it is. I am not in a great mood. We felt like this game was taken from us, and they should feel that way.
Yeah.
They were in that game, and those calls were just crazy to me. So I'm glad they got their frustration out. And sometimes if you keep it in, it's not healthy for you. So you got to get it out. So go ahead and do that.
All right, let's jump back to what happened on the field. During one point, and this was at the very beginning of the game, the Houston Texans had some issues on special teams. The Kansas City Chiefs had really good field positioning. There was a big kickoff return deep into Houston territory, and then he's tackled by Houston Texans cornerback Chris Boyd. Chris Boyd then goes to the side like he's hype. He goes to the sideline, and it looks as though he walks to the sidelines and shoves the special teams coordinator, Frank Ross. Chris Boyd said that wasn't necessarily the case.
I wasn't shoving nobody. I was trying to shake everybody in because I thought that was what I said, a turnover. When I looked up, I seen white and everybody pointing the other direction, so I was turning, motions going, and I threw my helmet, and I'm just lit. I always do that. But it was a bad play, and he told me that, and then he grabbed me and pulled me to the side and was like, hey, that wasn't nothing good, I know what you was going through, but that was actually a penalty. And we need you, like I said, he told me we need you to lock in. It was just 6 seconds. We got a whole ball game to play.
I think that Chris could be being honest here. I mean, he tackles, I think, is it Remigio? He tackles him and forces a fumble. So in his mind, he has forced a fumble on what was a big return, and now the script has been flipped. However, he's then flagged for throwing his helmet in celebration, and his special teams coordinator is saying, slow down, turn around and look at the field. We don't have possession right now. They do at our 13.
And I think slow motion will kill you sometimes because the video that I saw initially was in slow motion, and you look at his coach's face, and the coach looks confused, what the heck is going on right now? So he could be telling the truth. I'll take his word for it. I have no reason not to take his word for it. But, yes, keep your composure, keep your helmet on. Little things like that are what cost you the game. That didn't cost him the game, I don't think. But, it could be – you could be in a situation where the game's tied, a few seconds left on the clock. You have to be able to compose yourself. You can get hyped, but just know you got to keep that helmet on.
I believe that ended up being a Kansas City field goal, I was shocked they didn't get a touchdown off of that one. But, when I first saw it, I thought that he literally shoved his cord. I thought he was angry when I first saw the video. But the reason I'm leaning towards being okay is that it's just shocking behavior from an NFL player. I know that we all have examples of NFL players like Tyreek Hill who kind of act sometimes like they're kind of above it because they're superstars. Yeah. This is a special teamer. And within football culture is very much like a respect authority, respect coaches. 99% of players live by that. So I was shocked that a player, particularly a special teamer.
Yeah, I was it wasn't a good look. When I pick up my phone, I'm on X, and that's the first thing I see. I go, oh, dang. The body language just seemed off to me.
Early.
It wasn't, the body language was not great. Yeah. But like I said, we have no reason not to believe him. And like you mentioned, there is a structure that comes with football teams that most players respect.
All right, let's jump to another one of these AFC games. The Ravens fell to the Bills. This one was close. It came down to Mark Andrews dropping a 2-point conversion that would have tied the game, forced overtime. Lamar Jackson, very frustrated.
And like I've been saying all season, every time we're in situations like this, turnovers play a factor. Penalties play a factor. Tonight, the turnovers, you can't have that, And that's why we lost the game, because as you can see, we're moving the ball wonderfully. It's hold on to the ball. I'm sorry for my language, but it's annoying. I'm tired of
I don't know that Lamar Jackson is necessarily calling out Mark Andrews here.
As a team,
I think as a team, he's frustrated. Exactly. I think he's saying, like, we're too good to make mistakes. They were also one of, if not the most penalized team during the regular season. Like, I get what he's saying in terms of we're too good and we're too talented to hurt ourselves in our losses.
You don't turn the football over, you probably win that ball game.
Yes.
Simple as that.
Yep.
And he understands that. I pointed out earlier that every team that won the turnover battle won that ball game. There's one game without any turnovers, but it's football can seem complicated, but there are some things to be true. Possess the football, control it. Do not turn the football over and score when you get into the red zone. And now there's a lot more that comes with football, right? The scheme and all that stuff, but those are some things to be true. When you win the turnover battle, you put yourself in a better position. He understands that, and he's frustrated with himself, man. And the fumble that he had, I know I was watching some analysts are saying he just needs to go down. That's what makes him special, is him making those plays, right? So he has to do what naturally feels right to him, and I don't think he was in a position to where he was just done for. They had a defender like at his ankles or something, but it looked like he was going to be able to get out of there. So yeah, I didn't like that. People were on him and saying he should have just gone down there. He wouldn't be Lamar Jackson if he just went down on that play.
Yeah. All right, let's head to one more story here. We're going to college football, not talking about an Addy, though I'm sure we will tomorrow. Instead, we're talking about something that could be groundbreaking for the transfer portal. So a player, a former Wisconsin defensive back, Xavier Lucas, requested to enter the transfer portal, and Wisconsin denied his request, which is weird. So his solution, because he wanted to transfer to Miami, was instead to unenroll and then re-enroll with Miami in order to avoid the transfer portal in general. I know that you hear that and you go, well, okay, yeah, like, duh, who wouldn't do that? That's groundbreaking.
Yeah, he's a pioneer.
That's not how a player has ever done this. And it's also a way to keep any NIL stuff that you have completely intact, right? Like, to be refused a chance to enter the transfer portal and then just say, okay, well, I'll go the roundabout way, is not something anyone else has done. And it's kind of changing a conversation, a big conversation in college football.
Whoever advised him, good for you. Or if he thought of this on his own, good for you. I feel like athletes should be able to move. I'm not against them leaving, because coaches do it every single year. I never had the exact same coaching staff come back when I was at Washington State. Now the leaders, the top dogs, were probably still there, but coaches leave all the time. I believe you get one. I want to say that's, if I were in control of things, you get one transfer after 2 years, and then you got to stick it out and ride it out. But no, I don't like that. Why would you want a kid in your program that doesn't want to be there? Why would you want them? If you want to leave, man, go ahead and leave and do your thing. It's your journey. It's your life. So good for that young man to find a way to get what he wants.
Yeah, it's he withdrew from classes at Wisconsin and then enrolled academically at Miami. So by not formally signing with them, he skirts those NCAA transfer rules. It also means that a player could theoretically take this approach outside of a transfer portal window, which is massive.
It also kind of forces the NCAA to acknowledge that athletes are different than students, rather than everybody falling under the umbrella of student athletes.
Something they've continued to try to fight tooth and nail, even with Supreme Court cases or, like just massive lawsuits in their face, to continue to be like, no. We have certain rules they have to follow. Yeah. But no, I mean, making it very clear. Also, he had, what is this? I think someone representing him had planned to file suit over antitrust claims, being like, wait, you're blatantly not letting him enter his name into the portal. Suddenly, you're very much treating him as though he's an athlete under contract who can't go sign with another team, as opposed to a student enrolled with your football program who could theoretically go join another football program.
So many things to work out.
It is a business, isn't it?
So many things.
All right. We are going to stick primarily with football today. Obviously, we are coming off of 4 big divisional round games. We've got massive implications for the conference round or championship rounds, and we've got some Seahawks conversations to have. We're going to jump into Seahawks talk more specifically coming up in 20 minutes with Bob Condotta. We do have a baseball conversation to have, though. Something is standing out about this year's MLB free agency, and it's not a good thing. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
It sure feels anyway like there's a lot of momentum for Clint Kubiak, and that's how this is going to get done. That's just how it's going to go. What do you think?
I think be careful to read that momentum from afar. There was a lot of momentum for Mike Kafka. He had 2 interviews last year. There was some momentum.
I don't know. I never felt like Mike Kafka was going to be the head coach here.
There was some momentum for Mikey Kafka.
It's not so much the interviews to me as it is some of the conversation around the interviews.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus for Silver Reef Casino. The holidays are over. It's getting cold. I got in my truck today. It was like 26 degrees. So don't let the weather get you down. Go ahead and make some plans. Visit silverreefcasino.com. Last weekend, they had a great Bruno Mars tribute band. Coming up now, they have the big game. They're going to have a watch party on February 9th. There's tables. There's going to be a raffle. There's a buffet. Go ahead and check it out. Visit silverreefcasino.com. You get more information there. And also, if you don't want to watch the big game, you just want to hang out and kick it, they got deluxe rooms with great views of Mount Baker and the Salish Sea, and you don't have to go anywhere to eat. They have amazing dining on site. So you got the big game coming up on February 9th. They got deluxe rooms with great views. They got the casino. They got food. Everything you need is at Silver Reef Casino. So make sure you go visit them. silverreefcasino.com. That's silverreefcasino.com.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
It's time to vote for the top athletes and sports stories of 2024. Be part of history and help choose the sports stars of the year from a knockout roster representing the best in Washington sports. Cast your vote for the sports story of the year. Was it the Seawolves playoff run, the Kraken making history, or UW rowing dominating the Olympics? You decide. Vote now at seattlesports.org and enter for a chance to see the winners announced live at the 90th Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
My wife and I always loved doing everything together. Jiu-jitsu, kayaking, and intimacy was always on point. It was around my early 30s when I noticed a downward trend. Watching a lot of TV, putting on weight, and just full of self-doubt. I had tried another men's clinic with disappointing results. It's the personalized treatment I receive at Revive Men's Health that has been the complete game changer for me. I've got my energy and motivation back, I'm feeling stronger than I did in my 20s, and it made me a much better husband to my wife.
This is Dr. Andrew Elshouse of Revive Men's Health. If you're always feeling tired or moody, or your sleep is poor, you have low libido, you may be suffering from low testosterone.
Book your free T-check and exam. Call Revive Men's Health Seattle at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Something standing out about this year's MLB free agency, and it's not a good thing. Unless you're a Dodgers fan, it turns out that the Dodgers are potentially the only team that wants to spend. I guess the Mets have spent for Juan Soto. You have a couple other teams, the Rangers, one of them, the Diamondbacks, another one, that have decided to spend a little bit. But there is one team, if you exclude Juan Soto's contract with the Mets, that is just drastically outspending, outmaneuvering every other team in free agency. And on the one hand, you would never want the Dodgers to be punished for that. On the other, it makes you wonder why so many teams are not making moves. Am I shocked that a team like the Pirates isn't spending a ton of money? No. Or a team like the Mariners? No. But I am surprised to see that, like, such a small amount of teams are spending and so many others aren't. And Bump, I know you're a Dodgers fan, so right now you're cool with how things are sitting, but isn't there a part of you that goes, well, why aren't you guys at least making some moves? Like, we still have Pete Alonso unsigned, Alex Bregman's unsigned.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's suspicious is what it is. All right, it's suspect. I understand why the Dodgers are spending. We know they got some bats. You re-sign Tail, and then you sign like 6 pitchers, and your rotation looks good. But yeah, why aren't other clubs spending like that when there is talent out there? That's the big question. And what's the advantage in this waiting game? I mean, that's how you uncover stuff, right? What do clubs gain out of waiting and waiting and waiting before they go ahead and make a big purchase like Alonso or Bregman, whoever's out there? We know why the Mariners are waiting, because they just don't spend money like that. It's almost like it's a fake pump fake. You know, we know you're not going to shoot it, Mariners. We know you're not going to shoot it. With everyone else,
beyond the line of scrimmage at this point.
With everyone else, it's interesting. So, how long is it going to take until Pete gets signed by somebody? Because you need a bat. You need a bat with 30-some bombs, power hitter who can enhance your lineup right now. He can help every single team in this league, but no one's biting.
Bob Nightingale of USA Today was on with us last week, and we said, Bob, listen, it is, cool for Dodgers fans and for Mets fans to see their team make a or several big additions, but there are lots of teams wondering why theirs haven't done much of anything yet. And he said there seems to be something on the horizon that owners could be looking at.
Whoever you talk to is, everybody's predicting doomsday. Like, okay, there's going to be a lockout, a labor war here, where it shuts down the game for a year or even 2 years. I can't see it, 2 years. But the owners are afraid of that. Like, okay, it's going to get ugly. There's too big a divide now between the haves and have-nots, and too many owners, outside the big boys, outside the Dodgers and Yankees and Mets, that are upset with the system, with what's going on now.
What's on the horizon, obviously, more CBA negotiations and a potential offseason lockout in 2026 that could go into the regular season.
Yes, there you go. There's a reason why owners aren't willing to just throw around cash like that, because end of the day, it's a business. Some franchises run their businesses in a way that allows them to compete for championships. Other franchises run their program in a way that allows them to be competitive enough and to keep you hanging around. But no, that's a real concern. I think. And that's another thing, too, is like we want owners to spend because we want them to put competitive teams out there. But That's not our money, it's their money, right? So we can't tell someone how to spend, but we understand when a team is going for it and when a team is just chilling and watching things go by.
Salary cap feels like it'll be at the core of the next potential lockout with the league, with players wanting a salary cap floor and owners wanting a salary cap ceiling, and neither wanting the opposite. There are teams that are going to say, don't tell me how little to spend. How dare you tell me I need to spend a minimum amount? And then there are going to be players going, how dare you cap what Juan Soto could make? How dare you cap what a player who had a great, couple seasons entering free agency, how dare you cap what he could potentially make? As a consumer of baseball, I want both.
Right.
As a consumer of baseball, I would love more parity. And so I would love for, no offense, a team like the Dodgers to have a limit and being able to just constantly buy up talent. I would also, as a Mariners fan, love teams that have been hesitant to spend be forced to.
Yeah, so Florida cap is what we're looking at. And I'm with you because obviously when you have the floor, you make sure the players are still getting what they deserve, right? And then when you have that cap, it just allows more competitive balance. And I think that's what we miss in this league the most, obviously, because there is no salary cap. In all of our other leagues, there are. I'm for a cap. I think the cap should be I'm more concerned about the floor than the cap, because I think that the floor is going to force the Mariners to actually do something. All right, I understand that the Dodgers and the Yankees or what are going to be able to outspend everybody, but the cap is going to force the Mariners to put a better product out there on the field.
Yeah. I think this is something that owners maybe have been split on. A recent article in The Athletic from Evan Drellick says that owners could be more open to it. Curtis, I might need you to walk me once again through this one. So the league knows that with changing media rights, there's probably going to be a world where they have to do a bit more revenue sharing.
Right.
And a salary cap could mean it could make it to where a big market team like the Dodgers is more willing to split revenue if they know that they're not carrying the load for like 80% of superstar contracts.
Yeah. Like you look at like the NFL and the NBA, two sports that have salary caps. The teams that spend the most in terms of their roster are also the ones that are like giving back the most in terms of luxury tax payments and whatnot. I am much more inclined to have a potential lockout if it means there's a salary floor rather than a salary cap. Like if because then you're just going to see no team really go for it if there's a salary cap. Like what's the incentive to spend more than, let's say the Mariners payroll, which is like 140, 150 million every year.
Yeah.
Like there's just no incentive for these teams to like push their chips in and go for it.
But would a salary floor actually be higher than what the Mariners would spend? Like, I think that the players would potentially be, well, we already know players are fine with a salary floor. I don't think owners would be fine with a salary floor if even a couple teams were below it right now. I think they'd sign off on some theoretical salary floor that no team would actually be below, and players would want it to be much higher.
Yeah.
And players would never sign off on a salary cap ever in a million years. We'll go a whole season with a lockout if it comes down to like you have to sign off on a salary cap. We will not have a season if that's the case. Like Tony Clark and them will not budge. I think with owners, it's like, okay, well, if only 3 teams would be hurt by this salary floor and need to spend more, really, you're not going to sign off on that? You're not going to budge with that because you're holding out for the Pirates or the Marlins or whoever?
They have each other's back, though. The owners, they're their own clique. The players are their own clique, and they'll have each other's back. But no, I think that's the important part, is that you make sure that the floor is a lot higher than what the average team is spending right now.
See, that I don't think would fly. Like the Mariners right now, if you had a salary floor that cut out the bottom like 3-4 teams, the Mariners would still be above it. In like I don't want to say a healthy margin, but they'd be above it. If you do a salary floor that's around average and you've got 10, 11 teams beneath it, I think the product on the field could become better and more interesting.
Yeah.
I think that's when you'd lose a season.
Whatever.
I don't think owners budge.
Whatever. Get it right. Just make the Mariners spin. How about that? Let's focus on them.
How about that? Seattle Times reporter Bob Condotta joins us next to talk Seahawks.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Looking at who would be a restructure versus who would be a cap casualty. Your three biggest cap hits in order: Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. I think something happens with all three of those. Is there anybody that stands out to you?
Noah Fant. I feel like you've got some other options there, but Uchenna is the one. Even though, it says you could save almost $15 million if you released him after June 1st. I think Uchenna is one of those leaders on the team.
Yeah, that's a big chunk of money.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hi, everyone. Tom Mustin here for the Legal Help Center. If you or a loved one were injured in an accident and think you deserve compensation, listen up, because we have legal professionals standing by right now to answer your questions for free. You'll find out if you have a case and how much money it's potentially worth. Call 800-750-2700. That's 800-750-2700. The call is free, the consultation is free, and you can speak with a live agent 24/7. So, if you or someone you know are injured in an accident of any kind, take advantage of this opportunity and speak with a live agent right now. Find out if you have a case and how much money you could potentially get. Call 800-750-2700. That's 800-750-2700. 800-750-2700. Call now. Advertisement sponsored by Legal Help Center. May not be available in all states.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Woo, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Breast cancer is a tough battle for anyone to fight. But if you can't afford treatment, can't work, or can't feed your family, that diagnosis can be devastating. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, and I am proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. Over the last 25 years, Northwest Hope and Healing has distributed nearly $3 million to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference in our community. Join us on February the 1st for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of fine wine, inspiration, and community support at the historic Hollywood Schoolhouse in the heart of Woodinville wine country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support on February the 1st. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Bonneville, Seattle, and Seattle Sports are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The NFL Conference Championship round is set. The Eagles will host the Washington Commanders, the latter of whom upset the number 1 seeded Lions in a shocking victory Saturday evening. The AFC feels like a rerun. It kind of is. The Bills and Chiefs will face off in the evening game on Sunday. They last met in the Conference Championship round in 2021, but Mahomes and Allen last faced off in the postseason last year in the divisional round. The Chiefs won that one.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Talking Seahawks with Bob Condotta of the Seattle Times, joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, Bob, how's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. Obviously, I wish we were talking about the Seahawks being in the playoffs, but that's okay. Still a lot of lessons to learn here. We'll start by looking ahead to some big offseason priorities. I'm really interested in some of the contract decisions Seattle's going to have to make. Tell me a few players you're eyeing as potentially not being here because of contract reasons or being restructured even.
Yeah, well, I mean, the number one at the top is Tyler Lockett, just with the amount of money he's making and being 32 years old, and you know, it kind of felt like Tyler was almost sort of saying goodbye in those 2 press conferences he held that final week, the one before the game and then right after the game, and you know, kind of standing up there for 10 minutes and taking every question and all that. It sort of felt like he knew the writings on the wall there. You know, that's kind of the number one. Probably Draymond Jones is really another one to watch, you know, with the cap hit that he has. And again, going into the final year of his deal and probably what hasn't been quite the production that they were hoping to get from him, and his role's kind of changed a little bit as well with Mike McDonald coming in. But I could easily see that one being where you don't just have to release him and be done with him, but maybe you can redo that deal and try to keep him around in some regard. But that would be another big one to watch there. You know, I know you guys have talked endlessly about Geno Smith and DK and their situations, and you know, what the varying options that could happen with those guys. You know, another sneaky one is Noah Fant. You know, makes just enough money to probably be vulnerable as well. And you know, are you kind of getting what you wanted out of that from him, or could you go a different direction there? Especially with there's a couple of decent tight ends that are going to be available in the draft, so. That would be another one to watch. You know, those are probably the really, really big ticket ones there, unless I'm missing something. But yeah, it's going to be well. You know, and Uchenna and Russo is another situation that no more guaranteed money and some pretty big cap hits, and maybe that's one you can figure out a way to kind of work around it and keep them around, but lessen the cap hit as well. You know, I do think they are going to have to do quite a bit of things because they're about $31 million over the cap in terms of effective cap space, and you know, a few things happen to bump that up, like you know, Reek Woolen. It's easy to forget he's going to get the proven performance escalator in his contract. You know, his salary is going to go from what would have been $1 million next year to more than $5 million, because he will have gotten that, and he'll get that next year. And you know, Geno Smith, you know, the $6 million in incentives he got that now go on the cap for next year. So there's some things like that they probably knew were going to happen. But, you know, once they do happen and they go on the cap, you know, by the time March 12th rolls around, they're going to have to be in compliance with that. So you're going to see some moves made by then for sure.
That's interesting, man. This team could look different. Obviously, there's going to be some guys there from this past season. But, yeah, this is the interesting part of the season. I've been asked this question a few times, and I'm going to ask you, Bob. Jalen Carter, Devin Witherspoon. Hindsight now, you've had a couple seasons to evaluate these guys. Someone asked me us on the text line, would we go back and draft Jalen Carter? What would you do? What do you think the Seahawks are looking at when they're looking at just where Devin Witherspoon is and comparing to what they could have had in Jalen Carter?
Yeah, well, I mean, I still think they were taking the big picture view of this, and it wasn't strictly performance. Jalen Carter obviously had some, whatever terms you want to use for it, but there was some non-football stuff in his background that was concerning to teams. And the Seahawks were one of those teams to whom it was concerning. And I don't think they ever really considered taking him at number 5. I just think they thought that was going to be too big of a gamble. I do think they would have that was when they had the 20th pick as well, and I think they would have taken him. I don't think he was off their board. I think they would have tried to take him there if he had been available, or if he had fallen much further from 9, where the Eagles took him. I think they might have tried to do something there. I think they liked him as a player, but I think they were, again, kind of looking at the big picture of the investment here. Is this a guy that, not just for the first couple of years, but to see a guy that, in 3 years you're going to want to sign to a second contract and make him be that a fixture of your team for like a decade, which I think when you have the number 5 pick, which was the highest pick they'd had in, more than a decade, and they were hoping the highest pick they were going to have for a really long time. You want to make sure you get that kind of a player. And so I think it's still, Devin Witherspoon's made 2 Pro Bowls, and, just looking here at writing up a quarterback thing. I mean, he played more snaps than anybody on defense this year. I mean, for the talk last year of is he durable enough and all that kind of stuff. I mean, he was out there basically every single snap and fulfilling a lot of different roles for this team. And they hired a head coach who also likes to do a lot of things and likes to really have versatility in the background. So I know you can look at yesterday and kind of some of the plays he makes, and that Witherspoon maybe didn't make quite as many highlight plays this year, but I don't think they regret it, and I certainly think it's too early yet to really make that either. I think that's for picks that high. I think you still have to wait a few years down the road to really kind of judge those.
One of the things that you inevitably do when you see, the final 8 teams, final 4 teams is think like, well, how did they get here? And I was looking at Washington thinking, how did everyone miss this? Like no NFL podcast I listened to even had Washington as like a dark horse to make it deep into the playoffs. And part of it was their offseason capital. They had, I think, 6 picks in the top 100, 4 in the top 53, the most salary cap space of any team. And that obviously plays a part into the conversation. So if I were to look at the Seahawks and say, okay, well, what do they have to work with there? Bob, how would you assess what the Seahawks have to work with in terms of like the tools right now? Like the money in their wallet, the draft picks that they have, where would you kind of gauge their offseason ability?
Well, and I would just say with Washington, I mean, the biggest thing everybody missed is that Jaden Daniels has played a lot better from the start than everybody thought. And I think, this weekend proved again just the value of quarterbacking, especially when you get into this time of year, and a quarterback that not only makes plays, but that doesn't make plays that hurt you. I mean, this was the prototypical weekend of just how important not turning the ball over is. Seems like the most basic thing there is in football, but the teams that turned the ball over, tended to lose these games, and the teams that didn't tended to win them. So I think that's the biggest thing everybody sort of missed with Washington. And they kind of fell into that pick a little bit because there were picks made ahead of them that allowed them to get him and all that. But for the Seahawks, they do have, they've got 18 and 50. They need to not in the draft, and they need to not miss on these picks. And not that they've been missing. I mean, their picks, all the draft capital they did have in those couple of years, most of those guys have turned out to be pretty solid players, and a couple of them better than that. But I still think you look at, did you get the full total? There's not. I mean, nobody made All-Pro or anything at all the picks they got there, and you do kind of at some point really need to get that kind of guy, and so I think that's going to be an important thing there. Reading, I mean, with the cap, I don't know that they're going to have a ton of ability to do a lot of things in free agency unless they make even more moves than we're expecting. But it's not the greatest year in free agency anyway. I mean, I know there are some offensive linemen, but it'll be interesting to see the list on March 10th, of who's available, because those guys often tend to start signing contracts a lot, that week between those couple of weeks between the combine and free agency, when everybody goes back there and gets a real assessment of what the value for guys is and things like that. And everybody talks to the agents, you tend to see some, a lot of signings in that period there. So it'll be interesting to see that. So, to me, I think I got the sense a little bit from Mike McDonald that I think he liked a lot of, especially on defense, a lot of where he felt like they had done and what they'd begun to put together in the last couple of months of the year. And I think he's pretty apt, especially on that side of the ball, to kind of try to keep a lot of it together, re-sign Ernest Jones and make some of the other moves you might have to make there, but, then maybe add one of those first 2 draft picks to it and obviously fill it out with the free agents that you can. But, I think he's pretty big on hoping that the continuity there would make a big difference and they play a lot better from the start on defense next year. And I think that's what he's sort of hoping is the biggest thing they can do, and then on offense, obviously the offensive coordinator, and we got to kind of see who that is and what they might want to do there. And what they do there might, for sure, will influence somewhat what they might do personnel-wise. But I think they'll make it work to keep Geno Smith, and he's going to be the quarterback, and they're going to work around that. And again, hope they can make life a little easier for him with what they do schematically with the new coordinator, and also hoping they can improve the offensive line a little bit.
What do you expect to happen with DK Metcalf? His cap hit is going to be pretty big. I think we're all assuming Tyler Lockett's not going to be on the squad next year. But I think Jason and DK could have be a nice 1-2 combo. If DK's healthy, he goes for over 1,000 yards. You got 2 receivers over 1,000. What do you expect when it comes to DK?
Yeah, I mean, if I had to bet, I think they're going to work out a way to keep him. I don't think either side is going to want to go into the year with it being a free agent year. So I do think they'll have to try to work out something. But, again, maybe it's he did the 3-year deal last time, and maybe you could do something like that again this time where it's, it's not, he could still look at if what he wants to do someday is hit free agency, he could still, if you sign him to was basically a deal that for sure keeps him around for 2 more years. He could still be looking at hitting free agency in a couple of years, and when he'd be 29 years old, and he could still kind of, if he wants to go play somewhere else at some point in his career, he might have that. And then if you're the team, as well, you're giving yourself some flexibility there. So that would be my bet, and what will probably happen with him. I do think they, I mean, if you lose Tyler, and then if you lost DK, I mean, suddenly what? You got Jackson Smith and Jigba, but what else do you have at receiver? And do you want to invest in the draft in receiver when you do have some other needs there that might be better to use with something else when you can just keep a guy on your roster that way? So that's what I would expect will happen with DK. And I know there's a lot of trade options out there. I just say if you look at the history of receiver trades, I don't know how well those really work. You don't tend to get what everybody thinks you're going to get in return. It tends to be kind of lower draft picks, I think, than people often think.
A very good point. You covered the Seahawks, and even though you might have, watched the games this past weekend just as someone who consumes NFL content, there's probably always a little bit of a Seahawks lens, right? Like it's so hard to kind of peel it away. Was there anything that you watched with these games or from these teams that you kind of wondered about Seattle? For instance, when I was watching, Buffalo, I was thinking, God, this offensive line is so good. Anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, the offensive line is the obvious thing when you look at a team like Philadelphia as well, and what some of these teams can do with that. You see some quarterbacks who got sacked a lot as well, and it's not like every team that made it that far has just some Hall of Fame offensive line. Those are hard to put together, but that is I think the biggest thing that has been holding the Seahawks back the last few years. And they are going to want to. I'm sure they're going to try to attack, especially the interior of the line. I think at tackle, I think they'll try to go with what they have there for another year with Charles Cross and Abe Lucas, and hope Abe gets an off season to get fully healthy and can kind of get back to where he was a couple of years ago. I think that makes the most sense, but I do think they are going to want to try to do some things there. You looked at like the Rams and how close the Rams came to beating the Eagles, and you look at the Seahawks-Rams game, which went to overtime, and they needed 1 yard twice to win that game, probably. That 3rd and 1 and the 4th and 1 that they had in overtime. and didn't get those. And that feels like how close they were. And they weren't good enough to overcome that. When they did have, like the Giants game, obviously is the one you still will just always go, how the hell did that happen? And they weren't, that showed that, especially at that point in the year, they were kind of vulnerable. And in general, they weren't good enough to sort of overcome when a couple of things really didn't go their way. But, it felt like they were that close. And if they had gotten in, maybe they'd have been able to ride that a little bit the way the Rams did. So, I think they will look at it like that we're not that far away. And with a second year of a coaching staff and obviously making an offensive coordinator change, which they're going to hope is going to make a difference on that side of the ball, that those are the things that can do the trick for you.
Bob, what do you think is going to happen at QB? I'm positive, almost positive that Geno's going to be here, but I'm talking about just the future. Do you think they kind of just get themselves a backup this year to hold it down just in case, or they really start looking for the guy of the future?
Well, I mean, the thing with the backup is what do you do there? I mean, they've sort of tried. That's what they've been trying. I mean, with Drew Lock and with the Sam Howell trade. I mean, that is what everybody always says to do: go get a young guy to groom, and they've been trying to do that. And do they give Sam Howell another shot? I mean, the one game he had this year obviously was a really tough situation to get thrown into. They were already, really kind of being dominated in that game up front, and then once he got in there and they were already behind, it was pretty easy for the Packers in that game to just kind of tee off on him and make it look a lot worse than it already was. But I'm sure they will explore those options. Again, it's not a great free agent class really, and it's not regarded at all as much of a great draft class. And, the top two guys, they're not going to be there when the Seahawks pick at 18. So it's not like they would be able to just stumble into that if something like that were to happen. So, I think they will continue to explore that. But I think Geno, I feel like played well enough this year. I don't think he showed any real signs of age or anything like that. I think if you're them, you try to work it out and keep him around for another couple of years and then continue to just sort of, if there's an opportunity to add a guy here or there to do that. But I don't know that they're going to be in a position to really make a big move to, not that I even know what it is logically, realistically they could do there, to try to move up to get to Cam Ward or something like that. And, I don't know that there's, anybody else you're taking after that. I mean, maybe you can, maybe this is the year you can do that and you drop Brock Purdy. And, you're the team that takes a guy in the 7th round that turns out to be a lot better than everybody thinks. I'm sure they will try to keep doing that and add to that.
He is Seattle Times reporter Bob Condotta, kind enough to join us. Thanks so much, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
All right. Thanks a lot, you guys.
See ya. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it. Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, it's number 7 Notre Dame and number 8 Ohio State in tonight's national championship game. What's the real headline?
It's a big night for the most annoying college football fans Buckeyes favored by 8.5 in this one, Bump. A plus for Notre Dame. Their defense is tied for first in defensive touchdowns. I don't know if they're going to get one against Ohio State.
That is, they probably are. Probably not, because those are hard to get.
Yeah.
What
is that a surprising stat, or were you going to say that's a reach stat?
No, it's just what
are you good at?
Yeah. Oh, they have the most defensive touchdowns. What, like 6?
Yes.
Exactly. 6. So I was like, that sounds good. Let's hope they get one today.
Good for you.
But they need to run the rock, man. They average 210 on the ground. Ohio State is giving up 89 on the ground. If they could be that and be just a tough team, they have a chance. If Ohio State comes out in the first couple of series and they're clicking and they're going up top and they're moving the rock and they get 14 points in their first 2 series and say Notre Dame gets 3, it's a wrap.
Yep.
It's gonna turn really quick. So their job is just to keep it close. Ohio State's working with $20 million in their roster. Notre Dame, $5.2 million. They're just built differently.
Yeah, friend of the show, friend of ours, G. Scott, obviously a host over on Cairo FM. His son is playing for Ohio State, G. Scott Jr. And so, I'm rooting for, obviously, them in that sense of, hey, but otherwise, if I were to take any kind of allegiance out from anyone I know, you're always rooting for a close game and even potentially an upset. I just don't know how Notre Dame does it.
Nah, they got a bunch
a defensive touchdown, apparently.
A defensive touchdown is how they do it. If they do that, they're going to win. You got JTT over there who went to Eastside Catholic. You have Emeka over there who went to Stillicum. And then you have G. Scott Jr. too. So Washington is represented in this game.
You can hear the game live on Seattle Sports, kickoff scheduled for 4:30 p.m.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, we probably should not be surprised, but the Dodgers won the Roki Sasaki sweepstakes. What's the real headline?
Do other teams know they can spend money too?
It is allowed.
It's just
you can do it.
LA's just a beautiful place, and they got lots of money, and
You
they're
guys
not
are
afraid to
looking tacky
spend.
right now.
We are. It's like we're hoarding. It's like it's COVID again, and everyone's going to Costco and taking all the toilet paper. That is what the Dodgers are doing right now. Am I here for it because I support them? Yes. Do I feel bad because I'm also a Mariners analyst and fan? Yeah, because I'm like, dang, man, richer getting richer, or the rich are getting richer, and then the Mariners are just doing Mariner things. Like,
the Dodgers, I know. I can't even be mad at, and I don't know that I saw anyone on the Mac and Jacks text line that was disappointed in or mad at or upset with the Dodgers for spending. Most people just want their own team. In this case, it would be the Mariners to spend more. I don't think that the Dodgers spending is hurting baseball. I think owners who refuse to spend hurts baseball. And there are lots of organizations around the country whose owners are not doing it. And case in point, we didn't talk about this earlier. I don't know if we're doing it later in the show, but Curtis, you looked at what was going on with Chicago, where the Cubs owner was saying like, well, I don't know. I mean, we're not the Dodgers. We're not the Mets. I don't know what you want us to do. And you were like, you're the third or fourth biggest market.
If you're not the Mets or the Dodgers, you're darn near close. Yeah, here's that from Tom Ricketts.
The Dodgers have a lot more resources naturally from smart business moves they made years ago. And so I don't begrudge them any of that. Some teams just have outside resources that are funding their player moves and acquisitions, and that's really hard to compete with. And I understand when fans say, "How come you don't spend like that?" Because they think somehow we have all these dollars that the Dodgers have, or the Mets have, or the Yankees have, and we just keep it, which isn't true at all. Like what happens is we try to break even every year, and that's about it.
Just trying to break even.
We're just trying to break even. Don't even say.
Known as the Cubs.
Yeah, don't even say the last part. But also Chicago, we complain here in Seattle about a lack of spending. It's like the 10th, 11th, 12th biggest market. Mm-hmm. You're Chicago.
You're like number 3.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, number 3.
Bro, you don't have
LA,
an
Chicago.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, Dan Campbell says he's prepared to lose Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson to head coaching jobs this offseason. What's the real headline?
Meanwhile, it appears Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson prepared to lose on Saturday.
Man, that's not nice. That's not nice, Stacy. They had a lot of defensive players who were hurt. Then you turn the ball over, your quarterback making poor decisions. You call a play for your receiver to throw the ball.
Wide receiver making poor decisions.
With his pass and his celebration. Poor decision making by that young man. Yeah, it's over for the Detroit Lions. I think that they can still be a competitive team, but this was the year where you got your OC, you got your DC, your quarterback, just those injuries killed you, man. I feel so bad for those guys. It's a wrap.
Let's see. So it's between the Eagles and the Commanders. It'd be so hard not to root for either team, but it'd be a little easier to root for the Commanders, certainly if they make it to a Super Bowl. Someone texted in, how about a Bills-Commanders Super Bowl? And I felt like I was transported to the 90s. Something about that feels so throwback.
It does. It feels like you're watching TV on, I used to call them the big screen, big butt TVs, those monster ones that set on the ground.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Exactly.
Get up,
that's a really good analogy.
channel.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's something about it. It's just like I can taste like 90s fruit snack gummies.
Yeah.
Suddenly, like
I see brown carpet.
Yeah.
I
don't know what it is. It's like there's asbestos coming from my
Fox
ceiling.
showed some throwback footage during the Commanders-Lions game of the last time those two teams played in the playoffs, and it was that 91 NFC Championship game, and it was like huge shoulder pads. No mouth guards.
Yeah.
Just CTE everywhere. It was pretty jarring. It's like, man, football looks so much different nowadays.
Coming up next, you'll never believe the betting favorite to be the Cowboys' next head coach. No, it is not Deion Sanders.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've been talking about options at quarterback, playing out the hypothetical that the Seahawks move on from Geno. What about the greatest quarterback in the history of this organization?
Dave Craig?
The greatest,
I think he's a little old, Bob.
Most accomplished Seahawk quarterback ever, Russell Wilson.
I'm really excited for you to talk right now, Bob, so I can check the text line. Because I can't wait to see what people are saying about Russ.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Where can you kick off the new year? With big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity. Now through January 30th, get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your very first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet, spend less green, and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Internet discount applied to mobile bill. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon, Fiber, Gig Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual speeds vary.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. While supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Do we really need to know what a plumber does? Or can we focus on the fact that at O'Neill Plumbing, we're a 4th-generation plumbing company with over 100 years of service. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers, all rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know that nationwide, our clinics have a 4.7 out of 5-star rating on Google. This tells you that our patients are really seeing results. Here's what some of them are saying. The results are close to phenomenal. On top of that, the staff and the scheduling are top-notch, and my technician is a consummate professional. Another patient said, I called numerous clinics, and West Coast was by far the best. The other places wouldn't give me any information over the phone, but West Coast answered all of my questions. My wife and I were skeptical, but we've already noticed the difference. This was a game changer for us. West Coast Men's Health has helped thousands of men reverse their ED using acoustic wave therapy. No pills or shots necessary. Give us a call today so we can help you too.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
For decades, we've been more than just roofing. From siding and windows to custom decks and gutters, we've been helping customers protect and transform their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing. I'm proud to announce our new name, State Roofing and Exteriors. The same trusted team, the same quality service, now with a name that says it all. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors. Your home, your way, held to a higher standard since 1968.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Taking a look around the NFL, we are going to start with the Detroit Lions coming off a loss against the Washington Commanders. Dan Campbell says that Lions Super Bowl window is still open.
Do you feel like the Super Bowl window is still open for you guys going forward?
Yeah, I do, man. I think that's, we talk about that core group is still intact, and some of these guys are now, we've signed some back, some are up on contracts, and that'll be ongoing. But yeah, we absolutely do, and I think the most important thing is you want to know you got your culture, you got your identity, and you got players, and that fit into that, and we've got that. Like we got players in every pivotal position you can ask for to have success. And those guys are made the right way. So absolutely our window is open.
Since going 9-8 in 2022, the Lions have lost a combined 7 games across the last 2 seasons, including obviously going 15-2 this past season. They finished first in the NFC North in both of those years, obviously lost in the divisional round this time after losing in the conference round. Is their window still open?
I think it's closing. And the main reason, he's right, he does have the core guys are going to come back, right? But Ben Johnson ain't going to be there.
Right.
Glenn ain't going to be there. Not to say that someone can't come there and understand that personnel and run a similar offense, do all that good stuff. That sounds good, but the culture is them as well. Mm-hmm. So that's my biggest question. Who are you going to hire when this is all said and done? I think it's closing, and I think that it's going to close pretty rapidly here, especially after this next year.
Okay, so throwing a question your way, think about the Eagles, think about where they are and what they've done, what you might like about them. The Eagles, after losing to the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl, lost both their offensive and defensive coordinator that year to hiring cycles. Obviously, this is their first time getting back to a conference championship game, I think. Did they lose to the 49ers? They've remained pretty competitive, though. Mm-hmm. How have they overcome losing 2 coordinators and having like a really bad season last year, but specifically losing both coordinators?
Well, we know why they're here today.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Is why they're here. And their GM has done a good job with the personnel on defense. And that's why I say it's closing, because you could get a coordinator in and run it back and keep things going.
Yeah.
Or things just don't hit the same.
All I know is that if I'm in Detroit sports radio, in my job where I would be like trying to think of something to write, I'm looking at the Eagles going, what did they do? Uh-huh. How did they overcome losing both of those guys? The Bears are interviewing a surprise candidate for their head coaching job. Tennessee State head coach and former Titans great Eddie George.
That's what's up.
Right?
I
That's
like
kinda
that.
Cool.
Eddie George. He's actually Eddie George is one of the first football jerseys I had. My mom bought me just random jerseys. I had an Eddie George and I had a Hines Ward were my first ones. I know here in Seattle it ain't all good with Pittsburgh. But no, he's been on his grind, man, and he's experienced, right? He's at Tennessee State, and he's put in a couple of years there. So it feels like a good match. I don't know much about his coaching career over there at Tennessee State, but I've listened to him speak. I heard him, talk about football. Obviously, he knows what he's doing. Seems like a good leader. Shoot, why not?
His wife, member of SWV.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever get made fun of for jerseys when you were younger?
Nah.
I asked because a friend of mine, her nephew just started, he's in, I think, elementary school still, maybe just getting into 7th grade, in Tennessee, in Nashville. And he was wearing a Seahawks jersey. and they were making fun of him. And I was going to say, hang on, I'm sorry. A Titans fan?
Yeah.
A child Titans fan who is only known
Right.
suffering? Is making, but then I was thinking like, well, maybe kids start young with the trash talk. So I was wondering if you guys experienced that. I didn't wear jerseys when I was younger.
Like, what leg do Titans fans have to stand on when it comes to like flaunting their history against Seahawks fans?
This kid's probably got a Will Levis jersey still. Just, what do you got going on there? Matthew Stafford didn't want to talk much about his playing future after the Rams lost to the Eagles.
I'll talk about my present, obviously. Proud to be associated with this group, coaching staff, front office, group of players, training staff, equipment guys, everybody, man. It was a hell of an effort all year to get to this point. Anytime you play like this and get into the playoffs and get a win and keep it moving, it's anytime you come up short, it's even tougher, and so that's difficult. But so proud to be associated with this group and as far as my future goes, I mean, it's 30 minutes after the last game, so I'll take some time to think about it, but I feel like I was playing some pretty good ball.
Matthew Stafford has a potential out heading into the final 2 years of his deal, which are 2025 and 2026. However, Bump, his cap hit last year is going to be roughly the same as it is in 2025, so it's not something where, like, Gino's cap hit is skyrocketing or DK's and the team has to figure it out. This past season, he had a $46 million cap hit. In 2025, it's 49.
And he should stay, honestly. Watching him play that last game in the cold, he's an older fella, I guess, when you talk about guys in the NFL, he can still get it done. And I think that Sean McVay and that core can still get it done. They are a turnover away from winning that ball game yesterday. Mm-hmm. Even with the great play of Saquon Barkley, they were in that thing. And if I'm him, I'm looking at that defensive line, and I want to be a part of that because that is a special group they got over there. I believe they sacked Jalen Hurts 7 times, 2 sacks off the playoff record. It looks good for the Rams. If Stafford is there, I think they're competitors. If he's not there, then story changes a bit.
Don't look at the show sheet. Have you already looked at the next story?
Nah.
If you were to guess which of these 4 games was the most watched game of the entire weekend, which would you guess?
I mean, naturally be the Ravens and the Bills, right?
One would think.
Yeah.
Certainly what I would think. But no. Texans-Chiefs was the most watched NFL game in ESPN's history with 32.7. Now, granted, Chiefs. Ravens-Bills was on, were they NBC or CBS? They were on CBS. So, granted, maybe they did inevitably get more viewers. I was just shocked to see that this, in ESPN history,
that's crazy,
most watched NFL game.
Chiefs and Texans.
Yeah, I don't know what they did compared to Ravens-Bills, but I think it might have been more.
People were hate watching, that's why. They wanted the Texans to pull through. I think people are getting tired. Especially, remember we talked about this last week, if we're getting Chiefs fatigue, I'm starting to get it now because of the way that Pat Mahomes is flopping around. I was going
to say, was that the case before Saturday morning?
After I saw that, I go, man, this is getting whack. I'm starting to feel it.
Curtis.
You guys want some, I mean, it's coaching carousel breaking
Don't
news.
you
It's
dare.
not Seahawks breaking news,
Fine.
but the Bears have finally landed on a head coach. Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
That's according to Adam Schefter.
I think
Perfect for Caleb.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well,
Dang, forget Eddie George, huh?
Sorry, Eddie. Disregard my story from 3 minutes ago. It sure feels like the Chicago Bears were just kind of biding time, going like, when you were at work and maybe it's 4:30, you're ready to clock out, and you just kind of are like opening and closing emails, and you're just pretending to type, being like, that was what the Bears were doing until Ben Johnson was available to hire.
Perfect. I love that hire.
Yeah, that's a really smart one. I teased with this one. I should get to it. Per DraftKings, the betting favorite to be the Cowboys' next head coach is not Deion Sanders. It is not even former OC Kellen Moore. It's Brian Schottenheimer, the betting favorite to be the Cowboys' next head coach.
Where's he been? You know?
Schottenheimer?
Yeah, where's he been?
Has he
Dallas.
been? Yeah. But I mean,
he's been their OC, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. I mean, that's a logical move. Right?
But an in-house hire, boring.
He knows Jerry. He knows how he operates. Maybe he can deal with it. I still say you put all your chips in for Deion. You keep trying and keep trying. But no, I think Jerry wants to be comfortable, and I think that is a comfortable move. That's why I thought Kellen Moore would be one of the guys in the mix. He is in the mix,
Yeah.
but this makes sense.
Maybe they're going in-house or keeping it with a comfortable hire while they still buy time for Deion Sanders, knowing like maybe if we find a way to make it work or like, you know. Coming up next, we saw 2 defensive players this past weekend that were at one point mocked to the Seahawks. Seattle didn't pick either. Was it the right call?
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
What do you want to do this offseason? There are 2 guys who are the 2 biggest questions for the Seahawks, and that obviously is the 2 biggest names on the team right now, Geno Smith, DK Metcalf.
Good little epic poll.
You like the epic poll?
I do. You know, I always like an epic poll.
The most common answer was to keep both. Not a huge surprise, but at only 40%, which means 6 out of 10 people want to do something.
My instinct says, into the very premise, don't be in between. This is either you keep both or you move on from
Really?
Streaming on your smart speaker.
Jewelrygram, it's your friends at Shane Company here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Friday, February 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart. For the one, we'll help you propose with the dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. In stock and ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Or maybe you'll fall in love with the natural, colorful gemstone. At Shane Company, we're known for our sapphires in every color of the rainbow. We have options for every style and budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. Our mother-of-pearl heart-shaped collection makes a perfect gift that's ready to give. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our unmatched free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Cracked windshields happen, and if your car has a forward-facing camera, it needs to be recalibrated. All-Star Auto Glass is the professional choice for windshield replacement, repair, and recalibration. Call All-Star Auto Glass today.
It's time to vote for the top athletes and sports stories of 2024. Be part of history and help choose the sports stars of the year from a knockout roster representing the best in Washington sports. Cast your vote for the sports story of the year. Was it the Seawolves playoff run, the Kraken making history, or UW rowing dominating the Olympics? You decide. Vote now at seattlesports.org and enter for a chance to see the winners announced live at the 90th Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
You're free now. Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers who chunk harder than you ever thought possible.
Cats, corgis, babies, baby penguins, baby pandas, chunky baby pandas.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things. Free to open a world of remote work and a portal into Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine, and then some. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Quantum Fiber, your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Do you leave your car running unoccupied to warm up or stay warm during the winter? Don't do it. Car thieves call those steamers. They're watching for you and they'll steal your car before you know it. Every winter, Washington sees an uptick in auto theft, and a major reason is steamers. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. Don't get caught with your car running. These tips are brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Jalen Carter versus Devin Witherspoon, Jared Verse versus Byron Murphy. There are two players we saw in the divisional round. One is advancing, one is not, who were mocked to the Seahawks at some point in two separate drafts. The Seahawks went with two different players. Obviously, they were projected to draft Jalen Carter. They ended up going with Devin Witherspoon. Later, Jared Verse was an option there for them, and they went with Byron Murphy. From the jump, I'm going to say I'm very cool with Devin Witherspoon, who I think is exceptionally talented, and with Byron Murphy, who's a different player than Jared Verse and was never going to have some of those numbers. But there was quite a bit of reaction when you asked Bob Condotta, hey, can you walk me a bit through against the Jalen Carter decision? Would you have made the same one now in hindsight? And the text line started firing off, and I was like, I got to get back to this. I have to scratch this itch because it's something that I think clearly some Seahawks fans were wondering when they were watching Jalen in this game. Let's revisit the decision. Did you think the Seahawks made the right one?
Yeah, I think they did. I think they took what they thought was the best player on the board. And if that's what your evaluation says, if that's what your scouts think, and when you put on the film, yeah, I think you made the right move. You got he made the Pro Bowl this year, Devin Witherspoon, right? Yeah, two-time Pro Bowler.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have a corner that can go outside. You have a guy who can play nickel as well. He's an emotional leader for this team. I mean, you got out of Leonard Williams what you're hoping to get out of Jalen Carter if you were to get him over here, right? And Jalen Carter had himself a good year, 4.5 sacks, has 2 in the postseason so far, 2 forced fumbles. He is good. He's going to be a good professional, but I think they're just fine with what they have. With the collection of guys they have on the defensive line now, led by Leo, you're getting more out of him than you would get out of this young man, though he is younger and is going to be here or be in Philly for a bit longer than Leo will be in Seattle. No, I'm good with the pick, man. And also I think that there were some character things, too, with Jalen Carter that we were curious about. And I'm sure they did their digging and they talked to who they needed to talk to. And maybe they felt like just he wasn't the right fit here. He's thriving in Philly. Good for that young man. Haven't heard anything bad about his behavior or anything like that. So I think it's working out for everybody. Obviously, the Eagles are working out a bit more because they're playing this weekend. But, no, I'm fine with it.
And there are lots of players on every roster in the NFL that have some behavioral concerns, maybe some red flags, maybe guys that aren't super easy to work around that the team kind of has to, figure out a way to work with. Like, it's not like every single player on every single roster in the NFL is an angel. So when you have a player who is talked about as though he is the best talent in that draft, maybe he goes number 1 overall. Like, at one point, people were like, is Jalen Carter going number 1? And then, obviously, that horrible accident coming out of Georgia. When teams pass on him, or when a team like Seattle that needs him passes on him, my gut sometimes tells me there's more than just the one thing we know about. And that doesn't mean that those things that they might have heard about came to fruition. As Bump mentioned, Jalen is doing just fine in Philadelphia.
Just fine.
You are not hearing about him getting into trouble in Philadelphia. But teams take risks. Like, teams will bring in dudes that have troubling backgrounds if they think they're talented enough, and Jalen is incredibly talented. It seems like the Seahawks, maybe they'd been bitten once before by taking a risk on a guy that had red flags. Maybe they heard things outside of that accident that they just didn't like for their own program, and they thought he's just not our type of dude. But they passed on that talent for a reason. And what I don't love is how many people are like, can't believe Jalen went at 9. What a ridiculous. And it's like, let's not pretend he fell to 9 for no reason.
Yeah, there were some things going on there. And when you're in those moments, you have to do things that you feel are best for your team in your situation. And they felt like they needed that corner/nickel, because before then it was Kobe, but Kobe was getting banged up. He was hurt all the time. You bring in Artie, I believe. You're trying to see if that's going to work out. Like, there was some movement at that position. So they went and found a guy that could do the things that is required from a defense in today's game. With all the spread that's going on there, having to guard these quicker slot receivers or whatnot. That was the right move for them. And this was the right move for the Eagles. I think it worked out for everybody. Devin Witherspoon is arguably the best player in our defense. Him and Leo can go back and forth when it comes to that title, so I'm completely fine with it.
Let's get to another one. Jared Verse obviously didn't advance. He was with the Rams. Jalen Carter's Eagle beat his Rams. But Jared Verse had a really, really good rookie season and got hot, especially late in the season as that defensive line really started to grow and evolve together. I saw so many questions, particularly when the Rams beat the Vikings and Jared Verse had a scoop and score with a fumble recovery. So many questions from people saying, should the Seahawks have taken him instead of Byron Murphy? What do you think?
Big ups to Jared Verse. 6'4", 260, 4.5 sacks this year, and you see the potential in this young man. What position does he play? He's an outside backer in a 3-4 scheme. We already got those. You got Derek Hall, who I think took a huge step this year. You got Boye Mafe as well. You have a Chinna Nwosu. So, again, it comes down to what does this team need at the time. They weren't looking at those positions and thinking, what are we going to do there? They're actually looking at those positions and thinking, we have a bright future. Where did this team need the most help? We thought interior. We need to get some rotation going. Cam Young's been banged up. Let's go and get that guy now. So, no, I think that if Verse was on this team, then obviously you'd be deeper at the edge position. You got like 3 guys who you kind of rotate through now. But without Byron Murphy, what does the interior look like? Leo still had himself a good season, but you need depth and rotation. Timing's everything. Timing and need. And I think that's what the Seahawks needed at the time because of what was on their roster.
And it's so easy to look at someone else being drafted somewhere else and say, oh, he could have done exactly the same thing here, which I also think is a mistake. I think Jalen Carter would be talented on any team that he was part of. But I also think that being with the Eagles has done a lot for him, and it is a great group to be around, including a great system to be in. He's got former Georgia players on that defense as well. Like, there's just a different level of accountability and growth that you have there. I'm not saying he wouldn't have had those opportunities here in Seattle, but I don't know, man. Like, I'm very familiar with the whole Jalen Carter versus Devin Witherspoon, did Seattle make a debate kind of argument. I just think that also overlooks so much of what Devin does well here.
Yeah, and it's the thing when we look at hindsight, obviously we're looking at it from the past, right? Or, we're looking at the past. We can't necessarily put ourselves in that situation with them on that day, with that roster, with those evals. It influences everything. And I think that when you have a pick at whatever pick it may be, number 5? Was that what?
For Devin?
For Devin, it was 5, but number 5. And then you have, number 17 or 18? You're going to get a good football player regardless. It's about you developing them. So big ups for the Rams, or to the Rams for developing and continue to develop Verse. Big ups to Philly for doing their thing. I think the Hawks are doing the same thing with their picks too. So, no, man, we good. We good. I like the picks.
We began our show very NFL heavy, just taking a look as NFL fans at the divisional round games, talking about the winners and losers. If you want to go back and listen to that, it'll be on the Bump and Stacy podcast, kicking off the entire show. Now I want to do a similar exercise. We're going to go back. We're going to look at the divisional round game, but this time we're going to put on a Seahawks cap. We're going to put on a Seahawks cap, maybe a sweatshirt, you know what I mean? And we're going to look at the things that are actually relevant for Seattle from this game. What lessons can we learn? That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
It sure feels anyway like there's a lot of momentum for Clint Kubiak, and that's how this is going to get done. That's just how it's going to go. What do you think?
I think be careful to read that momentum from afar. There was a lot of momentum for Mike Kafka. He had 2 interviews last year. There was some momentum.
I don't know. I never felt like Mike Kafka was going to be the head
there
coach
was some
here.
momentum for Mikey Kafka.
It's not so much the interviews to me as it is some of the conversation around the interviews.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
Febreze.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings. Because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Febreze.
So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Whew, it's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 113 through 124. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more detailed qualifying items.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's what we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
G. Scott here to share how you can help the Southern California Fire Disaster Relief Campaign to support communities affected by the Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires. Through January, you can make a difference by donating at your neighborhood Safeway checkout. 100% of your contributions will benefit food banks, shelters, and nonprofits providing essential aid, including food, shelter, and financial assistance for those impacted. Together, we can bring hope and relief to our neighbors. To support families in need, donate at your local Safeway today.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Bears have found their new head coach. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, they will hire Lions OC Ben Johnson to take over. The NFL Conference Championship round is set. The Eagles hosting the Washington Commanders. In the AFC, you're going to have the number 1 seeded Chiefs hosting the Bills.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Less than an hour away from what I need to know, but you can get your questions in anytime. 866-979-3776. That's the Mac and Jeff text line. I already have someone saying, if Seattle doesn't hire an OC this week, does that mean they have their eyes set on someone with Buffalo or Philadelphia? Good question. Get your questions in 866-979-3776. That is coming your way at 1:45. Before we get to it, Bump, let's re-examine the divisional round. We started our show by just talking about the winners and losers, obviously the ref scandal and the calls Patrick Mahomes was getting, the flop that he had, just the topics that were interesting to us. But now we're going to put on our Seahawks hats. Remember that we're in Seattle and figure out what storylines are actually relevant for the Seahawks, because I do think there are some really interesting ones. For you, as someone covering this team who knows this team, how did you watch these games, and was there something that stood out?
I watched these games like I used to watch the other team warm up when I was playing ball, sizing everybody up. I'm like, all right, how big is he? Well, the roster says he's 6'3", 250. All right, he can move a little bit. Let me see. That's the way I looked at all these games. And obviously, you start off in the NFC, right, because that's your conference. I'm looking at the Washington Commanders and thinking they are going to be a problem. They found their quarterback. I'm looking at the Detroit Lions, and I'm seeing the magic disappear with those guys. I'm looking at the Rams, and I see a bright future as long as Matthew Stafford comes back and that defensive line stays healthy. And then I'm looking at Philly as they're not going anywhere for the next 3 or 4 years. What can the Hawks do to compete with that? Mm-hmm. Starts with quarterback play, right? Geno can't be turning the football over the way that he turned it over this year. Yeah. If he can cut down on the turnovers and keep the completion percentage and the yards, we're good. I think a season from Geno that I think would be acceptable is 25-8. 25 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 4,000 yards, because you know that run game is going to get going. But each team I'm looking at has a physicality to their offense that I just didn't see with the Seahawks this past year. I'm watching Gibbs get downhill and get going. I'm looking at Robinson and Eckler 1-2 combo with the Commanders, get downhill. I'm looking at Kyron Williams, who is probably the 3rd best running back in the league that no one really talks about. Him and Josh Jacobs can fight for that. I'm looking at Philly, and obviously it's just star-studded. They're like the Warriors, you know what I'm saying? Like they got guys at every position. The thing that I see in those teams that I didn't see with the Seahawks this past year, consistently at least, was just that grit. Like they're gritty and playing hard. And then I was having a conversation with my guy Paul Moyer, and he pointed out too, obviously the intensity is going to step up in the playoffs. It's the playoffs. It's a different type of beast out there. But I kept looking at these teams and thinking, can we beat this? Can we beat this team?
Yeah.
And I saw the Rams, and I thought to myself, they're playing better than the last time we saw them. I'm excluding that last game of the season, that overtime game. They're playing better than that. They've taken a step up, but I also think defensively that the Hawks took a step up from that game. Since that game, the Hawks defense was on some other stuff. So no, I was sizing everybody up. Can we compete with them? I think that you can throw hands with the Rams right now. You can throw hands with the Commanders. Even though the Commanders beat Detroit, I'm looking at Detroit as if they're healthy. Detroit and Philly are the ones that give me the most concern.
So let's stick with the quarterback angle, right? I'll stay there. In terms of what was interesting to me over the weekend was like, oh, good for Jaden Daniels. That's so awesome. In terms of, okay, now the Seahawks cap is on and I'm thinking of what stands out. It was on the other side of things, and it was Jared Goff. Every conversation we've had about how good Geno can be has almost always come back to one of Sam Darnold or Jared Goff as a way to say, hey, look, these are two guys. Yes, both were very high draft picks initially. Neither is with their initial team. Both have had narratives that the league kind of gave up on them or that they weren't smart enough or capable enough or good enough, and both are having phenomenal seasons. How? And the conversation was about coaching and about underlying skill and about offensive line play. Both are now knocked out of the playoffs. And what I'm looking at is a remaining pool of quarterbacks that are pretty dang elite, or at the very least, in the terms of Jalen Hurts, incredibly, incredibly dynamic. I know he hasn't established himself. I'm taking Jaden out in the same way as Mahomes and Allen as a passer, but a very, very talented, dynamic player. I'm also looking at the draft status of the remaining quarterbacks. You have 3 top 10 picks and a second-round pick. I would love to have Jaden Daniels as a quarterback. Like, that would be so fun. Imagine this year with Jaden Daniels as a quarterback in Seattle. Imagine the idea of having a young, exciting rookie quarterback. I don't know how Seattle's going to get number 2 overall.
They're not. They will not have number 2 overall for the next 4 years. It ain't happening. They're not. Mike McDonald, I think, is doing a great job building over here and making this thing his, and there's no way they're going to be that bad to where they have the number 2 pick overall. That's the toughest part about this thing is every quarterback involved minus Jalen Hurts is a second-round pick. They're all first-round picks, and that's a great place to start when it comes to trying to rebrand your team and change the culture or whatnot is you have someone under center that these guys believe in. So they're going to have to get creative when it comes to this. They're either going to have to do something that you pointed out a couple of weeks ago isn't being done anymore, which is find a guy, a QB late in the draft, and hopefully he pops. Or you're going to have to spend a lot of money when it comes down to it and go get yourself the guy, a guy who's already established. I think that's probably the route that they're going to have to go because I think it's hard to ask a 4th rounder to perform like a 1st rounder. It's just tough. Can it be done? Sure. Brock Purdy, Tom Brady. We went through a list of guys last week that were later draft picks who ended up winning Super Bowls, but it's just not the most reliable way to find your guy.
Yeah.
So that's what makes this thing tough. And that's why I'm so intent on, or I support Geno so much because I think this is as good as it gets for these guys. And it ain't that bad. Like, he has thrown a bunch of interceptions. There are reasons for that. People hate hearing the reasons for stuff. But it ain't that bad. And when he's playing some good football, he's playing some good football. And he did all of that behind one of the worst lines in the game. So you're kind of stuck. And I'd rather be stuck with Geno than stuck with, like, Zach Wilson or somebody, because we've seen what Geno can do when he's on. So he can buy you some time. So either you get lucky and you find the impossible, which we talked about in the late round draft pick at quarterback, or someone becomes available and you're able to move things around and go get them.
What do you make, though, of people who say, and I ask because I've seen this take, well, why not go after Zach Wilson? Why couldn't he do what Sam Darnold did? And I'm not saying I disagree, but I'm saying, like, Sam Darnold's season threw gasoline onto the fire of reclamation project quarterbacks.
Man, Minnesota didn't even think Sam could do that. He was brought over there to be a backup.
On a one-year deal.
A one-year $10 million deal. He was brought over there to be a backup. The Vikings didn't think he was the guy. Why can't you? You can try. But at this point to where this team is, I think you do more damage than good if you go out there and experiment with a young guy at this point. If you bring a young guy over and he looks good in practice and he's pushing Geno and he's making plays, I'm all for it. But I don't want to bring a young guy over right now and just say, all right, this is yours.
Yeah.
Let's go get it.
Also relevant to me, putting the Seahawks cap on. is the length of time between conference championship appearances for Seattle. Curtis, did you say the Seahawks are one of 3 teams with the longest drought now, with Washington having advanced?
Yeah, they've the Seahawks have the 4th longest drought in the NFC, just behind the Cowboys, Bears, and Giants.
Now, granted, there's a difference between the Seahawks' absence being around 10 years and the Commanders being 33, right? Like, there are levels to droughts. But it is interesting to me the level of not pure parity, but as close to that as you can get, particularly with the NFC. And the Seahawks haven't been able to be one of those teams. I mean, we have seen within the time span that the Seahawks have last been in a conference championship game, every other team from your division either get to a Super Bowl or at the very least appear in that game.
Cardinals appeared in that thing?
Cardinals against
2015, Carolina.
Oh, okay. All right. 2015.
Got their doors blown off by Carolina.
I don't remember little Murray out there
I
in the
know.
conference championship game. Okay.
Granted, they have been, I would say, of 4 teams, the least successful in the playoffs, but they've still been there more recently.
Yeah, that's true. You got some work to do. And the tough part about this whole situation is that us fans been on this journey for so long, and it's hard to reset your thinking a little bit because all you remember is not making it to the championship game, not having the draft that you wanted this team to have. And now that Mike McDonald and John Schneider are together, it's kind of like you have to reset your thinking and not start from the bottom, but you're starting on the second floor, and it's going to be a climb. So that's where the emotions come in, and people want things to happen drastically. When you lose a head coach or you move on from a head coach, you're not moving on because things are great. You're moving on because things weren't moving in the right direction, and you're trying something new.
All right, let's get to some of what stood out to some listeners. I would say that Geno was the #1 takeaway, for better or for worse. There were some people that felt like watching something like the Eagles' offensive line kind of open their eyes to what Geno or any quarterback in Seattle would be playing behind. Other people saying that they felt like it made it clear that the team should move on from Geno. I think that's probably mostly inspired by, a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, seeing what Washington was able to do. But by far, the #1 takeaway for listeners has been quarterback.
Yeah. It's all about the QB.
It's all about the QB. And, look, I feel like there's a lot of false equivalencies that are drawn. Like, if someone said, would you like Jaden Daniels as your quarterback, I would say yes.
Of course. Why wouldn't I?
Of course I would.
I'd take any of these quarterbacks for a lift.
Yes. Of course I would. What I was left wondering is, well, how do you do that, right? Yeah. That's what I was left thinking as a fan.
You lose, and people want this team to lose.
But I don't want to.
People want this team to lose. I don't. Look, you live your life, but I could never, ever purposely want or watch a team just tank. I would never want to be a part of that. I don't think Schneider would want to be a part of that. McDonald doesn't want to be a part of that. You person who's listening right now, and you want this team to lose. Imagine you being on that staff, and this team is losing the way that they are.
I'm talking 2 wins.
The stress you're going to be under, the way people are going to be coming out after you and your job. Losing just doesn't give you a high pick. Losing affects people's livelihood. It's a game. And it's almost like people who aren't connected to the team think it's like a video game. No, these are real people. Mm-hmm. Like, they will lose their jobs. Everyone's miserable. The town doesn't feel the same. It's just not as easy as just, go out there and lose. I want you to go to work today and lose.
Yep.
Okay? Lose this starting in August. You person wants this team to lose. You go to work and just lose and do nothing and try to get yourself fired and see the stress that you're going to be under.
Well, and it comes with a lot of upheaval. If you were going to look at the top 3 quarterbacks drafted last year, picks #1 and 3 are playing with new head coaches in 2025 than they started with in 2024. And not only that, but pick #2, who ended up being the best pick of the bunch, having a phenomenal rookie season, is playing with a first-year head coach.
Yep.
Dan Quinn, not a first-time head coach, but a first-year head coach. All of those 3 either entered the year with new coaching staffs or will enter next year with new coaching staffs, because losing can break a culture. So getting that draft pick comes at a cost. I don't think Mike McDonald wants to lose his job.
Nah.
You go from 10 wins to 2?
Hey, you're 2 and done probably.
Yeah. Now, I would like to find a way to get that player. But
you know how you got to get it. You have to pay.
Well, you have to pay or you have to trade.
Yep, you got to trade.
So I don't know if you trade. I wouldn't do it in this draft class, but like let's say that next year's draft class was absolutely amazing and Geno throws 13 picks in 2025. You're just done with it. At that point, I'm going, how many first rounders do you trade to move up?
Right.
You know?
And that's a good point. Geno's performance will affect all of this. Real quick, I want to see what quarterbacks are available in 2026. You ready for this list?
Yeah.
It's impressive.
Okay.
It's not.
Oh, no.
Minshew, Tyrod Taylor, Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky, Malik Willis, Mike White, Skylar Thompson, Danucci, Sam Howell, Jake Browning, Jaron Hall.
But that's what I'm
saying.
saying.
Brock Purdy. Go after Brock Purdy.
Paid.
There you go.
But that's what I'm saying. Sam Darnold and what he was able to do with the Vikings. There are so many people that look at that and they go, well, Malik Willis can be a dual threat.
Maybe he can be.
Yeah. All right. We are going to take your questions for what I need to know. Get those questions in 866-979-3776. That is coming up at 45 after, wrapping up the show with it. Right now, let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something that's been proven to be false, but you still don't believe it? With proof in your face.
With proof in my face.
In your face.
The data's there. Via The Athletic. Now, we all know that, or a lot of us feel that the NFL has an interest in getting the Chiefs to the Super Bowl. Here's the thing. Of course, the NFL wants the Chiefs to go to the Super Bowl, maybe get that back-to-back-to-back, do something that's never been done. But I doubt Roger Goodell and them are telling these referees, hey, man, make sure we get these guys in. Have a bad call here or there. No, I think these referees are just enamored with the Chiefs and Pat Mahomes. And if anything looks violent against Pat Mahomes, they're going to throw the flag. But I read this article, and I was surprised. The last 2 seasons in the fourth quarter or overtime, 47 penalties have been called against the Chiefs. 48 penalties have been called against their opponents. 307 yards have been called against the Chiefs and 340 against their opponents. The referees are actually calling it pretty evenly when it comes to the numbers. Now, that's just the 30,000-foot view. When you get closer, you zoom in, Google Earth, and you're zooming in on that thing. A little pinch. You see that. Oh, that wasn't no dang personal foul. Oh, that tackle clearly jumped. There's a false start there, but you're not calling it. There are the timing of things and the optics of it is what drives people crazy when it comes to the Chiefs. Pat Mahomes is using a rule to his advantage. He knows he's that guy. And quarterbacks are untouchable. If it looks even semi-violent, you are going to get a flag, so he's using it. The refs are calling an even game as far as numbers, but I don't think they're calling an even game as far as just the treatment of the players. And now we got Pat Mahomes flopping. You show me a video of Josh Allen flopping. We need to start finding the flops. And we need to make it so if a quarterback is out of the pocket, he is just a football player. He has helmets, he has shoulder pads, he's got thigh pads, he's wearing cleats. He's a football player. Tom Brady, I blame you. Tore your ACL back in the day. And ever since then, they've been treating you quarterbacks different. I remember back in the days, man, you used to go across the middle, clothesline a dude, body slam somebody. The game is safer. All right, we got data. We need to be safer. But it's a violent sport. It is what it is. Dudes are going to get hit. So stop protecting these dang quarterbacks. The numbers are telling a different story. But when you zoom in, you look at the situations, that's where people are getting frustrated.
I like find the flop as a chant. And the thing is, Mahomes didn't get a flag. Like they didn't gift him a flag for that flop, but it made everything else worse. You know what I mean? Like if he wouldn't have done that, I would have looked at the flags that were thrown on Will Anderson, and I'm totally blanking on the other Texans defender. But I would have been like, oh, well, I mean, it's a bummer. It led to 10 points collectively between those 2 flags because the drives kept moving. But, like, whatever. That's just how the league is. But the flop really adds a layer. Didn't get the flag for it, but the flop makes it worse.
Man, they should have threw a flag on him for flopping.
Come on, flag the flops. Second down. What's something that Jaden Daniels does that you think will be standard practice soon?
Man, it's kind of cool. He before he got drafted, he told anybody who's drafting him, who was interested in drafting him, that they have to invest in VR training. So he puts on his VR set, and he pretty much plays games, right? He reads coverages in the box and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And what he does, he watches it faster than it happens in reality. So now his brain is connecting to the game, and it's moving faster. So now when he gets in the game, it's like slow motion to that young man. And I think that this is going to be standard one day. I already know that there are some programs that do it. There's some college programs that do it, some pro teams as well. I think it should start at high school. These kids are already on their VRs and they're playing their games anyway. Get them on a football field and start getting those coverages right, your timing on point, because that's why the quarterback position is the hardest thing in sports, man, because you have to know what everybody's doing. You're counting numbers in the box. You're reading coverage. You're making a decision in 3.5 seconds where to go with the football or less. So, no, I thought that was pretty cool, and I think that watching him play, it seems like he's a bit ahead of everybody, and maybe that has something to do with it.
Very interesting. Third down. What can be seen as fraudulent after this past weekend of games?
Oh, man.
You're going to start a fight.
The fraudulent NFC North. They came out. You got two teams going at it the last game of the week or last week of the season, and one's going to be a number one seed, one's going to be a wild card. Oh, my God, I can't believe the team with 14 wins is going to be a wild card. Green Bay Packers getting into the mix. You're looking at the Bears. You see that there's potential over there. Frauds. The Lions lose. The Packers lose. The Vikings lose. Now, one of y'all in the conference championship game. Now, I think that the window is closing with the Lions. I think that the Packers need to figure out the turnover issues. And the Vikings, good luck with J.J. McCarthy. We don't even know what he's going to look like. But all year, this was the best division in football, and they just folded, man. I still think they're good. I'm just talking crap.
Sure.
I tweeted out the NFC North is as fraudulent as that text message I get saying there's been an issue with the delivery of my package, and I ain't ordered no dang package. Nothing's coming to the house. Fake UPS, fake FedEx. All right, that's what it felt like watching these guys, but we know the story. With the Lions, injuries got them. With the Green Bay Packers, they lost one of their top receivers before the playoffs or during the playoffs. With the Vikings, Sam Darnold was just overwhelmed and lost about $10-20 million. Things happen, but I had high expectations for this conference, and they did not meet them.
It is really interesting, though, because I think that the conversation we were all having in Week 18 was, one of these teams could win a Super Bowl, and I certainly would have put money on Detroit. I would have expected Detroit to continue to advance, even knowing that they had some massive injuries and as a result, attrition defensively. I don't know why people were kind of not overlooking the NFC East by any means, but no one was talking about the Eagles in the same way as they were the Lions. And in a way, it made sense. The Lions were the number one scoring offense in the league. They're just a very cool story. Dan Campbell is more likable than Nick Sirianni. And yet, here are the Eagles and the Commanders meeting for the third time, an NFC East showdown in the conference round.
They run this. Remember, it was the NFC least a couple years ago? Look at them now.
Look at them now. Look at us now. Fourth down. What's something you would like to see all four teams do during the conference championship games?
RPO. RPO the heck out of each other's defenses. And the reason why, this is the most athletic group of quarterbacks in the conference championship games we have ever seen. You have Daniels, 891 rushing yards, 6 touchdowns. Josh Allen, 531 rushing yards, 12 touchdowns. Hurts, 630 and 14, and then Mahomes, a little 307 and 2. All right, but we know that Mahomes can get busy. We saw him last year with the bum ankle, break one off like a 30-yard run or something like that. He's athletic. He just don't need to get down like that. But I want them to RPO the heck out of each other, man. Let the quarterback, the most athletic group that we've had in the conference championship, let them make the final decision. I think Daniels did the most of it, and Hurts is right behind him. Opposed to last year, or when you compare last year, Hurts' RPO game is down a lot. They don't run him as much as they used to. I think that is going to help him a lot. And then Mahomes just does whatever the heck he wants to do. Man, RPO, run these dudes, and let's have some fun with this conference championship game. The Hawks aren't in it, but again, the most athletic group of quarterbacks we have ever seen in the conference championship game.
You said Hurts' RPO numbers were down?
Down from last year.
Were you surprised by that?
I was surprised. Really surprised from last year, especially when you have Saquon in the backfield, who's going to get those linebackers to respond pretty quickly.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
The Natty. You don't even have to wait that long. It's what's on today, technically. Ohio State and Notre Dame meet in the national championship game. Kickoff at 4:30 p.m. You can listen to the game live right here on Seattle Sports. What I Need to Know coming your way soon. Get your questions in 866-979-3776.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Looking at who would be a restructure versus who would be a cap casualty. Your three biggest cap hits in order: Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett. I think something happens with all three of those. Is there anybody that stands out to you?
Noah Fant. I feel like you've got some other options there, but Uchenna is the one. Even though, it says you could save almost $15 million if you released him after June 1st. I think Uchenna is one of those leaders on the team.
Yeah, that's a big chunk of money.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 2 tickets to the ultimate big game tailgate party, Sunday, February 9th at the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Event Center. Enjoy an all-you-can-eat spread, a beverage garden, tailgating games, and watch the big game on huge screens throughout. Meet Seahawks dancers and players. Plus, enjoy giveaways and more. Visit seattlesports.com/win to enter. That's seattlesports.com/win for your chance to win.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold.
Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Finding the right employee for your company is tough. One wrong hire can be a major setback. You're not alone if you face this. A recent survey by Robert Half shows nearly half of hiring managers readily admit to making a bad hire. Luckily, there's a solution. With Robert Half's specialized recruiter's experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can have the right skilled professional in place quickly. We understand what it takes to build winning teams because at Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Adam Schefter here with Vivid Seats. We've got some late-breaking news coming out of the stands. According to multiple sources, Vivid Seats fans are scoring rewards on every purchase and at a rapid pace. Obviously, these rewards are a game changer, and coupled with their MVP-worthy ticket selection, why get tickets anywhere else? Don't drop the ball this season. Shop with Vivid Seats and earn rewards on every ticket. And as the official ticketing partner of ESPN, Vivid Seats is offering you $20 off your first $200 ticket purchase with code Schefter. That's code Schefter.
Hello, it's Robin Roberts here.
Hey guys, it's George Stephanopoulos here.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Strahan here. Wake up with Good Morning America.
Robin, George, Michael, GMA, America's favorite #1 morning show. The morning's first breaking news, exclusive interviews, what everyone will be talking about that day. Put some good in your morning and start your day with GMA.
Good Morning America.
Put the good in your morning. GMA 7A on ABC.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we are committed to giving you quality workmanship and white glove service that exceed your expectations. Get our exclusive leak armor installation backed by a lifetime warranty. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
G. Scott here to share how you can help the Southern California Fire Disaster Relief Campaign to support communities affected by the Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires. Through January, you can make a difference by donating at your neighborhood Safeway checkout. 100% of your contributions will benefit food banks, shelters, and nonprofits providing essential aid, including food, shelter, and financial assistance for those impacted. Together, we can bring hope and relief to our neighbors. To support families in need, donate at your local Safeway today.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Okay, I'm seeing a number of suggestions for how Seattle finds its quarterback. I don't control this. That's just where the show has steered itself. It's where I've allowed listeners to chime in, and that's where we are right now. We're all driving together. You know what I mean? Like, I'm behind the wheel, but right now someone in the back is going, what, turn left up here? And that's where I am. We put on our Seahawks caps 30 minutes ago to take another look at the divisional round, and we talked about the things that, as people covering the team, stood out to us. So not just, Jaden Daniels, what a cool story, good for him, but Jaden Daniels, how do you find a rookie quarterback that's that good when you don't have the number 2 pick? That's where the conversation turns, right? That's where you put your Seahawks cap on and start thinking about it in terms of what's relevant for Seattle. So we got into 2 big debates. Number 1, whether or not people would be willing to tank to get a top pick, with the text line completely split. Some people saying, I'm absolutely willing to take a couple years of 2 wins if it means racking up a bunch of top 5 picks. And other people saying, I don't want anything to do with that. And you and I were part of Group B.
Right.
The second debate, what to do at quarterback. If you don't have a number 2 overall pick, well, then what do you do? And I have some names that have been thrown out, and I'm going to throw them your way, and also some tactics that have been thrown out. So I'm going to start with this one. Someone says, what about someone like Joe Milton?
Joe Milton. Let me look up where.
I don't even know. Is he in Indy? Where did he even end up?
New England.
New
he had
England.
a big
Thank you.
week 18.
He balled out.
Right.
It's week 18.
He balled out.
Hey.
You can't fall victim to that.
I think you take chances on guys like that.
Yeah.
Because that's your only option. You talk to the Patriots and see what's going on there. You go across the league and see what backups are available and find a guy that you think could run your offense if he needed to do that. Those are the type of guys you have to look at or go for, because you're not going to get a top pick. I'm all for it. Joe Milton, you know what? Bring him in. Let's see what he can do. Bring him in.
The Centralia 360 says trade Witherspoon and a first-round pick in 2026 and grab Arch Manning.
What?
Now listen to me.
What?
I am welcoming all ideas, but this is my response to that.
What?
The point of making the trade of Russell Wilson and the point of getting all those high picks is that you keep them, right? Detroit didn't draft Penei Sewell and then trade Penei Sewell to get another pick. The point is that you hang on to blue chip talent when you have it. So I do not want to trade Witherspoon just to get a shot at a quarterback, which I know eventually this team desperately needs.
No, you need Witherspoon. He's a big part of your of what you're doing. I'm going through the league and trying to find. I just Googled the best backup quarterbacks.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'll start at 20. Cooper Rush, Tyrod Taylor, Jarrett Stidham, Kenny Pickett, Mac Jones, your boy Mason Rudolph,
Whoa, hang on a minute. I will not have false accusations levied against me, Curtis. You almost started.
It's one of the worst things somebody could be described as
How dare
in
you?
a public setting.
No, but
like
you know how it is sometimes. Like you'll see somebody that you don't really like, and your friend don't like you. Look, they go, your boy.
Yep,
That's
yes,
hot minted.
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo, Josh Dobbs, Carson Wentz, Jameis Winston, Andy Dalton, Jacoby Brissett, Sam Darnold, Drew Lock, Sam Howell. They got him at the number 6 spot.
That's interesting.
Justin Fields, Michael Penix is a starter now. Joe Flacco, Gardner Minshew, and number 1, Jake Browning.
Justin Fields?
I'd rock with Justin Fields. Bring him over here. See what he can do.
Just question whether the Steelers will.
Back up. I think the Steelers are going to roll with. I think they're going to roll with Russell Wilson. I think, especially if Arthur Smith gets a job. He was interviewing for the Jets. And remember,
that's true.
Your headline, they weren't seeing eye to eye
Mm-hmm.
because Arthur's 6'3" and your boy is 5'11", 5'10". Remember that headline you did?
Yes.
That was it.
I'm not that intrigued by someone like Jake Browning, someone like Zach Wilson, but I think, again, Sam Darnold's success in Minnesota, I used the same analogy earlier, but threw gasoline onto that fire of like anyone can become special. Anyone. Think of how we made fun of Sam Darnold. There was the mononucleosis graphic that was going around. Like it was a running joke.
Too many girls,
you know
I'll
what I
tell you
mean? Like
what.
seeing ghosts. I mean, there were running jokes about poor Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
And then he came in and had a 35 touchdown season. And say what you will about all the weapons around him, he still had 35 touchdowns.
Oh, yeah. You still got to throw them things.
Yeah.
This is the jacked up part about what Sam Darnold did. Sam Darnold did essentially what Brock Purdy did. No one expected anything out of Brock Purdy. Now people say, you can find a guy late. Last round, last pick, Mr. Relevant. Go get that. How many times has that happened? Now
Never.
with Sam
Literally
Darnold,
never.
you're looking at a guy who had, a couple years with different teams and not expected to start. He gets to start. Now people think, hey, Zach Wilson. Maybe you can find it there. Maybe you can find it in Zach Wilson. But are you willing to give up a quarterback that completes 70% of his passes, does have some interception issues, but that I think can be fixed if the O-line gets their stuff together and his decision-making gets a bit better? Like, are you willing to roll the dice on something that hasn't been proven and give up something that we've seen be pretty good for 3 seasons for this football team?
Devil's advocate, what if someone says, but I can't improve the offensive line unless I'm not paying Geno? Which I don't think is true, but I do think that's an argument.
That's not. It's an argument, but that's not true. You can definitely. There's some things that are going to happen. There's a receiver here that's probably not going to be here. That's going to help free up a lot of cap space, and you'll be able to go out there and go shopping and find yourself a guy. You're not going to find. You don't need 5 new offensive linemen. You need like a guard. You need a guard, and you need another guard to develop, and then you rock with your center. It's not a complete makeover when it comes to that line.
Someone said, "Can we steal Marcus Mariota?"
Why? I don't want him.
He's a Commander's back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's just an assumption that anything is better than what you have, and I don't agree with that. What I would love is the number 2 overall pick or the number 1 overall pick. That would be cool. That's unfortunately not what the Seahawks have, and I think I just have my eyes set on the 2026 class, and so I've kind of written my book on my thoughts of Geno for the season, but I'm trying to be open-minded about how to build a team, different approaches to quarterbacks, and trying to be open-minded about ways that other teams have found ways to succeed at quarterback. What's hard for me is that when I look at the remaining teams in the championship round, they are all quarterbacks with their original team. 3 of them were, I believe, top 10 picks. I'm trying to think if Mahomes was 10. 3 of them are top 10 picks. 1 of them was a high second-rounder who's on the most stacked team still remaining.
Stacy.
Yes.
Marcus Mariota's best year. 2016. 3,400 yards, 26 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 61% completion rate. We got Marcus Mariota at the house. We got it at the house. Come on.
Someone said start Stacy at QB1 next year. Let's get that ring.
Let's get it.
Let's get it. Oh, man. What do you think in a game? A, would I come out alive? B, my completion percentage hovering around 10. I think I could complete a pass if no one was running at me. And if it was like
can you even
maybe
throw a spiral?
No.
Without a rush?
But
Yeah.
listen to me. Is it like a little tiny, like a jet sweep situation with someone who's not going to drop the ball? Is it like a little, you know what I mean? Could I complete an NFL pass? I don't think I could. But I am available for hire at less than $30 million per year.
Can you hold?
That's it. Can I flop?
No,
we're talking about holding kicks.
Like hold a kick for like a field goal.
No, I would not be able to do that. There is not a single thing on an NFL field I would be
You
able
could throw
or
a
willing
flag.
to
You'd be
do.
a ref. You throw a flag.
Even then, I would apologize. The second a player got upset with me, I'd be like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I will take it back. I'm so sorry. And then the other team would get upset that I picked up the flag, and then it would just be a mess. No one would win, truly. I don't belong on a football field. Don't put me out there.
If nobody was rushing you and you had to throw the ball, what's the furthest distance you could get it?
Bump, how many yards from right where I am to that door?
It's like 8 yards.
8 yards, Brady.
After that, check down passes for days.
Check down Charlie.
It's going to be a conversation, minus this silly part of it, that we continue to have all off season. I will throw out a reminder that Joel Corey mentioned March 16th as that deadline for when they do need to figure out something with Geno, because part of his salary becomes automatically guaranteed and kind of kicks in. So they need to make a decision about Geno relatively quickly here. Very curious to see what they actually decide. Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. Any question, text it to the Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
We've been talking about options at quarterback, playing out the hypothetical that the Seahawks move on from Geno. What about the greatest quarterback in the history of this organization? Dave Craig, the greatest,
I think he's a little old, Bob.
Most accomplished Seahawk quarterback ever, Russell Wilson.
I'm really excited for you to talk right now, Bob, so I can check the text line. Because I can't wait to see what people are saying about Russ.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, telling you that people all over the Northwest are going to lose 20 to 30 pounds by Valentine's Day. They'll do it by starting with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic as their resolution, and you can as well. A 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started or see if you're even interested in the program. So take that time to do something for yourself and your future. I did the program. I immediately lost 10 pounds in the first week, lost 35 pounds after 8 weeks, so it absolutely works. Here's what I didn't have to do. Fight for space in a crowded gym with New Year's resolutioners, take pills or even worse, injections, eating bland, boxed, fake meals, nothing like that. What I did get was delicious recipes, a group to offer support, and the accountability, and an easy-to-follow plan that really did work. Do it for yourself this year. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Don't let a 15-minute phone call hold you back. Do it right now. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish CyberKnife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnife-prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
It's time to vote for the top athletes and sports stories of 2024. Be part of history and help choose the sports stars of the year from a knockout roster representing the best in Washington sports. Cast your vote for the sports story of the year. Was it the Seawolves playoff run, the Kraken making history, or UW rowing dominating the Olympics? You decide. Vote now at seattlesports.org and enter for a chance to see the winners announced live at the 90th Annual Sports Star of the Year Awards, presented by Microsoft.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Start the year fresh with Washington Energy's New Year, New Home Sales event. Upgrade and save 15% on energy-efficient Bryant heating systems for your home. Keep cozy and safe this winter storm season with 15% off Honeywell whole home generators. Prepare for spring with 15% off beautiful Anderson windows and reliable Simonton doors. All on sale now for a limited time. It's the New Year, New Home Sales event with Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? Hi, I'm Adrian, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Treating your home with care is important to me while offering top quality products. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather stripping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. Right now, save $600 per installed window and $1,200 per door, and make no payments for a year. For details, visit lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Where can you kick off the new year? With big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity. Now through January 30th, get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your very first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet, spend less green, and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Internet discount applied to mobile bill. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon, Fiber, Gig Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus One Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual speeds vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. That text number is 866-979-3776. Any question works. I have a sports question, but I'm going to get started with a non-sports question. One listener, I need to know more. I already know that. One listener says, would it be out of pocket for me to invite an actress attending a convention? She's reportedly single. She's attending to sign autographs out for drinks. I'm a good-looking brother. I figure, why not? LOL.
Shoot your shot, King. Shoot your shot.
Do it.
You know, you got to do it respectfully, though, because imagine she's famous and people shoot all the time.
I need to know who this actress is.
Be unique, but shoot your shot,
Listener, please, I will not say it on air. Please tell me who the actress is and where this convention is. I need to know. Because what if it's someone that's like a major name and we're like, dang. We saw it from the ground up.
And he pulls her, though.
And he does it. There are movies about that. There should be movies made about this.
Oh, there's Hallmark movies all the time about stuff like that.
Yeah, people thought Damian Lillard was crazy the first time he pulled it from half court. Now that's all he made.
That's a great analogy, Curtis, and I hope that listener takes this mentality into this convention when he asks this actress out for drinks. What I need to know, what we have that at home item is actually better at home? Great question. Because typically it's not. Taco Bell is not actually Taco Bell
You can't get that at home.
No.
Nah, but my wife's tacos, though. I'll take over Taco Bell all day.
Okay.
All day.
Okay. What item do we actually have at home that's better. Yeah, I think the only answer to this would be something that your spouse or you could sincerely make that's very good. With the low, I'll have one. Pasta. Assuming you salt your water correctly, pasta is typically roughly the same at home. Like, I know that they'll have, like, at really nice restaurants, they'll make their pasta in-house. But, like, let me tell you what. Whatever you're getting at some random Cheesecake Factory type restaurant, it's just going to be frozen or prepackaged.
Yep.
Pasta would be my answer to that. Pasta. 866-979-3776. My 1-year dating anniversary, says the 206. What should I get her? We need more info.
Yeah, that's not enough to make
Has she been dropping hints? Like, how old are
What did you guys get your wives for when it was your 1-year anniversary?
Couldn't tell you. So long ago. Could not tell you.
Okay, what is an early gift that you got Brenna or Jen that you felt like was appropriate? That you know what I mean? Where you're like, okay, I didn't want to go over the top, but like
it's like a spa treatment.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good one.
Yeah, do a couple's date at a spa. That's always a good time.
Yeah.
I think we I don't know if it was our first anniversary. It was around an anniversary. We did a couple's day at a spa. It was great.
What I need to know, Stacy, what would you throw a flag for in an NFL game? Not taunting.
You know who likes taunting? Joe Burrow. He said he loves it. It shouldn't
That he
be a
likes
flag.
taunting.
Yeah.
Good. He's absolutely right. It shouldn't be a flag. And every time they throw the flag, I'm like, God.
You see the name? You just texted the actress's name in.
Oh, I'm going to Google. Okay. 866-979-3776. Is Hank Fraley a candidate for OC in Detroit? I don't know.
That's a good question.
It's a really good question. I have
I'm
no idea.
I'm sure he's put his bid in. That's for sure.
I'm wondering if he might go to Chicago with Ben Johnson. There are a few coaches that Adam Schefter was kind of speculating would follow Ben Johnson to Chicago.
Yeah. This actress is very pretty. 866-979-3776. If Jalen Milroe's there at 18, do the Hawks take him?
At 18?
At 18.
Nah.
I don't think he's a first-round talent.
Nope. You go get your offensive lineman, dog.
866-979-3776. Someone wants the Seahawks to go get Daniel Jones.
That you're absolutely crazy. You are crazy.
Just throwing it out there.
Daniel Jones. You know what? Actually, maybe you're not crazy. As a backup, why not? Pay him about $6-7 mil. Go back up Geno.
206 says they're the 1-year anniversary couple.
Yeah.
He's 65. She's 53. She wants the ring. He says not yet. What are you waiting for, buddy?
Fair question.
What are you implying, Curtis?
Fair question.
What are you implying?
No. That's a fair question.
Get her a
spa. I think spa was a great one.
Spa or
manicure,
like
pedicure.
Nice robe or something, something comfy. I feel like at that age, you like being at
Go
home.
to a fancy hotel.
What I need to know, which game so far this playoff season, so everything we've watched so far, did you enjoy the most?
Commanders Lions.
Yeah.
Most explosive game so far.
Well, I didn't love any game from the wild card round. None of them were particularly close, except for the Commanders winning late against the Bucks. I loved this game the most, but late it was clear that it was out of hand. The second quarter was wild. I would say end of Ravens-Bills.
That one had the most hype going into it.
That one had the most hype and was the closest late in terms of like, oh, this might happen.
It had aura, as the kids would say.
Yeah. What I need to know, if Seattle doesn't hire an OC this week, does it mean they have their eyes set on someone with Buffalo or Philly?
I think so.
Really?
I think so.
Dang. I mean, I would be very cool with someone from those programs.
That's assuming Buffalo and Philly advance to the Super Bowl, right? Could also be Kansas City. Could also be Washington.
Oh, I think it'll be Buffalo and the Eagles. My Super Bowl prediction for our work bracket.
Well, see, the ball knower amongst us right now is one Matt Nelson, who's not here this week, but he is currently leading everybody in the office. He lies about his lack of ball knowledge.
Oh,
that
absolutely.
guy's grinding tape,
All
watching
day,
all
bro.
22. He probably swipe Bump's password to the NFL website where you get all that stuff.
Bump's in here talking analysis, and Matt's just, that's not what I saw.
Yeah. Or Matt's just feeding Bump everything in his ear.
It's all Matthew.
This is what I saw.
What I need to know, should all Seahawks fans be rooting for the Commanders in the NFC Championship game because of Dan Quinn and Bobby Wagner?
Now you root for whoever you want to, man.
Root for whoever your heart desires.
Wherever you want to. The Commanders would be a fun story. It would be fun, but I think it's over now.
Yeah. Is it just the talent the Eagles have?
Mm-hmm.
Because they haven't played. It's like the Commanders have played 2 great games. The Eagles haven't. And it's still, or at least Jalen hasn't. Do you think criticism of Jalen's performances are fair?
Huh?
Do you think criticism of Jalen Hurts' performances being less than stellar are fair?
I mean, it's fair. He hasn't put up big numbers, but he hasn't been asked to either. And there are a couple passes he's thrown have been shaky, but he's doing what he needs to do for this team to win.
Are the Hawks likely to land an actual current OC or a position coach as the next OC?
I think Kubiak's the guy, honestly.
So, an actual OC. He's the only actual OC linked to them, or at least it's a current OC. Byron Leftwich was obviously an OC. Typically, though, you're not going to get directly lateral moves from contenders.
No.
You know, those guys are head coaching candidates. No reason for them to do it. All right, you guys, that will do it for us today. This has been Bump and Stacy. Don't forget the national championship game between Notre Dame and Ohio State is coming up at 4:30 p.m. So we're going to send you to Wyman and Bob, and then they are going to send you to play-by-play. If you miss any part of the show, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or SeattleSports.com. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
It sure feels anyway like there's a lot of momentum for Clint Kubiak, and that's how this is going to get done. That's just how it's going to go. What do you think?